Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show. We begin with apologies for starting late, and yesterday we were unceremoniously off because we had issues with YouTube. Somebody was trying to keep us from live broadcast. We thank God that is now taken care of, and now we are back. And apologies for starting late because I have a late class that I must attend before coming here, and because of that ndio mambo yako hivyo, lakini nashukuru kwamba tuko hapa na tuko tayari kuendelea na mjadala wetu. Today is after the Queen Elizabeth funeral. There was different reactions on how the world presidents were treated, and we will want to look at that, the contrast thereof, and how we need to appreciate the world and its dynamics, and of course the cost of living under the Kenya Kwanza administration in Kenya. What is cooking? Are we seeing any light at the end of the tunnel, or things are going worse to worst? Let's all get down to talking. Appreciate everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And if you're able to get us, please make sure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse and let us get talking. I'm really sorry for the unceremonial absence and without notice. It's because somebody reported us, and we were kind of, made to answer questions on some videos that we played and all that. So that is why we couldn't, keep up with the broadcast yesterday, but tuko hapa. Nashukuru na wote ambao mmenitumia message mkiuliza kunini kinaendelea. Poleni sana. Nimepata ujumbe kutoka kwa one of my pastors, Reverend Mwololo, all the way from the US, finding out how is Mtembei, why they are off air. Now, sir, we are back. Thank you. Karibu sana. Naomba kumsabainan. Fear Allah. Thank you so much. Don't worry. Msiwe na wasiwasi nyi wa Kenya. Tulieni. Eva Wangila, karibu sana. Matu Makandet, karibu sana. Aya, tumefika. Asante sana. Kuna Patel Manyi, Jua Kali, karibu kwa show. Kuna Joe Ndinda, karibu sana. Caleb Melek, karibu sana. Hezbon Kaunda, karibu kwa show. No debate took place yesterday. True, yes, we agree. Julia Wangari Kinyanjui, karibu sana. Okay. Asante sana. Lambert Mink, karibu sana. Muhubiri Makatu, karibu sana. Watching from where? Nani huyu? Okay. Madala area, Shinyalu, Kakamega County. Okay, asante sana. Dahi Abdi, karibu sana. Nani huyu? Let me share the link for those who want to join into the discourse. Tuangalie maneno ya marais. Nimeona vita vingi sana kwa mtandao wa Kenya na wa Afrika wengine wakiteta sana kwa nini marais wetu wamewekwa kwa basi wakienda katika mazishi haya. So sijui wewe una maoni yepi? The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I'm glad that you are watching. Okay, kuna Kalkid Junior, thank you so much. Mary Wainaina, karibu sana. Asante sana. Kuna Teresia Eli, okay, asante sana. John Lee Mbasa, you're welcome. Maimuna Kadeka, Kadei, hello to you, thank you so much. Kuna Gidi, ni Gidi, asante sana. Kuna Eliza Kigen, karibu sana. Thank you Julius Samberu, alafu Albert Ongwangi, yes? Ogwangi, whichever it is. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. Noveten Limited, karibu sana. Bernard Maoga, you're welcome. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Now naomba tusonge mbele. Marais wetu wakaenda mazishi ya Queen Elizabeth, alafu wakarundikwa kwa basi, kuwa na motorcade, kuwa na escort vehicles and all that. Kunaendaje? Kwani mkienda ugenini tena kunakuwa na nini? Hiyo ndio masuala ningependa kuangalia kwa kina. Alafu kuna masuala ya Kenya Kwanza kama administration ambayo inaongoza Kenya sasa hivi, and the cost of living. Kilio cha Wakenya kinasikika kwa njia kwa hali ya juu sana, na hii serikali sijui inapeana tumaini ama ahadi tena zinaendelea even baada ya kufanya uchaguzi. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja naomba tu wa karibu tukajadili na tukaelewane katika kufahamu nini kinachojiri hapa, alafu tusonge mbele. Kuna huyu okay, thank you. And when you're coming to the studio, make sure you keep your camera on. Your audio and your camera is important. We can't allow you on the screen if you want to hide behind the curtain. And so let's do what we need to do in order for us to fulfill what needs to be fulfilled. Well, asante sana kila mmoja. Tunazungumzia kuhusu marais wetu kwenda mazishi, alafu wakarundikwa kwa basi, hakuna escort nini. So yesterday's nonsense. Okay, it was not our making, Asili. It is YouTube that blocked us because you people reported us that we played a video that belongs to someone else. So hiyo ni kesi mpaka isikilizwe, mpaka ikuwe ruled, ndio turejeshewe haki za kutangaza hapa. So tunashukuru kwamba viongozi wetu wamekwenda na wakazungumza hiyo masuala na kesi kaisha, ndio tumepewa nafasi tena ya kurudi live. Tulikuwa tumefungiwa, kwa hivyo si kupenda kwetu, na tunashukuru wote ambao mnaendelea kutusupport kama Mtembei TV na kuhakikisha kwamba Mtembei TV inaendelea na kupeana nafasi kwa Wakenya tofauti kupeana maoni yao kuhusu nchi inavyoenenda na jinsi kila Mkenya anapaswa kuwajibika. Kwa hivyo poleni wote ambao mlitafuta show jana mkakosa, alafu mmeitafuta siku nzima. Tumekuwa na hiyo mshike ya masuala ya nyinyi watazamaji wetu ambao mnatuletea kizaza, tena mnaendelea kutulaumu. So sijui tutafanyaje, lakini tunashukuru kwamba wote tuko pamoja na tutaendelea katika mjadala wetu. Okay, Melek Club, vipi?
Poa sana.
Haya, karibu tuambie mawili matatu.
Habari ya leo?
Niko salama, nashukuru.
Ungana na mara yangu ya kwanza. Mimi niko na turi.
Bwana Kela, unasemaje wewe? Pole, inaonekana mitambo yako imekwama. Mabibi na bwana, tunashukuru kila mmoja kwa kuendelea kujumuika nasi katika matangazo. Tunaomba tafadhali tukasonge pamoja. Penny Nyagaga anasema Bernard, relax. Bus transport is normal. Mandela used buses. Look how serious serious and world famous no, sisi tunazungumza kuhusu marais wetu hapa. Hawaturuhusu hata kukanyaga karibu na barabara wakati wanapita. Kuna cheska, kuna sijui clearing bike, sijui nini. Haya mambo yote yaliwekwa wapi wakati wanarundikwa kwa basi kwenda katika mazishi haya? Hiyo ndio swala tunataka kuuliza. Tofauti ni nini? Tofauti ya kuwa hapa na kuwa kule, ambona kule wanakuwa hawana hiyo wherever hiyo opportunity ya kufanya vile wanavyotaka, ama kuendeleza hiyo dhana ambayo hawa wanaogopwa, hao ndio wa kwanza alafu sisi tunafuata. Hiyo ndio swala ambalo tukipenda kuliangalia kwa kina. Teresa Laya anasema Ruto apande tu City Hopper. Commercial in Kenya. Mbas in UK was made like more like it. Yeah, thank you. So ndio tunataka kudai kila mtu ashike matatu, kama matatu ndio nzuri, la sivyo hii maswala yote sisi lazima tufanye nini? Lazima tuanze kuuliza maswali. Mbona wengine watumie njia hii ya usafiri alafu kila Mkenya naye arundikwe sehemu tofauti? So kwa wote ambao mnataka kuchangia, tafadhali karibu kwa studio mbio ili tukajumuike na kipindi hiki. Leo kitakuwa kifupi. I'm not sure whether my night school teachers will be here, but I want us to get talking, and if there is nothing to say, we close the show. Ngige Peter anasema Ngige Peter, mbona uko hapa? Wewe unataka nifunge studio alafu uko hapa na alafu najidai na nini? Yeah? What did I lie to? I don't lie, kwanza. First and foremost, I don't even take that kindly. I don't lie, and I have no business in lying. And so if you think that is what we are doing here, you're in a wrong place, and we don't need your kind. Okay? Mind your language. Kufunga hii stesheni na kwenda, hiyo sio swala la wewe kunambia. Okay? We can always do that. Yesterday we were not here. Did we die? Did you hear we have died? So ebu relax. Na kama unaona inakukera, okay? YouTube iko na watu zaidi ya bilioni 2, kwa hivyo channel hizo mingi kabisa, tafuta ile ambayo inakufaa. Thank you. Yes, let's get talking. Those of you that will want to share one or two things about world presidency and how they were treated at Queen Elizabeth funeral, and then of course the cost of living and the outcry of Kenyans under the Kenya Kwanza administration, and does the Kenya Kwanza administration provide hope and certainty for the future, or everything is falling apart? We need to get to the bottom of that, because the way the outcry is coming and the way the despair is beginning to set in, something has to be done, and it has to be done fast. So let's ensure that we are part of the solution and not part of the problem, even as we proceed with our discussion. So wherever you're joining us from, let's get talking. Let's ensure that we do what is right, because only what is right can help us into fulfilling the future and being exactly what this world needs in order for it to be better. So let's all gang up and make a difference tonight, even as we continue with the discussion. Okay, Lelori Emmanuel anasema mimi nashangaa Hasla imepotelea wapi? Hasla ilienda matanga, alafu hii ingine sijui iko wapi. Inasema treasury iko na 93 million, matatu ni 60 shillings hadi State House. Bottom up Ruto panda juu matatu. Sawa sawa. Okay, Asil 2 TV anasema Mtembei is the only free media in Africa. Should put measures to avoid such YouTube ikileta shida. FB na hiyo zingine imepotelea wapi? Asante sana, wewe ni bosi mkali sana, lakini tunashukuru. Okay. Let's do what is required, please. Thank you. Nani who you? Let's come in. Those of you want to give their 1, 2, 3 sentences on this particular matter that we are looking at, how Africa and the rest of the world is treated at the funeral of Queen Elizabeth, and then does it mean all animals are equal but some animals are more equal than others? Tungependa kuangalia hii maswala. Alafu kilio kimezidi na gharama ya maisha. Kenya Kwanza ina plan gani, na hiyo plan itachukua muda gani? Wakenya wana uvumilivu wa kutosha kungoja hiyo fertilizer ifike, alafu tupande, alafu tuvune, ndio cost of living it drop? Sijui kama itakuwa hivyo, but let's do what is necessary to keep doing what must take place in order for us to move forward. Muyela, how are you?
I am fine, thank you.
Karibu sana, naona umeficha sura yako.
Oh, sorry about that. Ni vile natumia simu.
Sawa, karibu, that's better now.
Yes, I'd like to give my 2 cents with regard to hiyo matanga tuliona jana. So I think we can derive some few lessons from them. In as much as there was a lot of inequality with regards to how the different heads of states were treated. I think part of it is also reflective in hizi matanga zetu. I happen to come from western part of this country, and we normally see how MC anachukua microphone anaambia watu wageni kutoka Nairobi ndio watapatiwa soda, ile maji ya chupa ama pilau, na kuna wengine wale wa nyumbani wakosanyani chini ya mti watapewa mahindi na maharagwe. So I tend to think these inequalities are not just in the UK. I think they're also evident hapa in Kenya. So I think it's also a lesson learned that we should also, hapa within, let us also treat people equally. The other thing, I think, the fact that we could see what leaders being kept kwa basi na wanatembea tu vizuri, I think it is also a lesson to us. We normally see leaders going with the 20 vehicles, a motorcade of 20 vehicles, 30 vehicles. Even if you're talking about security from who? If you're a leader of this country, then watu ni wako. So you should not be afraid of them. I think huko London, we normally see the Prime Minister going to work maybe in a bicycle, ama hata anatumia ile subway train. So at the end of the day, it is just proof that they can use buses, our leaders can use the normal vehicles. They do not need a motorcade of 20 vehicles. Barabara inafungwa ndo wapite. I think those 2 key points were my takeaways from hiyo matanga. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Asante sana, lakini umeuza matanga yetu. Sisi tutakushtaki baadaye kwa wazee. Teresia hapa anasema Orio mno, so wageni kutoka Nairobi hawa atakuja soda, hao wengine wanakula menjera. But it's okay, interesting times, and we look forward to enjoying how to evaluate the world and how the world behaves. But kuna a lot of expectations that we place on leaders, or a lot of high-ranking capacity we place on our leaders, that the world seems not to give a damn on who they are when they get into some particular atmosphere. So we will want to evaluate that, because all this cost of 10 chess cars and all this is, we are the ones paying. Okay, are they necessary? Now we need to question that, because hii kama mtu anaweza chukua matatu huko, pia hapa achukue tu city hopper, because those people, we are the ones who put them in office. We will not shoot them. We cannot be their security problem. Their insecurity will come elsewhere. Wakuje tu tuende Gikomba pamoja, tupindue mitumba pamoja tukichagua wambie rais, nisogee hivi, nachukua hii, tupambanie hiyo mitumba pamoja ili tuishi pamoja kama familia. All the same, asante sana kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Naendelea kusema samahani, jana tukuweza tulikuwa na mishkil na watu wa YouTube, lakini tumesort, that's why tuko hapa na tunaendelea katika mjadala wetu. Kwa hivyo marais wote wa dunia nzima wasiogope wananchi, wanajitenga huko wakiwekea fence kubwa, alafu wanakimbizwa na magari mingi, tusijue yako kwa gani. Sisi tunataka tukue hapo chini pamoja na hao, ili kama tumeshindwa, hatuna fare, tunaombana, okay, ili tuingie matatu pamoja. Hii tofauti sasa imeisha. Queen Elizabeth ametusaidia katika matanga yake kutuonyesha kwamba hao watu pia wanaweza kaa kwa matatu na wanaweza songeana mmoja baada ya mwingine. Okay, karibu. Nani huyu? Benson, vipi?
Bwana, hi, how are you? Bana, jana tulikutafuta. I thought I thought hey, kwani tumeenda wapi? But all in all, thanks for this platform. Wacha nichangie the two mada za leo. Naona kuna two things there. One is on the Queen's Elizabeth burial and lessons learned for African presidents. I think that was humbling. I agree with you that there are many things that African countries have to learn from West in terms of how we use and utilize public resources. Many years ago, I used to work for children's sector, and I attended the UNGAS, the United Nations General Assembly for Children, in year 2007. And I can tell you, when you get to the New York office, the UN offices, they don't care if you are president or whoever, as long as you are delegates. So hii mambo mingi tumejiwekelea hapa ni mambo ya kujiwekelea. It is not true. So I agree with you that the need to drop all the drama that goes with presidency. You know, the president from State House to the airport, you actually lose a business, 1 hour business for the entire spectrum, be it airport, be it Mombasa Road, be it a city center where he is passing, and you lose all the business. So I think it is important for them to learn the lessons of being humble, create a lean infrastructure for their support. You don't have to inconvenience everyone. If you are to get from State House to your Harambee House, you can actually get 2 or 3 vehicles, go to Harambee House without inconveniencing people. I think the other thing is, when you look at the presidents in Europe, and especially Europe countries, be it in UK or in Scotland or in Finland, we even have one president, I think, in Finland, who actually rides to the office. If you go to the Downing Street, Tony Blair never used to have all these things. He used to have one vehicle. He actually used to drive himself. We have this president, I think, Argentina, where the president actually doesn't have all the dramas. So we need to remove these excesses that we have put ourselves. Considering now we have 47 semi states called counties. Again, we have devolved these ambience to the counties. We have governor landing up and down in our villages with 4 or 5 vehicles, and we have CEC who are calling themselves ministers, and they have 2 vehicles. So we have actually devolved all these ambience, and we really need to look at it. I think it was humbling. But more important for London and also the UNGAS meeting in US is how the new regime will strategically position itself into foreign policy, so that while you are there and you now have more space to talk to these people, position yourself for the Kenyans. You know, you met all these presidents 190 at the Barrio, and also now you are going to the General Assembly. How do you position yourself? I think Uhuru have laid very good foundation for foreign policy. We have very strong people at the foreign mission. Today I was watching Ambassador Martin, is called Martin Mwangi or Martin Mwaura? Martin Kimani, Ambassador Martin Kimani, who is in New York, a very strong guy, a guy who was at the center of Handshake, very well respected guy across. We all remember his his speech during the UNGAS assembly last year. So I think as we talk about all these things, is how we position ourselves for foreign policy and how we take advantage of RA meetings to get for Kenya. I think the cost of living is the next agenda. It's tough. It's tough for everyone. It's tough here in America. They are experiencing the worst of inflation since 1980. This is the worst of the inflation. The food prices here in America, the groceries, is very high. So as we talk about Kenya, we also have to look at the global prices. The other more difficult thing for the Kenya Kwanza government is you rode on food prices. You took that window to get into power. So you have to fight the bullet. You have to make sure that the UNGA goes down to at least a minimum price of 120. You have to deal with the cost of fuel. You have to deal with all these things. I'm not sure. I'm still waiting to see the parliamentary agenda. If they include, the first agenda includes how to deal with the food prices, how they are going to work on the finance bill. But if they come with the new agendas I hear, like getting the MPs to become ministers as the first agenda of a prime minister, if they get to those agenda, even us who supported Kenya Kwanza, we might say we were goofed. But it is a big concern. We must deal with the food prices in Kenya. It is beyond the reach of the common mwananchi. Thanks, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Maybe before I let you go, there was this foreign policy by the late Tanzania President Magufuli, okay? Not going out of the country and staying home to face the issues within the country and finding homegrown solution to our problems. How do you relate that to the Kenya Kwanza administration at this point in time, when the situation in the country is dire in terms of the cost of living, and now these foreign trips and their expenses?
Let's say the Magufuli agenda was actually what I would call austerity measure. Not just traveling outside, but also traveling internally. We know African governments are based on per diem. Actually, it's what we call per diem governments. Because when you go to the ministries or when you go to the government parastatals, the only things that you hear government people talk about is per diems, monitoring, night outs. I work for non-profits the last 22 years. I have been into many government, including, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and all those countries in Southern Africa. When you sit down with government officials, the first thing they ask you, how many meetings are we going to have? How many traveling to the counties and districts are we going to have? If you go to Uganda, they actually tells you 50% of the budget must be monitoring. The work of government is to monitor. The work of government is to meet, but it is what we call per diem government. So I think the government of Kenya Kwanza must know the wastage around traveling, especially traveling outside the country. Let me give you an example, because I've interacted with this system a lot. It costs one officer spending in Arusha, a government officer spending in Arusha, which is a 3-hour drive from Nairobi, or maybe 4 hours from Nairobi. It is one night out is $235. One night out. One night out in Geneva is 610. One night out in London is 550, and those are dollars. So if you go to Geneva, if you get 10 days in Geneva, you'll be paid around 700,000 Kenyan shilling, just 10 days. If you go to Arusha for 10 days, you'll be paid over 300,000. So basically, all the government officials, they are looking for traveling. That's why you saw things like, even when they were going for athletic championship, government officials want to go because that is the amount that they earn. That is a kind of wastage that SRC is trying to deal with. So I actually agree with SRC. We need to cap the spending beyond salaries, because when you talk to the guys in the ministry, and some of them are here, they will tell you, you earn 70,000, but you can still earn another 100,000 per month through traveling. So we need to strengthen the role of SRC in trying to strengthening austerity measures within government, including a moratorium on traveling. Unless it is very critical, people have to travel. Number two, we must divorce traveling and foreign policy. Getting strategic with other countries does not mean traveling. And when we have to travel, do we have to travel with a driver, with a hairdresser, with a PA, with all these people? So basically, look at austerity measures. People will still travel because there are meetings, physical meetings. But does a PS have to go with 15 people? A PS can go with 2 people, a principal assistant and himself. He doesn't have to go with 5 or 10 people. And those are the austerity measures the government are going to deal with. Unfortunately, and this is my observation, it might not be true, Uhuru had a luxury of very strong diplomats. Monica Juma, 25 years of experience in diplomatic area. The PS, I'm not forgetting his Kamau, Ambassador Kamau, 30 years of experience in foreign policy. People like Martin Kimani, people like Rachel Omamo. So Uhuru was spoiled of choice in terms of diplomats. Ruto, he have started on what I would call the wrong footing. I'm not sure Ababu Namwamba have requisite experience, because of course we know Ababu Namwamba is the next Minister for Foreign Affairs. I don't think he have. You can't compare Ababu Namwamba and Monica Juma. You can't compare Ababu Namwamba with Ambassador Kamau. You can't compare Ababu Namwamba with Rachel Omamo. So he have to up his game in terms of getting the right people into the foreign ministry. If he get it wrong, he will actually be getting into a big mess. with the foreign relationship. However, having said that, Uhuru was also a traveler. We know our man. He was also a traveler. He did quite a lot of traveling. What some of them I would call unnecessary traveling. Actually, Uhuru was traveling between 25 and 32 trips per year. That means that's an average of 2 trips, 2 to 3 trips per year, per month rather, which was very high for the president. Actually, of all the presidents, the 4 presidents, Uhuru traveled most. He even traveled more than Moi. And it was hidden. I think we didn't see it a lot because he had devolved the work to the ministries, but he actually spent a lot of money traveling there. Thanks, Bernard.
Okay, Asante. Uhuru traveled extensively, yes, but most of his trips had very positive results for the country in terms of cutting deals and making sure that his projects are taken care of. Unlike undefined trips that we are beginning to see shaping up. Then Namwamba, I wouldn't agree. I mean, I would agree with you about Namwamba because Namwamba and his understanding of foreign policy is wanting by far. If you remember the fiasco between the Congolese government and the remarks by the deputy president and then about chaos. And the next thing was, instead of the deputy president owning up his blunder in making that statement, he sends Namwamba and I think Hussein Mohammed to Congo to try and pacify the people. So if they can make that kind of a blunder, I don't know if they are aware of the enormous responsibility that is on their shoulder in terms of making Kenya sellable and acceptable and honorable on the global map. And so with all due respect, but Kenya Kwanza seem to be determined to prove a point where there isn't, instead of them literally looking at the situation of the country and giving it its proper solution. There is this think obsession with their approach of freedom, their freedom in quotes, that wants to disregard the previous presidents, whereby we want to do it different. We are doing it from bottom up. We are doing it the Mamamboka way. We don't care about your diplomacy and this other traditional way of handling matters. And until they have exercised that and it has flopped, I don't think they will revert to what you are suggesting. That's just what I can assess from their behavior. Their behavior is to try and prove that things can be done differently, and when they are done differently, they will succeed and yield better and quicker results than the traditional way of keeping everything within the conservative kind of framework of ensuring that this foreign policy or there is the norms of things, and then you can excel in those by improving on what is there. They seem to be ready to plant everything afresh, lay the bed afresh, and lay the foundation afresh. And to me, I don't see them having that luxury of time to do that with the current state of affairs. Yeah. Yes, you can respond quickly before Mike comes in.
Yeah, I agree with you. I said the foundation was laid very firm, in terms of the people. I think there was a lot of balance in the missions, in the foreign missions and high commissions, in terms of rewarding cronies versus getting professionals. We have very strong people in the missions. If you look at, I just give an example of Martin Kimani. You also saw the guy in UK. He was called who? This guy who was at State House as government spokesman. A very strong guy. So there was a who did very well, and then I credit more Monica Juma because she had been ambassador for 20 years. So I think she did well. Of course, I disagree with you in terms of the first two trips. I think let's give it to them. The Queen, the Commonwealth, the burial for the Queen was is a Commonwealth thing. I think that one was straight. Every Commonwealth president had to attend. The Yungas, the one in New York, again, that is also a must do for every president. Because it is Yungas, it's United Nations General Assembly, so everyone must attend because that's where the foreign issues are generated. But going forward, we want to see how they do. I hope if Ababu had been the CAS for 5 years, and CAS, unajua ni mtu wa mkono wa chai pale kwa ministry. You even have more senior people, you even have more senior directors than CAS. Ni mtu hana job, akifika hapo wanaambiwa tumeandika hii, enda usome hii mkutano. Kwa hivyo I don't think that have given him substantial experience. My hope is that they get a very strong principal secretary who can be relied on. And finally, don't remove Martin kuweka nani huyu jamaa Ukambani anaitwa nani, the UDA whatever, Mudhama. Don't remove Ambassador Martin Kimani and put Mudhama. You'll be making mistakes. Don't remove the ambassador in Sweden, a very strong person. Uweke anaitwa nani, uweke ule Kimani Ngojiri. I think that's the mistakes that most of the governments have done. Unatoa an expert, unaweka a crony. So try to balance who goes where. Huyo Mudhama mweke huko kwa cultural and social services, anaweza enda na hiyo kitu yake ya cultural, huyo wafanye chairman wa cultural, lakini don't remove these guys to replace them with politicians. Asante sana Bernard.
Asante Bwana Benson. You seem not to understand Kenyans and their politics. Okay, I've not been a very good fan for Kenya Kwanza, and so I may be sounding biased. But look at the kind of members of parliament, the people that have been brought in on that particular ticket, and it will tell you that even the people they replaced were doing better than these ones that have come in. And so we should brace up for hard times for that matter. I can't wait for the parliament to begin to get in session. Then I see the kind of people that have come into the parliament and what they are bringing on the floor. But all in all, it's important that there are areas of governance that need professionalism, and that needs to be taken serious. Waache hiyo mchezo ya kupeleka kila mtu sehemu ambayo haifai, ambako kutakuwa na shida eventually. Haya, Mike Njoroge, vipi leo? Bwana Mike, you unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Poa, mnanisikia?
Yes, unapatikana, sema.
Yeah, Bernard.
Yes.
Uko poa?
Yes. Niko salama, nashukuru.
Uko poa?
Yes.
Okay. Mimi kwa maoni yangu leo yes, naona Kenya, yes, tuko mashakani. Wenye ndugu yangu wanasema kuanzia nao mambo ya CS watu makabinet yenye tunagoja. Kwa sababu nikiangalia mimi hata venye ninaona mahali tunaelekea ni pabaya. Yesterday niliona hapa mtu anaitwa Friend Waititu. Ndio huyo kesi yake nayo imetupuliwa mbali. Nao ndio maafu wasisugu wa kina Ruto Jamaa kama nani alitupwa nje, anaitwa nani huyu jamaa, Nick Mwendwa, naye ndio huyo inasemekana anarudi kazi. Kwa hivyo cabinet ya Ruto mimi sijui sasa tutaelekea wapi, kwa sababu inamaanisha wakora ndio sasa watakuja kutawala juu everything. Mtu yoyote ako na makesi, mtu mwenye anaambiwa ako na scandal yoyote, ndio hiyo kesi yenyewe inasemekana imetupiliwa. Sasa tutakuwa kwa mikono gani mzuri? Wenye nao tulichaguliwa juu sisi tuliwachagua, wako kwa viti already, president na mdogo wake ni watu wanajulikana wako na maskendo. Sasa itabidi tuvumilie venye kuko, na ndio tulisema sasa itabidi iwe venye itakuwa, tucheze ligi yetu. Hii issue nayo inaitwa hii ya account, watu wanasikia tu 93 million. Mimi najua nakaa hivi najiuliza, hata Uhuru si ni mzuri, alifanya vizuri kuachia hiyo pesa. Kama ni mwingine, unajua ukitaka au ni kazi walikuwa wanataka, na ukitaka kazi lazima ukuje uko umejipanga. Kwa hivyo walikuwa wana expect uongozi ni kisu, bendera, security. Hiyo sio uongozi. Na Uhuru yeye alikuwa anajua, na ndio maana alisema acha nitatransfer the nini vizuri bila mambo mingi, because alikuwa anajua kazi ni hapa, kazi ni pesa. Because when I look at this 93 million point, I think 7, hiyo hata ni pesa yenye Nairobi iwezi saidia county. I think hiyo ni county yenye inapewa pesa kidogo kama hiyo 93 million is Mandela. Sasa itakuwaje tunategemea 93 million Kenya mzima, county zote 47? Wao wenyewe Rigathi Gachagua juzi amesema msigoje unga, tusigoje unga tena ya unga ishuke. Itatoka wapi? Sasa ni fertilizer watu wapewe, mulime, mukilima. Sasa wakati hiyo ndio chakula mtaweza kupata kusaidika. Kwa hivyo Kenya mahali tuko mashakani, na itabidi tukubali vile kuko. There is no otherwise, ama hakuna shortcut, itakuwa hivyo. Na ndio tulisema sasa kama sisi pande wa Azimio itabidi tucheze kama sisi, tusikue na makasiriko. Ishaenda msumali wa mwisho tuligongelewa tarehe 13, na sasa itabidi tukubali. Sasa ni tucheze venye iko, yeah? Kwa sababu hata ukiangalia favor yote Kenya Kwanza wako nayo. Huu mtu wetu wa uko na nyumbani, huyu Kiroche, huyu Tabitha Kiroche iko mahali, yeye ndio mdogo wa senator hiyo wenye walichaguana. Ni mtu wako na scandal ya kukosa kulipa ushuru. Hiyo ushuru italipwa jameni? Hiyo deni alikuwa anaitishwa. Ndio tuseme kuongea ukweli tuko fair, ama tuseme kabisa tuko mahali salama? Sasa wa Kenya wacha tuache na hii UDA wako na makasiriko na kutusiana. Hii makasiriko hakuna mahali itatusaidia na hakuna mahali itatupeleka. Wacha tuwe wangwana. Wakati watu tulichaguana, saa hii hata ukienda duka yote hakuna mahali imeandikwa duka ya Kenya Kwanza ama ya Azimio. Sisi tuliwachwa vile vile tulivyo. Ni sisi wenyewe tusaidiane. Tuache kuwa na kujigamba. Hao Mount Kenya wenzangu walichaguana, tupane Uhuru, but sasa Uhuru saa hii hata
okay, wana mic inaonekana neti imekataa. Pole, lakini we hear you and we understand what you are concerned about. I think you need to restructure and then come back, reboot your Wi-Fi so that you are able to flow seamlessly. Now, Kenyans, we appreciate you as you continue joining into the discourse. We apologize for yesterday. We had issues. That's why we couldn't come live. We had strikes from YouTube. Kwa sababu nyinyi mlisema ile video tulicheza ilikuwa na itilafu. But naona tu ni kuna watu wachache hapa ambao wanataka kuharibia sisi uhondo wa sisi kushiriki katika mazungumzo hapa, ndio wameanza incite the world against us. All in all, Mike, we hear you well. The only point I don't agree with you is story we are helpless. We are not helpless. Kama Kenya Kwanza itupatie pesa mfukoni, unga ya 70 bob na hiyo masuala mengine yote, tuko na katiba mpya. Hii katiba mpya inatupatia mamlaka na haki ya picketing. Tutakaa kwa street, tutamarch kwenda State House. Lazima watupatie pesa mfukoni, lazima watupatie unga ya 70 bob, lazima gharama ya maisha ishuke. Bila wanashukisha, sisi hatujui, tulipewa tu ahadi, na ahadi ni deni, na dawa ya deni ni nini? Acha niulize kama rais bila nauliza, alikuwa akiuliza ni kulipa. Okay, so lazima walipe madeni ya Wakenya. But also the other concern about people who have had scandals being cleared here and there. That is why we are concerned about this executive going to bed with the judiciary. We are in a very, very awkward situation. And I don't know how the Chief Justice is embracing this, because I don't see her having an exit strategy from this. Because the moment the executive puts you under your armpit, you are done. And you're going to end up having the judiciary that we used to have during Moi's time, where the ruling was never based on evidence, was never based on the argument before the judge. It was all based in either State House or wherever. It was commonly known as orders from above. Okay, so if we want to go back to orders from above, and that's why the Deputy President Gachagua was saying freedom at last. If this is the freedom of letting Waititu go, letting Songo go, letting Tabitha go with everything, no case, no case to answer, no evidence, no nothing, we are going to end up with a lawless nation. And a lawless nation is a nation you cannot control. And so, your story at Pangwingwi, I don't think they are ready for the same, but they better get ready if they are not, because the moment you lay the bed, you'll be prepared to lay on the same. But let us also hope that they are hearing and they are understanding the kind of hole they are digging themselves in, especially the judiciary. Don't clear people simply because you've been ordered to, or you've been asked to, or you've been... If evidence is no longer important before any court of law, then there's no need of having that court of law in the first place, and disputes are going to revert back to people sorting them themselves, because hakuna haja ya kwenda kotini kulipa lawyer. Kuna msemo huwa inasema kwa nini usumbukane na kutafuta lawyer kama unaweza nunua judge. And I think we are headed there if we are not yet there. That why are you struggling getting a lawyer if you can buy the judge? Now, if that's the kind of judiciary we are up for, ni kubaya. Naomba Bwana Guru, vipi huko? Karibu mawili matatu tukisonga.
Mzuri sana. Bernard.
Yes, we can hear you. Endelea.
Naona leo unaongea mambo ya wale wanaongoza nchi.
Yes, marais wetu kututisha hapa, na kumbe wanaweza chukua City Hopper wakiwa ng'ambo. Sisi tunataka wakirudi, hakuna kutusumbua kwa traffic. Watu wapange laini airport, wanaingia matatu tu wanarudi. Okay? Pole pole tuombeko fair na sisi. Okay? Hata tukienda Kikomba na kusukumana tu, bei ya leo. Hii story ya segregate at 20 chase cars, 30 pikipikis and all that ishe. Vile walivyotembea katika matanga ya Elizabeth, tuwaone wakitembea hapa.
Unajua wale wameenda pahali kama India na huko France, sana China, wanaweza jua kwamba viongozi huko hata uwezi jua wamepita, kwa sababu wanakaa kiwango ile tu ya wananchi, na wanakaa namna hiyo kulingana na vile nchi yao iko. Sio kama hapa mtu anakuja ananunua ndege sijui 6 na anatumia moja. Unanunua gari 10 na pesa ya wizi unatumia moja. So anyway, it was a humbling experience for them, and I think as you have said, they should have learned a lesson that they can replicate here. Those who are humble enough, ili waweze kuonyesha tabia mzuri and to be close to the so-called hustlers. Kama sasa ndio narrative ambayo iko saa hii. Tukiongelea pa mambo ya cost of living, watu wanaumia. The cost of living is just too high, and it's not very easy to make people who are in the leadership class to understand the pain of so-called hustler who has to work for 300 shillings per day or 400 shillings per day and has to feed a family. And you are buying a packet of unga at 250 shillings. It's a very painful experience. And this idea that you go get fertilizer, go to the farm, plant maize, wait for the several months, is it for harvest, and then the prices will go down, I think could be one of the most insensitive policies that any government can apply. Why? Because sections of this country have going through a drought period. They have not had rains for quite some time. That means then that people are poor. They don't have anything at all. It's like condemning those people to death. They need assistance. I was listening to one of the items today, news item, is saying that for 4 million Kenyans are in regions that are facing drought, and therefore they need food urgently. But when we see a government that advocates for subsidized fertilizer only as an intervention, hapo kuna shinda. Sababu, those people may not live to see the season, or they will be too weak to be of any benefit to the economy. I saw one of the women leaders that we have put in those August houses, one Boss Shorey, saying that they are going to the big hotels for induction. It's neither here nor there. It's not a big deal. But it is yet another testimony of how the common person, the so-called hustler, is so much different from the so-called readers. They are living in two different worlds. Some, like Soleil, can have a dinner or about 10 hustlers, the border people. You find maybe her dinner is not less than 3,000 shillings. Yet 10 young men with family are carrying 300 at home in the evening. And then somebody says that is neither here nor there. That is very serious. That is very, very serious. It shows that they are not sensitive to the environment in which we are living. You cannot sacrifice people so that you accumulate money. We would rather have those subsidies alongside funding for long term. There is short term, medium term, and long term. You cannot just have a strategy for medium term. What about the short term? What about those 4 million Kenyans that need food as an emergency because they have had droughts for a long period? How insensitive can a government be? And then you have people taking selfies and sending to us in the internet. It's like mocking us. I mean, why do you want to rub salt on raw wood? You can imagine young people who are trying to make ends meet through use of border. They can hardly make a profit because the fuel prices are just too high. People cannot take their products to the market because the transport costs are eating up the profit. And then somebody tells you, let's go to the farm, we'll give you fertilizer, go and do farming, let's wait for 4 months. That time is when food will be available in plenty. How sure are you? How do you know that rains will come? With our rain-fed agriculture, what if it fails? These are the issues that need to be looked at by this government, who unfortunately are behaving like they are still campaigning. The statements that they are making do not reflect people who have taken into their hands that they are now responsible for whatever happens in this country. It's like a young man who has just married and does not transition very fast into a man, into a husband, and continues to behave like he's still a young man who is courting. Yet there are other added responsibilities. There are children who have come into the relationship. There is rent to pay, and so on and so forth. These people would rather get their act together and fast. Otherwise, a hungry person cannot be patient forever. It doesn't work that way. It's never worked that way. It just have to change. Otherwise, when you go around, you find people who are very angry, hungry, disoriented, confused. and so on and so forth. That is why, as Kenyans, the good thing is that we have been given a fallback position on what to do when we want to express ourselves. We have a very rich constitution that gives us a platform to express ourselves in the best way that we know how, within the law, within the constitution. And I don't think the Kenyan public, will not use these legal and constitutional means to express themselves. I think it has to be that way. It's just a matter of time. Thank you.
So actually, you have addressed some of issues which are of grave concern, because when you say that you can remove subsidy and maybe you try to remove subsidy from consumer at the point of consumption, you take to production, and the risks associated with the production are much higher than that of consumption. It shows you very clearly it's like you're playing with a country without caring the citizen of that nation. Because as I asked earlier, a very simple question: what would happen if that famine or drought will hit Kenya? What happens? Do you think that those people who plant maize are planting maize for just for food, or they're planting it for business so that they can also educate their children? So do you think somebody can sell a bag of maize for 2,000 to go and pay school fees of 20,000, even though it's subsidized? Do you think somebody can do that? Once prices shoot up, they shoot up for everything. Do you think somebody, and you also hear this narrative, mi nangojea mahindi ipande bei ndo niuze? That is hoarding. Do you think it will work out? Then the other thing, let me ask you, if you know the Kenyan system, the way it works, the chain of distribution, if those brokers refuse to buy at that price, maybe you are saying they refuse to buy at that particular price and they buy cheaply, what happens? The maize will go at waste. So all those things you need to know. You need to know it you need to note and to care about is that what Ruto is doing is like gambling with life of people's life, and people are being led in this statement, tumpatie time. Then I'm asking myself, tumpatie time ya kufanya nini? Because there is no clear roadmap to getting out of this mess. There is no really. I have not seen anything tangible that can show clearly that this man has some goodwill for Kenyans. So if you're told to wait, what are you waiting? Are you waiting maize that is coming from maybe Mexico that is on the way? Are you waiting oil? Maybe somebody from maybe Iran is on the way. If you are being told to wait, whereas there's a clear roadmap, it's okay. But here you're being told just to wait to stabilize. Under Keynesian, it says very clearly that when you wait for economy to stabilize itself, at long run we'll all be dead. So we'll be alive when the prices will now start stabilizing. I've also seen some rumors going around, and I don't know if it's true, but I am yet to confirm that the fertilizer that they are buying is from maybe Russia. Should that happen, Kenya will turn to become a battleground for Cold War. Remember, Russia is under trade embargo by the Western powers, by USA. So should we buy the fertilizer, it means it means we have sided with the Russians. What will happen is repercussion. One, there may be withdrawal of aids. There may be the withdrawal of some advantages that we enjoy. Now, my question is very simple. Do you think that Kenya can survive without those aids that from Western countries? If the answer is no, therefore, Ruto should be very careful when dealing with Russia. Let him not make Kenya to become a Cold War area whereby the superpowers will start fighting, because Russia, they might be selling these fertilizer at a low price, one, to extend its influence. They know very well that Africans are in their need of that fertilizer. So they will use any means to to bring some of African nation in on the board. And that's why if today you could have listened to the current president of Senegal, Macky Sall, said very loudly that let's not make Africa the battleground of Cold War. The Russian deal seems to be too good to be genuine. The other question I'm also asking, could this fertilizer have gone wastage because they could not cultivate and now they are looking for grounds to disposal? Could they be looking for somewhere to throw this fertilizer? Maybe they are contaminated because of maybe people could not have used or they don't have market. And fertilizer have expiration date. Should they have expired and then now they are looking at the safer grounds where they can throw away price? So we need to be very careful because there's no way somebody can incur production cost, variable cost, and everything else and give you fertilizer free. I don't think, unless there's something fishy in between, either to extend influence in Africa, and then what are repercussions from the Western powers? What will they act? So let's not put Kenya into danger because of maybe one or another, because of a short-term benefit. The other thing, when you look about the general cost of living, it will shoot up because even that fertilizer, let's assume it's genuine, it comes to Kenya. Distribution, you are distributing through the motorcycle, the bikes, and so forth. They are using petrol. So that's petrol because it's expensive. Do you think somebody, a retailer, can supply fertilizer using motor vehicle to that local store there and then sell at the same price? So I think they will also add some price on top of it for distribution. The longer the distribution channel, the price is likely to be higher. Therefore, the price might even go back to the normal prices, maybe 5,000 because of petrol cost. So these are the things that we need as a country to address them. We cannot keep quiet. You cannot be told that just wait. What are we waiting? You are clearly seeing everything. When you complain a little bit about expenditure, excessive expenditure, you are being told this is not a big deal. If you're going to 5-star hotel, it's not a big deal. Then my question is very simple. If somebody who wanted to vie for a seat for MP, why should that person take 1 week to be inducted, whereas he knew very well the job he's going to look for? Does he mean that he doesn't know the constitution? Then even if it's induction, we have public offices. We have some offices that can be done at a free. Why should you go to hotels that are costing a lot of money to the government? We are spending a lot of money on current expenditure. We are actually, most of our budget is dead budget. Paying salaries. We spend very little on productive budget, on projects. We spend very little. But when it comes on salary, remuneration, allowances, security, hardship, all those allowances are contributing to Kenya to make it to a lot of money in the budget. But when it becomes on the side of productive budget, it is very little. Barabara inaanza kujengwa leo inamalizwa baada ya miaka 5. So it shows you clearly that as a country we are missing what is the most important thing. Should we focus more on the productive budget or more on the dead budget? What is important now as a country? Then the other thing, you also look at it very clear. As I told you earlier, these people were busy, were very keen and concentrated on taking power. Now that they have it, they have nowhere to blame. They have no one to blame. So what happens is that now they have turned now to become, maybe they're even behaving like they're campaigning. So for Kenyans, just brace for safe hardship and so forth. But chances of it going down, they are very minimum unless something else is done. Then you see today, even after CRC scrapped off the allowances, Moses Wetangula assured the MPs very well, you shall have your allowances back. Nobody can take what is yours. Nobody can take what was initially yours. Then I'm asking myself, are these the same people who pretended that they cared more for the poor people? And I'm telling you this way, what happens is that even today I was looking at William Ruto is scheduled to address about the climate change tomorrow. Actually, I think it's today. Yes, today. He's supposed to address the United Nations about climate change. Climate change has contributed so much to effect to Africa. because the climate change affects the patterns of rain, or now the rain and occurrence and the seasons. It affects a lot. But we Africans, we are not the major producers of those gases that contribute to climate change. The contributors of those climate change are the most industrialized country like China, USA, and others. Therefore, we are the most affected by climate change because we are still depending on agriculture to develop our economy. So we must be much concerned with climate change than United States of America, because them they're industrialized. We still depend on agriculture, and this climate change is affecting rain. But when you read you read a document called COP25, or what we call the Paris Act of 2015, African nations are accepting money to be paid so that they can plant trees to see if that gases are produced by foreign powers. You are selling our continent. We are affecting our continent by being money oriented. You are being paid to plant trees so that when United States produces gas, you are able to mitigate that gas. Then I'm asking myself, what will happen to the millions of people who are depending on agriculture? You need to address those issues. We are suffering as Kenyans, as Africans. We are suffering because we elect leaders not because their capability. One, we elect them because of tribe. We elect others because maybe somebody gave you a packet of unga, only to forget that unga will end in the next one day or hours. So we need to think. We need to think very fast, because if you're not thinking, I'm looking at we are heading to somewhere we'll have recession as a country. Imagine a scenario where Kenya will have a recession. What will happen? Prices will start shooting up. Right now that people wamefunga shule zimefungwa, the students have closed schools. When we are opening, parents will require to pay school fees. They will be required some new items. What happens to that? That is now additional expenditure. Prices of oil, maize will have shoot up. So what happens? People will have to dig deeper. NSSF is being increased. NHIF, where will that money come from? Taxes are being adjusted by 6.3 so that to mitigate the effect of inflation. What will happen as a country? These are cost of living is going higher and higher every day. And to make a matter of fact, I can confirm with you very well that where you are working, if you ask for salary incremental, the chances are that you'll either be fired or you'll be interceded and be told that either you work or you leave the job. Salary is not increasing, but the commodity prices are shooting up. What happens? We are reducing the amount of goods that we can purchase. The purchasing power of money is going down. The purchasing power of consumer is going down because same income, high prices. What happens? Some things you are not able to afford them. So we need to think as Kenyans, and let's not be divided between two camps. We are all suffering the same thing. Our president is Ruto. There's no any other president. So when you are there and saying, if Raila could be there, what could Raila be doing? The question is very simple. Now, do you use Raila's failure to justify William Ruto's fail? We cannot be living in a such country. He's a president. Let him work, and let not be led to that scenario. Mungoje, what are you waiting? Could be waiting if there could be substantial evidence or something to show that truly these people are working for it. So we need to be careful, Kenyans. Let's be united. Let's address these people well. Tuache kugawanywa hivi. The moment tunagawanywa wanajua kwamba wanaweza tukalia. Shule is not even concerned with the amount of money spent. This is a very small issue. He's speaking like if that spending millions of money is small thing. So Kenyans, let's be careful. Let's be all vigilant. You look even the issue of wash and the fake money in economy. What happens is at the moment it's money which cannot be accounted for in economy because of maybe wash. Unapata uko na serial number, pesa yenye iko na serial number iko the same na ya Kisumu na Mombasa na maybe Nakuru. What happens is that there will be a kind of demand push inflation because we shall be having a lot of currency chasing small amount of good in an economy. So therefore happens people will start struggling for the small commodity which are there because people have a lot of money, which is not genuine. So should we go the Zimbabwe way whereby the money is very valueless until they want to buy a dollar to use dollar? Should we reach a point that now we shall be starting to pay dollar so that we can use a hard currency? We need to think carefully because where we're heading, it's not okay at all, at all, at all. Thank you.
Francis, the issue of fertilizer, I read somewhere that Russia is providing free fertilizer. I don't know how true that is. And now that you say that the fertilizer that we are waiting for is coming from Russia, so I don't know who has verified where this fertilizer has been bought, because those are the reports that are there in the everywhere that Russia is coming through for the African continent by providing them with fertilizers in a kind of free arrangement. I don't know. But you've raised also a very fundamental matter. Does a caring government tell its citizens to wait for rains to come so that food prices can come down? And I have asked in this forum before, does this government have a contract with God that rains will come, they will come adequately and on time? Those are basic questions that we don't want to ask, but we have to ask, because what if the rains fail? Because that's a possibility. The rains have failed before. They can fail again because of the phenomenon of climate change. Or even rains can come in a big way and destroy crops. It has happened. So these are issues that I also saw that somebody saying they have done trends that they think the oil prices will start going down sometime in December, January. Now, what will be happening to the businesses that we have in between here? And some of them depend on energy. By that time, they will have closed shop and gone home. So I don't know what planning is that, where you wait for things to happen and you are anyway. But we have been told, maybe Bernard can assist us here, that this is a government that was ordained from heaven by God, and therefore maybe we may not have to think very much. Things will happen through spiritual intervention or something, because we have also heard there are people who turn dirty water into purified water. So I don't know. I don't want to trend on the side of Christianity very much. I'm a Christian, but I also know that we should be very careful when we pray with the name of God. We can stretch it so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Banaguru. And maybe before France weighs in, I just want to put across to Kenyans, and you can keep this for the record. The first scandal for this particular government will be called fertilizer scandal. And it's going to be a big issue. And it will bring, it may even bring it down altogether, because you cannot be removing getting fertilizer for free, and then you have set aside 3.5 trillion for, is it to, they have given 3.5 billion for subsidy for fertilizer. Okay, so fertilizer is coming in for free, but they are giving a subsidy of 3.5. Where is the 3.5 going? Okay, to mitigate what? Because if we are to buy fertilizer at 100%, now we are getting it at 0%. Okay, what are we subsidizing with the 3.5? Except it's ending up with somebody's pocket. So we are in for a great surprise. And this is a quote from Gachagua, the deputy president. They say, forget cheap unga anytime soon, because things are about to get tougher. You see? Anytime soon, because things are about to get even tougher. So they are fully aware of the situation, and they are looking for a fallback plan, or how Kenyans can appreciate their situation and sympathize with them, other than demand from them what they are supposed to deliver. I have always held the opinion that Kenya Kwanza had never had any plan for this country. It is when they are groping around like in the dark, trying to look for something to hold on. No plan, no expectation, no nothing. And time will tell. But from the look of things, hakuna plan hapa. Hakuna strategy hapa. Hapa ni try and error. And try and error, piki ponki. Si wewe lakini ni wewe. Hiyo ndio mnakimbilia kwa maombi, mnasema ni Mungu aliordain. God ordaining is not an issue. Okay? For this purpose, the Bible says, God talking, have I raised Pharaoh? Even Pharaoh was raised by God, was ordained by God. Nebuchadnezzar, the same. Cyrus, the king of Persia, the same. So that you've been ordained by God doesn't mean you're going to do the right thing. Ordination is one thing, but will you do what God requires to be done justly to his people? So kuna maswala hapa ambayo time will tell, but from the look of things, these guys did not have any plan whatsoever. They were trying this thing for the first time, and they hoped that it will work, but now it has worked, and they don't know what to do with it. They don't know what to do with it. Hakuna plan ya education, hakuna plan ya agriculture, hakuna plan anywhere. How can the whole government be talking about fertilizer when you know that fertilizer alone cannot generate any food? There has to be seed, there has to be land, there has to be the farmers. How about the miracles that, what is it called? NMS, okay, brought in Nairobi? If they wanted the agriculture issue to be sorted once and for all, give it to NMS. Now NMS is jobless. Wapatie pesa, fertilizer na land. Alafu tungoje mahindi. Lakini government itself planting nothing, growing nothing, and expecting to have sufficient production from farmers that they have no control over. Hata mkinipatia pesa ya mbegu, naweza kwenda kununua mbegu duni, ama naweza kuuziwa mbegu duni. So nimepewa fertilizer ni genuine, but mbegu ni duni. So what happens? The yields are still going to fail. So Kenya Kwanza is yet to convince me that they know what they are doing. In my opinion, they are guessing. And Kenyans, we better wake up and realize that we courted, we married, but this marriage ni ile ingine ya kujaribu tuone kama itaenda.
So Bernard, I have a number of clip possible. There's a clip that I want you to play from YouTube, if it's very possible. Will it materialize?
It depends which clip. Now me and clip, we have separated. Yesterday, the reason why we did not come on live, because YouTube gave us a strike, stopped us from coming live because of a clip we played. So now a clip will go for vetting, appear before the committee, and the committee will verify whether it is viable or not.
Then it's okay. I'll just summarize it because it's concerned with what we are talking. Let's avoid copyright issues. So when you look at the government, what is trying to do, they are trying to let it stabilize on its own, the economy on its own. And that's why we have a great problem, because when you look at the issue of drought, I can confirm to you right now, Meru, a place that has known to have sufficient rainfall, is experiencing a drought that has never been seen. Meru County, a place that is known to be very well in terms of rainfall. So I'm asking myself, what about areas like Kajiado, others which are known to have some short rains, and now that's a total famine. Then you look at it, for example, I'll tell you a good example is the pastoralist area. Right now, as you are talking, those people are even crying more than us because they are depending on livestock for everything. They are depending on milk to sell to educate, milk to sell so that they can buy something. Today, their livestock cannot even produce even anything. Even they are even struggling to survive those livestock right now. So that one is a very big issue that it needs to be addressed, because Bernard, we're even much better. Even though we are suffering, we are much better because for us, we can have some 2 or 3 alternative source of income. The pastoric areas, they have only one source of income, livestock, and nothing else. You see? So we need to address those issues, because that one also encompasses in the side of agriculture. Agriculture does not entice only planting. It also entices livestock keeping. So what are they doing to mitigate issues of drought in those areas that are keeping livestock? As much as they're inviting fertilizer, what are they doing in terms of those livestock which are now dying in those areas? Moyale, Marsabit, Kajiado, Narok, those all counties are suffering right now. What are they doing to address those issues? Then the other thing about fertilizer, and will bear me witness here, just wait, we buy that fertilizer. If you can remember, 1 month ago, the foreign minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, was in Uganda, and he told them, you can buy oil at a very cheaper price. But Yoweri Kaguta Museveni refused because he did not want to make his country to become a basement of Cold War. Should Kenya go ahead and buy that fertilizer, wait some repercussion from the Western powers? Because that one is like encouraging Russia to move around with the trade embargoes that has been put in its own nation. So we must be very careful. Then the other thing I'm asking, a very simple question, is this way. Do you think that that fertilizer is very genuine to be given free? Somebody to produce, to store it and give it for you for free? Chances that that fertilizer might not be good for our soil. And if it is good, then it must be a alluring bite to force Kenya into become a battleground for this nation. And once that happens, what happens is there will be repercussion. For example, to move aside from that a little bit, the moment William Ruto announced SGR imetolewa Naivasha, I have seen South Sudan as started process of starting its own means of transportation, has started looking for another different type of harbor. I've also seen Uganda has also initiated the same thing. So that's a sum of repercussion on any decision that our country makes. Sudan and Uganda are no longer interested using the Naivasha port. They want to look for an alternative source. So we must be very careful when you are dealing with these world powers. When you come in Kenya now, this now part we call Kenya, it is just buying our hopes by telling us just wait, we are still young in government, we need us to give us more time. There's no time they are being given there. What they are trying to do is just be patient, you should suffer. With the time, things will get better in its own, of which I don't think is possible. So Kenyans, let us look even for where we can do it on ourselves, because, and I don't know how it's possible. If you have a near border, just close the border and buy something for you. But don't wait for this government to help you at the end of the day, because they're depending on nature. That's why even today the governor of CBK was saying prices will just stabilize, but he never explained how and how will they work for it. They just say it will, meaning it is based on nature. And then there's another crisis cooking somewhere, the Chinese and the Taiwan, that will bring Africa to its knees. If the Chinese goes ahead with what they are going ahead now with the Taiwan, it will bring Africa to the knees. Africa must wake up. Kenyans must wake up. We are no longer on the safe side of this economy. Thank you.
Okay, asante Bwana Francis, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako huo. Na Kenya ni nchi ya ajabu kulingana na viongozi ambao tumewapatia mamlaka ya kuongoza, na kulingana na mimi nilisema hapa juzi kwamba Kenya Kwanza imeanza kubehave kama vijana wanaoana, alafu mtoto anapatikana, alafu anasema hawakuwa tayari na mtoto, kwa hivyo mtoto angoje kwanza. Watachukua kama siku 90 ya kwenda ku child training program ndio warudi wachukue mtoto. Sasa mtoto atakuwa analelewa na nani na ijuaje akingoja nyinyi mjifunze jinsi ya kulea mtoto? Wakati wewe unaenda kwa ballot kutafuta kazi ya kuwa rais wa nchi, lazima uwe umejihami na uko tayari na capacity ya kudeliver. Hii story ya kutuambia tupatie muda, sisi pato ni wachanga, kama we bado ni mchanga ulikuwa unatafuta mtoto kwa nini? Let us hold this government to account. Na tuache to sympathize with them. They knew what they were getting themselves into, and if they cannot deliver, let them get out of the kitchen. We want to see a proper delivery. Fertilizer, I say again, is going to be the #1 scandal for this particular government, this particular regime. I have not seen how fertilizer has been a problem in this country to an extent that it's become a priority of a government, to a place whereby everything is now pegged on fertilizer. We had Kulalu, Kalano Kulalu project. Did it lack fertilizer? That's why it collapsed. Was it a fertilizer problem?
Corruption.
So kuna mtu anacheza na akili za Wakenya hapa, na tutakubali hiyo maneno. Watuambie wakati wa 2015, 2013, 2017 Kulalo project ilikwama kwa nini? Okay, mpaka minister wa Israel akaresign because of the same. Why? Was it because lack of fertilizer? Let the Kenya Kwanza people own up their responsibility or get out of office in good time so that we are able to salvage the remaining few things that are already there. Things don't settle down by themselves. Every economy is stabilized by mitigation, and life has to continue in order for us to be alive to see the promises you're telling us. But if you tell us to wait, we wait on what? We wait eating what? We wait dressing how? We can't just wait. It's not possible. The moment life has kicked in, that life has to be sustained. So the sustainability of the life has to be priority. Then from there, you can tell us to wait. But we can't just wait. So Kenya Kwanza, mlisema nyinyi ndio Kenya Kwanza, sio? Basi tunataka kuona ukwanza wenu unaanzia wapi na unaishia wapi. Hiyo game mnachezea hatuoni. Ngoja hii State House Road haiko mbali, na kuijaza ni rahisi sana. Bwana Guru, quickly, we need to give opposition leader.
Yes, I just want to bring this attention to the panelists that when you look at what is being propagated by this government, it's like they want to make a break from the 10 years that they have had with Uhuru. Look at the issue of judiciary. Uhuru had made up his mind that there were people who are not up to the job, and he resisted giving them a job. But this man comes and signs them in the first day. Look at CBC. They want to throw away the baby with the water, the water out. Look at the issue of removing subsidies. I mean, how do you run things like this? Now, when you also look at on the other side, my own people from Central, so far they have suffered double jeopardy. You are aware that Naivasha, there are people who had invested there. They are now crying Today, the Susan Kihika, the governor of Nakuru, is pleading that the government goes through on that shift of port operations from Naivasha to Mombasa. But even beyond there, how is it that our regional governments like Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, Southern Sudan, how do you think they are going to react? Because that is also important. For them, it is efficiency. It's not what local politics are playing out here. Yesterday, I think yesterday or the day before, the group of Maasai have moved to a land called Kedong Land that had been bought by some families from a place called Rari constituency in Kiambu. It's called Oderi wa Rari. And that land has been in contention for many years, but it seemed to have been settled during Uhuru's tenure. But now they have revived the case. They tore through the fence yesterday and declared that the matter has to be reopened. They need their land back, 75,000 acres. So all these things are coming because there is an environment that has been created by the new government that anything goes. I am wondering how we are going to deal with the matters of law and order, because when you have now people, courts even releasing people who had corruption-related cases, how do you expect it to fight corruption? So basically, it is a toxic environment that we can only pray. Look at the food. Where are we going? We cannot plan on weather. We can't plan on hope. Well, we are prayerful, and I understand this is an ordained government by God, but also God gives at his own time. You cannot dictate when that will happen. So let us not remove our feet from the pendulum. We must press. We must keep reminding this government that they made commitments that must be met. Otherwise, we have come very far. Baba has sacrificed so many years fighting for this country. And I think he is also feeling restless because he can see like things could go back to the 1990s, which would be a very bad thing for him, having sacrificed his life for such a long time, only to see things get bad for the generations that came after. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Guru. On the issue of God, let me just give one short statement, and then we bring in the opposition leader. One of my senior bishops says the reason why God gave you a mind or a head is so that you can give him rest. It's not everything you go ask from God. See, the reason why God gave you a mind is so that you can give him rest. And there is a reason why life is in different seasons. There's dry season, it's wet season. There is harvest time, there is seed time, and all that. All these things were put there so that your life can be systematic. God is systematic. God is not accidental. And miracles are not a way of life. Miracles are interventions because the laws and the systems of life have been messed up. You cannot say that you're going to live by miracle. Living by miracle is not the normal systematic way of God doing things. When Israel was traveling, because they could not settle in one place, God said the kitchen will be in heaven. We'll be cooking from heaven and raining where you are. But Bible says when they crossed over to get into the promised land, what happened? Manna ceased. Meaning, this time, go dig, go plant, harvest, system. So systems is the norm. Miracles are accidents. So banking on running a country on miracle. I promise you, the systems are going to wind up each and every one of it. And then I can see and smell with the Kenya Kwanza, there is this, if not Mugabe himself, the spirit of Mugabe is behind them. Okay. They think by getting from this one and giving to this one is better. That's not it. Mugabe took land from the white people, gave it to black people, and they said the white should go. And what happened? Now the Zim dollar is not even, is not worthy the name Zim dollar. I've given you the story. Opposition leader, just 1 moment. I've given you the story of young people who saw a lady pushing Zim dollars to the bank using a wheelbarrow. Okay, amejaza hela kwa wheelbarrow, anasukuma magunia kama matatu hivi, anasukuma kuingiza kwa bank ili afanye savings. Then the 3 boys wanted to steal. Okay, so when the lady pushed the door of the bank, okay, so that afungue aingize wheelbarrow, the 3 boys came from behind, wakamwaga hiyo pesa kwa sakafu, and they ran away with the wheelbarrow. Now I want you to see the irony. They left the money with the lady and ran away with the wheelbarrow, meaning the value of the wheelbarrow was better and more than the money that the wheelbarrow was ferrying. Now, if that is where we want to go, then we are doing very well. But if we really want to salvage the situation, we better have a rethink. The process, the issue of withdrawal services from Naivasha. Dr. William Ruto needs to behave like a doctor. Okay? Even a doctor does not take over a patient and removes the trips, removes the medicine. He say, now we are putting you on new medication. He first of all studies the history of the sickness, the state of the sick person. Okay? How will he begin to withdraw drugs from the patient before he introduces a new one? So Dr. William Ruto needed to sit down and calculate which services can we revert to Mombasa? Which services can we retain where? In Naivasha. And which period of time do we need to transit? You don't do that with the stroke of a pen, because now Southern Sudan is reacting. Uganda is reacting. Kenya, without trading with her neighbors, what will she be? This one-sided thinking. Tuko na shida. Okay, opposition leader, are you still there?
Yeah. I'm here, Bwana Bernard.
Karibu and lead the opposition with you.
Asante. I want to tell you, Dr. William Ruto, he did what we call plant ecology, mambo ya experiment. So he's just experimenting with Kenya, what can work and what will not work. And you people are people of little faith. I mean, you should believe that this is a government that is of miracles, God ordained, as the Guru says. And they told us they found empty coffers. They found 93 million. After a week now, they have released 3.5 billion. I mean, don't you see the miracles? You people, this is a miracle working government. Unless you don't see it, because 93 has translated within a week to 3.5 billion. It will not be a wonder in a month it will be 10.5 billion released to the hustlers. So don't discourage the hustlers. In any case, I think, Bernard, let us believe, like with the hustlers, that at one point we'll get fuel ya 70, unga ya 70, and pesa mfukoni, and free Wi-Fi. We are still waiting. Free bundles, free calls, free rides. I mean, this is a miracle working government. Acha tusikuwe na haraka na hii serikali. But having said that, I want to say that uh, every indicator shows that this government will fail and will fail terribly, because you can see, and I want to also correct you that you said that they had not planned. This government had planned to steal, and they stole meticulously to a point whereby they had an exit plan. But what they didn't plan for is what it was the coming after, because they didn't know exactly what to do, how to deal with the drought. Kenya is a more of a semi-arid and desert. Very few areas obtain lanes. In any case, it's 1/3 of the people. So ukipatia hawa watu 1/3 Borea na hakuna mvua, what about the other bigger percentage and the large mass hiyo ingine? What will they do? Yeah, Borea is not a miracle word. It's not the panacea for the problems we go through in Kenya. I don't know why they are overemphasizing that Borea is everything. We cannot eat Borea. Yeah, hata saa hii ukipata Borea Bernard utafanya nini nayo na unakaa kwa gorofa flats? I mean, wanataka tukarange Borea tukule na nyanya, ama wanataka tufanye nini na Borea? Borea is nothing. Hiyo Borea warudishe State House wakae nayo huko, because I'm wondering itasaidia nani? How many farmers do you have in Kenya? You know? And how many people want right now food directly as we speak? Because the point is, there are people dying of hunger in Garissa, in Wajir. They don't need Borea. They need unga. You go to Palestine, go to Uganda, go anywhere, buy unga. And that is why we are saying that immediately he gives a speech in the unga meeting. He also remembers there's an unga problem in Kenya. Akitoka kwa unga, mkutano hiyo ya unga huko New York, ajue kuna shida ya unga Kenya. Na akipata unga ya bei rahisi huko New York, alkuje nayo, tutamrudishia pesa. Because as we speak right now, we have problem with unga. And that is not something that we can play around. Na naona watu kwa comment wakisema sijui Uhuru alikuwa anatumia 4 million per day, sijui nini. What about the money that now we can see pastors wanaenda wanapatiwa kabasha? How much is it? Are we being told how much it is? We don't know. But we also know they used 200 million in the meeting huko Kasarani. We also know that amebeba watu karibu 200 New York wanaenjoy maisha huko, wengine wamevaa vinyasa as we speak, wengine wako ile beach za New York, sijui kama kuna beach. So what we are asking is, you do not bring stories as a money today to justify your failures. That will not work. That will not work. Ruto has problems, and I think he is failing this country now. And now I understand why freedom, they were talking that freedom is coming, because you cannot now convince a murderer after watching Didmus Barasa walk free and abusing everybody after killing. You cannot convince Kenyan murderers that freedom has not come. I think freedom has come to the murderers. Because how do you prosecute Kenyan murderers when their top leaders are murderers? I mean, you cannot convince those who are land grabbers that freedom has not come. Freedom has come. Why? The sitting president has cases of land grabbing. Freedom has come. You cannot convince people who are corrupt that corruption is bad. Corruption is good. Waitito's case has been put off or postponed for that matter. Why? Because freedom has come. So kama siku zile za zamani wakati watu walikuwa wanavaa belly bottom na wengine wanakaa na afro, Bwana Bernard. Sahi, the only fashionable thing in this government is you to join the bad wagon. Yeah? Ni wewe useme advise ati sijui fanya hivi ndio busi yanguke. Hapana. Let there be lawlessness. Let there be anarchy. That is the only thing that will solve this country, because Kenya will be the first African nation with a black skin to have a revolution. Unajua hatujawahi kuwa na hiyo in Africa. No African country has ever had a revolution, but of a black nature. Wale wamekuwa ni Waarabu wa nini. Sasa the first country to teach how Africans should be revolting is Kenya. So we are ready for that, and that is why we are saying we are looking at these failures, because the moment we are unable to pay our bills, to pay our salaries, to control the counties, when they destroy the counties, then what else are we left to? It is all of us who listened and who love this country to wake up every one morning, and we have 1 million people in Nairobi to mbebe tu toothbrush na towel na maji na stove. We shall be eating in Nairobi, drinking until things change. Kwa hivyo naambia Francis, msiwaombe sana ati sijui wa demand nini, wacha vitu ziende sagalabagla. That is the only way Kenya can change. In fact, let me tell you something. If the economy can collapse, that is better for Kenya, because that is where we start now, putting the doors together. But as we speak, we do not have examples to follow. We do not have leadership. We do not have. It's like this country has become a laughing stock, and that is why Wazungus they love country, because they support failure. They support Congo to fail. They support everywhere where there is failure. They don't want stable leaders. They don't want people who can progress the nation. Having said that, let us be keen and let us wait for the day, because the day is not. It's not about whether it will happen. It's about when it is gonna happen. Because surely Kenyans have to say no to all these atrocities, all these things that are happening that are not helping this country. Thank you, Barabara.
Okay, asante bwana opposition leader, tunashukuru kwa hayo na mengi ambayo umechangia. Naomba kila Mkenya amakinike. Cha muhimu tusikubali kila kitu, tukubali yaliyo haki yetu. Kama hatupate haki yetu, ni haki yetu kudemand haki yetu kutokana na wale ambao wanachukua uongozi. Lakini kwa vyovyote vile, let us also not support evil, because there are those who are twisted to an extent that they can support anything as long as it's being done by their party leader or their party, whichever recognized officials. We need to have a government that cares about its people and has a roadmap on how to make lives to continue in a most comfortable way. But if all we are receiving is these mixed signals, we have every reason to fear, and therefore we have to arm ourselves and be ready to agitate for what is rightfully ours. Everyone that seeks leadership must also understand that with leadership comes great responsibility, especially when it has to do with touching on the lives of Kenyans or many people. Ubuntu. Francis, what are you saying?
Yes, hi Bernard. Hi Bernard. I think my camera is looking very dark. I don't know what's the problem, but I'm here.
Okay, just give me a minute, and then Francis has something, then you come in. Francis, unasemaje?
So I've shared the link with you. You can just check it out, and if possible, you play it. It will be of great importance. Just 9 minutes, and it is very educative. Very, very educative.
We will see. We'll see. Ubuntu, take it.
Thank you so much, Bernard. I've been away for some time. I went back home. I was taking a bit of leave. So I've not been on this forum for like maybe 3 or 4 days actively. In the last 2 days, I was also busy at work, moving around. So I've not had a time really to look at what is there in terms of the current affairs, but I saw the processions during the Queen's burial, and a lot of people have commented in terms of what happened. It was a very decent way of doing things, not having a lot of traffic jam, And it was a burial. I think during a burial, we don't need so much protocol. So some kind of lessons that we need to learn and maybe bring back home. I've purposely logged in so that I can be able to. I like how the discussions are ongoing. People are coming back to reality. And I can see now we don't have those kind of strong emotions about UDA and Azimio. And things are trying to shape back. And outside here, people are also feeling. Yesterday, I had some young people trying to do some kind of work at home. And all of them actually they were from UDA, and they were starting to think like, do you think life will become better? No, it will. There are those ones who are still thinking that okay, things will become better, especially on the issue of fertilizer. But others are feeling that okay, if you do, you have the farmers. Will the farmers be forced to sell the maize cheaper because they want to support the government? Where is this government going to get the maize? Does the government grow maize? And I'm thinking that does the government have some kind of option B or C where they are going to import maize? Of course, the previously they've done that. I just wanted to, there is so much hyping about fertilizer, and somebody, is it Mike? Mike has left. Maybe he's in the background. Somebody was trying to talk about is there's so much talk about fertilizer. Fertilizer is not the problem. So I tend to have been doing some kind of farming back home in this year. I've done that 2 years. I think I started doing that after COVID. And I have just some kind of experiences I want to share how much it's gonna cost me this year to produce some kind of maize. And then I'll do that in 2 minutes. Then we can be able to see how life would look like next year. And then the lessons are that fertilizer is not the issue. There are many other factors that are coming up, because for once, everything else went up. Remember, we have pesticides, and all those pesticides are being imported. And remember now the dollar is 120. So look at that. Even the labor, the people you are using to produce the
Sorry,
maize.
Ubuntu.
You can hear me?
Ubuntu, sorry.
Yes.
The network had some surge.
Yes. You lost me.
I think it was from my end. Just carry on.
Okay, so do I go back like 3 seconds?
Yeah. Fertilizer is not the issue.
Yes, fertilizer is not the issue. Of course, the fertilizer in the last year, 2021, the year 2021, we bought fertilizer at 3,000. It wasn't really 20, it is about 3,000 or 3,200. And this year, we used 6,000 per bag of 50 kgs for fertilizer. And a number of people will use one bag for 1 acre, but serious farmers use 2 bags. But moderately, we use about 1.5 bags for fertilizer. So if we were using 6,000, or maybe from 3,000 to 6, so that is an increase of 3,000 per bag of fertilizer. And I'm talking about 1 acre. But a number of people, you realize you'll use 1.5 bags if you want to do well. So that means in planting, I had an extra of 4,500 at planting level. By the time we were trying to do top dressing, that is after 6 weeks, when the fertilizer had already gone to 7,500. So we had an increase of now 4,500. We are topping up to the 3,000 initially, or the 3,500. Then you are also doing another top dressing, that is urea, before the maize is able to start producing the cobs. So when you add all that, you realize that you have about 3,000, about 3,000, about 4,000. That is about 4,000, 4,000 is 8, and 3, about 12. About 12, let's say about 14,000 per acre in excess of fertilizer for this year. But that is a lot for a farmer. If you're talking about like you have to cough 14,000 more. But I've talked about the pesticides. there were so many pesticides this year that you had to spray like the crops almost like every other 3 weeks or so. So we did about 4 times. Personally, I did 4 times. So the pesticides were very expensive. And then the labor, you have to get people to spray. So people, because of the cost of living is very high, the cashews, where I come from, is like they used to do 300 per day or 250 from 8 in the morning to 1. So everybody had jammed, they were not taking that job. So you had to pay around 300 or 350 because everybody is struggling. The cost of transport, how much do you use? The fuel is high. How much do you use to transport everything else, whether it's people, whether it's the fertilizers of the maize, from the hardwares, from wherever they are to their farm. So basically, if I do that summary, and I'm going through maybe the summary, one of the things is that because of the increase in fuel, we used to do like plowing with maybe 1800 to 1800. Now this year we did 2200. You realize we have a top up of 400, yeah, using the tractor, and you have to do the harrowing. It used to be 18, now that one has gone to 2000. You see, everything else, you're using the planter. We used to plant with the planter 1000, now it's 1500. So it's not only about the fertilizer. There are many other factors. You're looking at labor, it's gone high. You are looking at the fertilizer, yes. You are looking at the pesticides. You are looking at the transportation, and not even the dishonesty that is there. When I do that calculation, I'm going to, by the time, in 1 month's time, by the time I do harvesting of those maize, I'll have used 52,200 per acre to produce the maize. And looking at it, I'm not seeing myself getting 25 bags per acre. So I've already used 52. I'm just really trying to put down all the information. So, and I'm not seeing myself getting 25 bags because the rain, there was no rain actually. The rain at planting, there was rain was very scanty. This is the time I'm seeing it's raining, but it's already late. So if I've used 52, or on a minimum somebody used 50,000, and then you get 22 bags, you know, I've already included even the cost of harvesting and everything else, and then you get 25. That means how much will you sell? Because when the unga was about 100 or 120, sometimes last year, I remember we did the maize was selling at 2,000. We were selling 2,200, you know, that time. But now, nobody is going to sell this maize at 2,000. Nobody is going to sell at 3,000, you know, for real. Now, even if they subsidize the fertilizer, even if they did the fertilizer, they bring it back to 3,500, I can only just reduce the 52,000 by 15,000 or so. So I'll just be at 40. I'll be using 40,000 to produce the maize, the 25 bags of maize, because of you also have other factors like rain. So then now we are looking at when will the maize the maize go down. So I was just trying to bring that kind of perspective, is that what does it cost to bring the cost of maize down, even if you had the fertilizer going down. So just trying to bring it to perspective to the listeners who are on this forum, and anybody else who's involved in this. They've said they brought in their fertilizers. I don't know the places that have the short rains and what they plant. I know there are short rains that are coming. I don't know what they plant. And we are also hopeful. And somebody said is that we are optimistic. We just need to appreciate what the government is doing. Maybe that is one initiative. But then they need to sit down within that ministry and everybody else. I also saw something very serious about the drought. That was so scary, and that ministry needs to scale up, because they can be able to project that the drought is coming. It's coming up. It is really sad for those pastoralists to see the animals dying. You can't imagine. It's like you have all your animals dying every year, then you start afresh. You do not have food, you do not have anything. And I think somebody has talked about our leaders really enjoying themselves. Personally, I'm really saddened, and I've always been saddened by two things: floods, and then that drought, and this kind of starvation, where we have really a lot of things that we are putting down that are not really priorities. Somebody needs to really start planning on how they can be able to handle droughts and advise farmers. When I grew up, the agricultural extension officers who are all over in the village, just saying, this is tea. When you prune tea, you do not use easy miti kama kuni. They were all walking around. But now, who is advising the farmers in terms of, like, you'll expect a drought? What is it that you can be able to do with your livestock? Can we take them somewhere and then later on you get compensation? I'm not an expert in that, but somebody needs to really come up. Even the farmers are farming through guesswork. Even for us who are farming, people are like, which mbolea are you putting? How much? That kind of guesswork. Others are mixing all sorts of mboleas. Others are planting. They do not even know the right seed. During that season, people are like, hey, unapanda nini? Hey, unapanda gani? What worked better? By there also, there's also something like this year, there were no right seeds for the farmers. Okay, that is from me, Bernard. Maybe people can be able to chip in. Over.
Thank you, Obutu. We appreciate that. And that's where the dilemma lies, okay? That this government is keen to increase agriculture production, but from from hands off, okay? They just bring fertilizer, and fertilizer will generate enough production that will be able to feed the entire country. It's really shocking, the kind of expectations Kenyans have and the kind of leaders that are playing. Yes, Mr. Guru.
Yes, to support Obutu, I read somewhere the farmers in North Rift have already given the government caution that it should not interfere with the prices, because a bag of maize will be going at 5,000 shillings. And you can't fault them, because, like she has explained, there has been a lot of costs that the farmers have incurred. So when are we ever going to have cheap unga on the shelves? We are not cheating ourselves. Or alternatively, Obutu, you look for alternative for your maize, because what these guys are likely to do, they will go out there and buy cheap maize and dump it in the market. And then the same farmer that is purported to be being assisted, will now face another dilemma. So I don't know whether there is that proper planning that is being done, not to give our local farmers a hope that will not be there. I've seen some guy here saying, we'll give a guaranteed minimum returns. Guaranteed minimum return is another subsidy. It's actually subsidy. It can't be anything else, because if you are to sell your maize at 3,000, and then the government puts 2,000 to give you 5,000, it means it has subsidized the price at the market level. So what is this? I am telling you, the things that this government promised people are not practical. Like she has explained very well, farming is not about fertilizer only. Fertilizer is just one of the components. There is a reaper, there is the pesticides, there is quality seeds, there is storage, and so on and so forth. There is water. So when you now have a government that is planning for our food security and its fixation is only fertilizer, then you see where the problem comes in. It's a big problem, because things are about to fail. Already we are at the center of one of the worst droughts in many years. I have not heard anybody talk about relief food. I have not heard any contingency measure to deal with the pastoralists who are dying. I saw one person from Northeastern asking, now that these places have been given fertilizer, what about us? Do we now go for the fertilizer, take it to the meeting Kisiagi, and convert it into unga for food? So I mean, there is no holistic look at the food security issue in the short term, medium term, and long term. And that is where the planning of this government is wrong. It can't work. How do you tell a person who is not satisfied to go to the farm? They are already too weak even to be productive. They have to first fill their berries before they go to the farm. That is precisely the problem. Look at the fuel. Fuel is something that cannot be overlooked in terms of increasing costs. Most of those farmers live kilometers away from the market centers. And obviously they will incur costs. Okay? So I don't know what exactly this government is thinking. Otherwise, I think they have left almost everything to the Almighty God, which is, hata Mungu anasema, angalau, you know, you've been like Bernard said, you've been given brain by God to use it to you know. And then again, the Uhuru government had promised fertilizer at 2,500. How then all of a sudden it has become 3,500? Who is asking these questions? You know, some of these things, how did it just jump by 1,000 shillings? Why? Is it the same program or is it a different program? Asante Bernard.
Okay, asante bwana Guru.
Sorry, Bernard.
Yes.
Just in 2 seconds, let me just chip in. I think the government is moved very fast to come up with some kind of decisions without really analyzing those kind of scenarios that I was talking about in terms of what is it that is on the ground that needs to be worked on. And I believe they are importing fertilizers, and anything you import is about dollars. The shilling is at 120 or 118 or 119, something like that. Those are some of kind of the factors. Maybe they need to go down and then try to analyze what is it that it cost, making the cost to go so high. Already we have shortage. By the way, even that maize it's not there, it's not in the market, so that you can be able to say how much are you buying. I know maybe even in Nairobi, maize is cheaper than back in the rural areas where it's produced, because I hear some traders are already now getting maize from Tanzania. But now this fertilizer, what happened is that you will have subsidized fertilizer in the government. Where do they call? In the government stalls, because what people do, they'll go register. The farmers will register at ward level. Then they have their names taken. There's a database. Then you wait for that fertilizer. What happened this year? There was a fertilizer actually for 2,000, but that fertilizer was brought at the end of July. And at the end of July, the maize were almost ready. So when you get this fertilizer, does it help you? It's already late. And then that fertilizer is not in the shops. We hope that this fertilizer they are talking about will be in the normal shops, and hoping they can be able to curb that kind of magendo, where you have is like you have a medicine in the public hospitals, but then you have those people who are there, they collude, they take them to their pharmacies. So we hope that that fertilizer, the government subsidized fertilizer, wherever it is, we are not going to have collusion again, where people are going to take it by themselves, then they start selling it. But we are all in agreement that they need to take up that what they call the bottom up, where they start analyzing where is the problem. Yesterday I saw the governor, is it the governor for Governor Mudomi is saying is that how much are you allocating to the agriculture sector within the counties versus the national? And he was saying is that what sort of agriculture is happening in Kilimo House, because that's where most of the budget is. So the argument was we need to have more money, more funds dispersed to the counties, because that's where the action is. And I liked that question. Now, what is happening is the county governments talking about promoting food security, promoting, assisting and working with the farmers, or is it only the national government is struggling to bring fertilizer? Those are some of the questions that maybe needs to be discussed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Butu, for that. And that's my very reasoning. If we really want to be food secure, and agriculture is part of what is devolved, why can't we engage agriculture viable counties to have their own food production programs, other than counting on private farmers and their private farms to generate enough food for the country? Why not diversify? Like I was suggesting, NMS now in Nairobi, it has been relieved of its duties. Why can't it be given duty to go and grow maize and grow some food stuff? There is enough land around. They can be allocated land, given that their fertilizer and that their seedlings, so that now we'll have government produced farms to mitigate for areas that are not agriculturally viable. So the maize from the government land goes straight to Garissa, goes straight to Marsabit, goes straight to dry areas. And then we let the rest of the agriculture viable counties now eat whatever they are producing. If the government is not directly involved into production, I don't trust the outcome of whatever they are planning to do. Yes, if I'm not the one to do it, then I can't speak as if I know the outcome, unless it's a particular systematic approach, which in my opinion, I have a lot of reservation. I can only speak for me, and if it depends on me. But if somebody else is involved, then I will have to consult with that person, and then I can only trust that person after he has delivered, so that I report, hey, so and so promised this, and he has brought. That is when it's on the table. But if another person, the one going to dig the farm, plant the farm, and then produce the maize, and you're guaranteeing that the cost of living is going to drop because you brought fertilizer, Kenya Kwanza wanatu enjoy. Na tuanze tu kujiandaa mapema, kwa sababu kama hivi ndio style, naona hii enjoyment itakuwa long lived. Captain, iko nini?
Bernard and Guru, Francis Mukungi, Samuel Yeresi. How are you guys?
We are good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So now, Bernard, the
Yes.
decorum and the behavior in this platform a long time before, and lastly, when I remember, I went to toilet and I put myself on backstage and I was removed. I was taken back to backstage because I went to toilet. But I see somebody like Obutu, I'm not even the base, the face, but the person is talking. I'm sorry if at all if it is Obutu, but I've heard of a sound of a lady speaking, but I don't see the face. The behavior and the decorum in this platform must be respected to everybody, not only to other people, but to all of us. That is what I was talking about.
Captain, I need assistance. I don't know what's happening from my side. I've always been Bernard. Do you have some IT support? I've always been open. I also don't know what is making that place just look dark. I clicked somewhere, then it just disappeared. So
Sorry,
Captain,
Obutu, it
yes.
depends. Are you on phone or on laptop?
No, I'm using my laptop.
You're using a laptop. I think you need to
Yes, I
restart your
clicked
machine.
I clicked somewhere showing remove from stream, edit name, edit audio. So I don't know. But Captain, I'm sorry for that. If I'm assisted,
Okay,
you'll be able to
thank you very much. But you know, you've been victims of
Order,
being
Bwana
thrown
Captain.
off the stage.
Order, Bwana Captain. Thank you very much. You raised the point of order. Let it be dealt with. But she had excused herself when she came. She didn't understand what's happening, and we needed to know what she was saying. So Obutu will request that you restart your laptop, and then you allow the StreamYard to configure the camera and the audio. So just restart it. I think it will recover. Thank you. Yes, France, your hand was up.
So there are those people who are very optimistic with the UDA government. I have a question for you people. It is a principle of life that a problem can be solved by a greater mind than the one that created the problem. Do you think that the UDA government has a greater mind, or that the same mind that created the problem? That's the question I'm asking, because as a school, you cannot do an exam as a student and you mark yourself. You require a lecturer who has a greater mind to verify you. So I think your optimistic is just short-lived so much, because
Asante Francis, you have asked your question. Wait for the answer. Thank you, Captain.
The question for Francis, I think it is a very simple question. I think Francis is taking us back to the previous government, that the previous government created a problem that wanted us as UDA or Kenya Kwanza to solve. What was the reason of creating the problem, Francis Mwangi, for UDA government to solve? That was not our intention, my friend. We had our own manifesto, and we are working under our own manifesto. We are not working under solving problems that were created by the previous government. That is a very big no.
Francis, mute your mic. Francis, mute your mic. But Captain, what is the difference between UDA and Jubilee when UDA was a branch of Jubilee?
Jubilee was just we were just away from Jubilee long time ago. The last time I saw Jubilee officers in this auction,
you went with even 99% of Jubilee. So
Jubilee,
you are the problem
Jubilee is
we are
auction.
solving.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Cheraisi.
Jambo wote.
Hatujambo vipi?
Poa. I was listening to contributions regarding the cost of living under KK, and what presidents are the Queen Elizabeth funeral. Those are the things I was listening in. So regarding the presidents in Queen Elizabeth, I think we are taking it a little bit too serious. Yeah, I don't. For me, I think what the designer of the topic wanted us to discuss was about like them being bused to the venue. I don't personally don't think there's an issue with that. In most Western countries, busing is not looked down upon just the way we do in Kenya. Back in Kenya, we we expect so and so not to be seen riding a bus or doing this and that. So we cannot really export that kind of mentality everywhere. There's no problem with riding a bus in a collegiate manner. I know the only president that road is on what motorcade was the president of United States. For the president of United States, they always aircraft their motorcade in advance. So we would not expect our president in Kenya to airlift all this motorcade to go and do that in London. Anyway, that said, let's go back to the cost of living under KK. Oh, Kenya Kwanza administration is what? It's not even a month, or even it's not even 3 weeks. So there's no enough data or information to even analyze this in detail. But that said, the cost of food in Kenya has been a struggle for both the producer and the consumer. When the consumer gets the price he wants, that is like when the consumer gets a cheaper price for maize, for instance, it means the producer is selling it for cheap, which means he's not happy. So we have been on a pendulum. We have been on a pendulum of some kind. Either the farmers are crying that their product is selling for cheap and they're not getting the worth for their product, or the consumer is crying that the unga is cheap in Nairobi. So we have the urban dweller who wants the cheap unga, and we have the farmer back in the village who wants to sell their maize for more to recover the cost of production. So I think when we strike a balance there, we'll be able to come to agreement. Otherwise, I agree with the president that we cannot sustainably subsidize consumption. Subsidizing consumption means we are basically buying hunger for people. Like the government is basically buying, like if a bag of hunger is 200 shillings and the government subsidizes 100 shillings, so it's basically buying it up for you, So it's not sustainable. That's a fact. Politics aside, it's not sustainable economically. With the budget we are working on as a nation, where 65% of the money in the treasury goes for recurrent expenditure. Mostly on that recurrent expenditure, almost 80% goes to paying loans. So we have to finally one day bite the bullet and say enough is enough. We need to fix these things painfully and once and for all. So politics aside, it will take leadership. It will take people who don't care whether they are elected or re-elected, but fix the problem. Fix this problem of madeni mingi. A nation is like a family. Kama jamii yako 80% of your income ni ya kulipa madeni, you are poor automatically, no question. And so we need to look deeply into that, because even the fertilizer we are talking about is import. Somebody mentioned it. It's import based. So when you are importing something from somewhere, you are creating employment for those people wherever you are importing it from. So we'll need a manufacturing base for those things we don't have. And when we do that, we'll be able to create employment for us as Kenyans, because like those thousands and millions of fertilizers we are importing from a manufacturer somewhere who is creating employment for their people, who is basically sucking our our like foreign. We are using a lot of money because the dollar is way up now, so it takes even more money from us to import those products. So you will need a serious, deep, concrete solution, which it will include manufacturing. It will include diversification of food. It should not be just one ugali. We're saying ugali every day. There's some food which we can produce without much need for fertilizers in different regions, because now we are focused on the maize.
Okay,
You know.
Other Bwana Guru, ngoja kwanza.
Other than that,
Mm.
I want us to give the Kenya Kwanza time. They just like they're two weeks. Are they 2 weeks in office? It's not even 2 weeks.
Bwana Cheraisi, that's where I differ with you. These people are not 2 weeks. These people have been in government from 2013.
Just because you have been in government as a
2 weeks
chief
is an excuse. No,
you know,
Goja.
Even a local chief has been in government for like maybe 30 years, but they can't effect anything.
No, you're holding brief for them. Okay, I'll give you just an example of Mtembe TV. Okay, the way you are speaking now is not the way you spoke the first day you came to the show. Okay, there's a difference because you've been here for a while. So when you come in, you don't come in as a visitor. You know the rules, you know the standing orders, you just flow. You cannot have been in government where the Speaker of the National Assembly, Wetangula, was talking his 6th term in Parliament. Okay, he's a veteran, more than a veteran. These are experienced people. So their experience is not suspended because they were sworn in 3 weeks ago. That experience is what they bring to exercise. And I don't think they need more time to add anything on that their experience. We want and we demand delivery. One of the reasons why you ask for government is because you have seen loopholes. That when you come in, you're going to block those loopholes and you're going to make the economy begin to produce and make life better for the people. But if you come in and then begin to experiment and say, let us take saliva, take to the laboratory. Let's take the blood, take to the laboratory. Let's see where our problem is bedeviling us. That is not the kind of doctor we were waiting for. We needed a doctor to come and fix our crisis, at least stop our ailment, and help us move forward. But now the doctor comes in, he takes away all our drugs, and he says he's still experimenting on which drug is good enough for our sickness. Doesn't he want us to die? So Kenya Kwanza must deliver and must begin to deliver like yesterday. Not more time. There is no more time left for them to check anything. If they were not ready for office, they should just walk out quietly and let us find somebody who can fix the Kenyan problem. Fertilizer, I still don't get how fertilizer can be a permanent solution to the problem. I don't think it should even be in the bracket of what to be considered, not fertilizer. You would have told me land issue, you would have told me the seed, you would have told me let's have our agriculture registered, okay? Registered so that we know how many farms we have, how much bags we produce per annum. If let's audit our farm, that could make more sense. That fertilizer leaving Russia coming to Kenya is a solution. Hapo sielewi mimi. Let Guru ask you. You're going, Bwana Cheraisi, relax. You're going to
Samuel
to respond. Guru, ask your
Samuel.
question so that Samuel can respond together. Yeah.
Samuel, how are you? Samuel, why do governments exist? what this government has done is like coming and finding people with a plate of ugari on the table, withdrawing it, and telling people to wait for the maize that will come in 4 months. If a government does not exist to intervene when people are having food distress, then I don't know what other interest that government has. Maybe you have an answer for that. Number two, who tells you that fertilizer is the only problem that we have in agriculture? And how sure are you that rains will come and then food will be in abundance and then prices will that is precisely the problem we are having here. This is a government that is, somebody called Jammeh. There's a president called Jammeh who depends on voodoo to run the government. He even told people that HIV/AIDS can be cured by some funny type of abracadabra. I think that is the problem we are having here. Maybe you need to advise because you seem to hold brief for this government. You need to tell them that Kenyans live from hand to mouth. They are not going to wait for 6 months for maize crop to come to the market. People will die, my friend. It's as simple as that.
Franz, another question?
Yes, I have a question.
Make it brief so that Teacher Rais can respond at once, and then we move on.
So what was so big that they could not retain the subsidy for 4 months before they sponsor production so that the Kenyans should not suffer? What was so hard that they could not retain subsidy for the 4 months? Then they subsidy fertilizer. Then later now they remove subsidy having our own maize.
Good.
Bwana Samuel, you can respond now.
All right. I'll start with your point, Bernard. You talked about these people just came in. Yeah, they were part of the government. Like you gave a good example of Mr. Wetangula, who was a senator. Yes, he's been a senator for long, but he's the first time speaker. So things change. Okay. As far as this government having been part of most people here have been part of the government for a long time. This is the first time His Excellency William Ruto is the president ever, and at the moment they don't even have a cabinet, so they still yet to even constitute a cabinet. So things, as far as we want them to be so quick, I want them to, but I'm realistic. I'm not going to say, okay, I'm waiting for a magic wand to happen today. I'm realistic that they don't even have a cabinet yet. They have been the government for less than 2 weeks. So I'll give them benefit of the doubt for them. Mr. Guru, I think you said, what's the point of being a government, and why shouldn't they? I think it was the same point with Mr. Bernard. Why shouldn't they act right now? Yes, they're acting now, except that some things don't run, by just wishful thinking. There's procedures, and that must be followed regardless. We are not running a dictatorial kind of government where Ruto can just do whatever he wishes to just end the njaa ya watu. He wishes to do that, but there are procedures to be followed. Mr.
Bwana Samuel,
Oh,
let
no,
me finish
no,
answering
no,
this.
no.
You can ask yours first.
Please,
Mr. Mufungi,
please, Bwana Samuel. When it came to ending services in Naivasha, there was no second thought. When it came to swearing in the judges that were rejected by Uhuru, there was no time wasting. When it comes to the hunger of Kenyans, You are telling us procedure. That parliament, that cabinet. Hey,
So,
please.
Mr. Mugungi, you were asking why should they have retained the subsidy for 4 months, 6 months, whatever months? Fact is, there's no money to sustain that 7 billion a day subsidy at the moment. So
No, no,
things
no,
have
no.
to things have to be reorganized in this government the right way. Wasteful spending has to be put in check, has to be removed, and all that. The place has to be cleaned up. We
What
cannot
are 100
continue
people doing in
bleeding
UK?
like that and expect miracles.
It's okay. It's okay. Order, Banaguru. And Samuel, your audio seems to be very poor today.
Oh
You
Lord.
need to work on it. We are
Okay.
getting you, but very roughly. You need to
How
work
is it
on that.
now? How is it now?
Okay, that's I think it has improved.
Okay. I don't know what was wrong.
Okay, so Guru is saying 100 people, what are they doing in the United States? At what cost? If subsidy cannot be afforded.
Okay, somebody asked that. Let me respond to that. Say 100 people doing what where?
In the UK,
Say it again, Mr.
at
Bennett.
US.
The president and his team.
At the UN, right?
At the UK and the US, of course, the double trips. Who is footing the bill?
Who is putting the bill? That is already budgeted. Kenya is part of the United Nations.
And the subsidy?
No, it's okay. Carry on.
The budget of the office of the president. Am I clear?
The budget of the president's office.
Am I clear? Let me go out and come back.
I think get out and then come back, please. It is it's on and off.
Okay, all right. Let me come out and go back.
Rekebisha alafu utarudi baadaye. Asante. Kuna mtu hapa amenitusi vizuri, anasema anaitwa nani, Geoffrey Root, anasema Bernard, do you really know what it takes to produce a bag of maize? I may not look like it, but let me just tell you, I started planting maize when I was in standard 2, and weeding and harvesting. And the general supervisor of our farm was our mother, when our father was of course working in the city. So there is nothing about maize planting that you can begin to educate me on the same now, including commercials now. So you can add now that standard 2 experience up to now. I know what it takes to have maize produced. If you want abundance, if you want lean, if you want to harvest twice in a year, if you want to harvest 3 times a year, there is what to do to get that done. The reason why I don't trust Kenya Kwanza and their approach in their solving issues is because their roadmap doesn't promise anything reliable. It's not scientific, it's not spiritual, it's not psychological. I don't understand the whole thing, because you cannot just wake up and say fertilizer is the issue. How much land do we have in the country that is able to produce maize? How much of that land is put to use? How do we tap into devolution to help us be food secure? For example, to know how much land available for agriculture and is able to produce, let every county account for the land they have and how much of it is productive. But inye kuruka hapa Nairobi na Harambee House ati mnaleta fertilizer kutoka wapi? Ikuje kufanya nini? Kenyans are not that nini. They are patient, yes. They are tolerant, yes. Lakini worse comes to worse, you will see the color you don't expect. Watu wakae kwa parliament waongee tena kuhusu agriculture. And then mnasema mmekuwa kwa government for 3 months, for 3 weeks. That is not it. When I ask for a job or when I ask for service, that's why they ask for experience. When you go for interview, how much experience do you have in this line of whatever you're asking to do? So being president after having been deputy president for 10 years, you still have got some things to experiment in order to know what to do. Hai nyi watu mnafanya mimi nianze kuuliza shule gani mlienda alafu niende kuchukua school fees kwa sababu hakuna haja. Hakuna haja. You cannot have been deputy president for 10 years and you are now president and you're still experimenting on what to do to help the country, that you're still young and you're still checking things. There is nothing to check. By the time you're moving in that office, you knew that office inside out and you knew what to do to fix the problem in that office. If that is not the case, Kenya Kwanza, ninyi ndio mtakuwa wa kwanza kung'atuliwa. I guarantee you that. Now, nani
Just to add something, Bernard,
Yes,
someone said that they have not formed the cabinet. So who is to blame for that? And why? Why should they stay for 2 weeks? What is the problem? It then means they have issues that are beyond us, that we can't understand. Because even within 2 days, he should have formed that cabinet so that he can start work. It seems he doesn't understand the magnitude of the problem that the country is facing, so that people can start working. So to tell us that, Sijui cabinet has not been formed, that is hogwash. We can't take that one as an excuse.
who needs to form a cabinet in order to function? I thought these people said that the Supreme Court case is taking too long. It's causing them delay. They already have a cabinet. They already have everything ready to move. Let them move into action right now. And moving into action requires that there will be practical approach. We are not crying or rather questioning the reasoning behind the removing of subsidy on basic needs. The rationale behind that needs to be well explained. Because if you say you are removing subsidy from petrol and petroleum products and then from foodstuff, and you're taking it to fertilizer, okay? So that farmers can get fertilizer at a cheaper price and then plant maize. By the time that maize is ready, every Kenyan will be dead. Who will be eating the maize? In fact, the farmers themselves. So ninyi mnieleze tu vizuri, pole pole tu nataka kuelewa. Lakini kama hii ndio mtindo mmekuja nayo, ati hii ndio kubadilisha Kenya, ati hii ndio kupeleka Kenya mbele, naona hii Kenya ikiwameza yenyewe tu, yenyewe na kwa maneno yenu wenyewe. Yes, Francis.
So actually, Bernard, I've just remembered something right now is that the International Monetary Fund has produced a list of conditions that Kenya must follow from August this year, from October this year. One is to remove subsidy on petroleum, on maize, on flour, to cut salaries of civil servants. That one should be clear with you. By October, civil servant salary will be slashed because our days are almost sailing. are almost on the sailing level. So we need to reduce us to can be able to pay the loans. So whatever we are adding to the time like that of Greece during the reign of Alexis Tsipras, when Greece had to abide by the European Union condition. So Kenyans, we should bless more. I'm telling you this so that you can be prepared mentally. It is coming home. Hardship is coming home. High cost of living is coming home. It's not an issue of when, but it is not an issue of if, but it's when. Because one, subsidy will be removed. Secondly, there will be slashing of servants, civil servants' salary. That is a report of under IMF. You can access it. You can read it very clear to get an insight of what October will be like. Right now we are just complaining ni juujuu tu, ni ile tu tumeona tu moshi, bado kuna moto uko chini unakuja mbio sana. So we should be ready for that. So for those of you who are there giving hopes, you should be ready for that. That's something that is adding us information. You can download the report and read.
That is what the deputy president and the president should call and tell us, not to take us for a ride and say we are removing subsidy from maize and taking it to fertilizer. They should just say we are removing subsidy to comply with IMF demands for the loans that we owe. Okay, so Kenyans, help us comply with the international community because we need this loan to continue. Be plain about it. Don't take Kenyans for fools by saying that you're looking for a lasting solution. Which lasting solution that is there other than protecting the livelihood of Kenyans? And now that salaries are being cut, what's going to happen? And then you're saying when salaries are being cut, you're increasing NSSF and NHF. Kenya is in for something. Now, Bwana Guru, I want to leave this chair to you. You continue with the show. Julia is around. She will be adding people to the screen until the night school comes in. The night teachers comes in, and then we will proceed with the rest of the show.
Just when I wanted to excuse myself.
If you must go, you leave it with opposition leader. Opposition leader knows what to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Opposition leader.
Is he there?
Opposition leader. Yeah. Okay. Even you leave it with Francis.
Francis can do it.
Whichever the case, is not far from the time when the other guys will come in. I need to take an early rest. I had a 2 hours class just before I started the show, and my head is expanding. I don't want it to break down. I need to be here to see how Kenya Kwanza want to take me. Yeah, Samuel, you're back. You can give your response. Let's see if your audio is better.
Hello, clear?
Better.
Okay. I've been listening to you people with tough questions. Either maswali ni ngumu sana. Francis Mugugi, you talked about something about IMF and the possibility of a crisis in the future. Yes, if we play the way we do, if we keep on taking loans and loans and loans, ya kukula na ya kufanyia everything without a plan, Kenya is not immune from being like Greece. So we have to be responsible as a nation. We have to take our country back to where Kibaki had it. His loan to ratio, debt to income ratio for the country was very good. So we have to take it there painfully, and we have to cut the irresponsibility and budgeted expenditure, the ones we saw under Uhuru. He messed up He messed up big time, and we have to accept that and swallow it painfully as it is. We
Bwana
have
Samuel,
to
Bwana
get
Samuel,
back to our reality.
what expenditure did Uhuru spoil? You people, why are you still blaming Uhuru for what you are part of?
Deni ya Kenya at the moment, it takes about 80% of our current expenditure. Our expenditure, most of it goes to Deni, which was accumulated by Uhuru, signed left and right.
No,
Without,
swali ni
without
kwamba deni
checking.
ya Kenya haichukuliwi State House na haichukuliwi nyumbani kwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Deni ya Kenya kabla yanze kuzungumziwa inakuwa kwa cabinet, okay, inaenda mpaka parliament. Hii masuala yote kuyafanya kwamba ni majukumu ya Uhuru na ni decisions za Uhuru inatoka wapi? Secondly, when Kibaki took over this government in 2002, then the economy was at negative. Everything was negative. Okay? He never came in and says, we are cutting this subsidy, we are removing this subsidy so that we save this and save that. He got into office, there was nothing, and he took responsibility. One, sustain the lives of Kenyans. Two, put mitigation so that in 3 months' time, we'll have this working and we'll have reversed this down spiraling of the economy to upward rising by putting measures. But ninyi mko hapa kuprotect, kukata hii pesa huku mkipeleka huku, mkikata hii pesa mkipeleka huku, kukata hii pesa mkipeleka huku. That means hamna plan ya kuongeza hata hii pesa.
No, when you find yourself in a hole, you stop digging. That's the first thing. So we are stopping to dig as a nation.
You cannot stop digging.
Be better.
You cannot stop digging if you except you are ready to die inside the hole. One way of staying alive in the hole is you must keep moving. The moment you stop digging, you will die inside the hole. So this hole tumekuwa ndani for, let's say, 5 years under Uhuru. Okay? Uhuru is yet to come to one presser and say, nimeshindwa. Okay? Na hii economy. Nimeshindwa na kulisha wa Kenya. Nimeshindwa na kulipa county government. Nimeshindwa na kulipa mishahara. Thick and thin, he has been able to survive for 5 years. You are hardly 21 days in office. You are crying to all Kenyans. What's the difference between you and the Uhuru?
Actually, Alishinda, all the counties will tell you they barely got 60% of their allocations. Barely. All the counties will tell you that. So Alishinda, and you remember there's a time he ended up akasema, mimi nimeshindwa, we lose $2 billion a day in corruption. Hakuna kitu ndafanya. So basically he was saying nimeshindwa. So Alishinda.
No. That was in relation to corruption. It had nothing to do with running of government.
Corruption. If you are not corruption, you can't say I'm running the government and you are losing $2 billion shillings a day. There's something wrong there.
Oh, there's something wrong there. And now, have you recovered the 2 billion that have you, since you've been in office for 5 days? Are the 10 billion added to the 93 million?
Corruption will be a thing of the past. We are not going to be losing $2 billion shillings a day. No.
So zile pesa zilikuwa zinapotea, mimi nauliza zimepatikana?
That's for sure.
Yeah?
As the potato, that's for sure. We have sealed all those loopholes.
Oh,
ilikuwa ina include ma subsidies so for fake companies, billions a day for subsidies, which oil which never reach Mahindi. Ilikuwa include all those fake subsidies, included everything.
interesting times. I'm looking forward to seeing that day. I would not believe you until I've seen that now translate. If you can't pay for the feeding of your people and you can't guarantee and then you say you have sealed the loopholes for losing money, inachanganya kidogo, lakini
basically
we'll give it a benefit of doubt.
I'm sorry. Let me interject you for excuse me because it's rude anyway. But let me tell you, Kenya have not been relying on to be fed by the government. Kenyans have been feeding themselves. What Kenya Kwanza is looking for is to enable Kenyans to feed themselves. See at the serikali haitulishi. That's not the Kenyan spirit. Kenyans have been feeding themselves. Otherwise, they have been feeding themselves. So what Kenya wants is a government that will enable them to feed themselves. And that's what Kenya Council will do.
These Kenyans will be feeding themselves from the sky, or from Uganda.
They have been feeding themselves
from Tanzania.
Bernard or even Guru or Mugungi, when is the last time government fed you?
Even today. I was able to go to the supermarket and I went to the supermarket, bought whatever I bought, I ate because of government.
You bought.
If there was no government,
you bought. You bought. You bought.
If there is nothing I buy that I did not make because of government. I'm part and parcel. I'm part and parcel of the economy. Goja, I'm part and parcel of the Kenyan economy.
You bought. You have your bank account. We want Kenya Kwanza government will make it better for you to enjoy more money and feed yourself without even worrying about.
Samuel, I think you've been long gone. You don't understand Kenya. I'll put it that way. Although you also need to. I don't know what has happened to you today. Either your audio is not, it doesn't want you to talk, or there is something wrong with your gadget. You need to fix it once and for all. Since you're the one advocating for permanent solution, find a permanent solution for that one for now. But like Guru told you very well, Kenyans live from hand to mouth, and that is the majority of Kenyans. Your story of fertilizer and the sustainable story of permanent solution for what is not adding up. We should be able to go out, go to industrial area, make our money, buy our unga, come and cook and eat. Then the following day we go and do the same. It's not 5 days. Geoffrey Ruto is not 5 days. Deputy president 10 years, now president for 5 days. That is 10 years and 5 days. It's not 5 days. Mwache hiyo mchezo. Hiyo kama ndio propaganda mmetumwa hapa kwenda kupumbaza nao wa Kenya kwamba we have just been in office for 5 days. It's not 5 days. It's 10 years plus 5 days. And if the 10 years don't count, then there is no need of you having them in that office for the 5 days, for that matter. Yes, Bwana Francis.
No, you see, one thing that I understand, the only way the Kenya Kwanza government can increase revenue that can be used for expenditure, one, they can either reduce the cost of running the government, That means reducing the packages that the MPs, the CS, and the PS takes at home. That is their salaries, or they increase the taxable capacity. The taxable capacity of a country, you increase the number of people who are getting taxed by the government. That is to means those who are not employed to get employment and start paying taxes. So when they are talking about increasing money in counties and everything else, and they are not taking the two position, either to reduce the expenditure of salaries and other allowances, or to increase the taxable capacity, all will be in vain, because at the end of the day we shall be solving one problem creating another problem. Unatoa kazi Nakuru unapeleka Mombasa, unafikiri umeongeza employment. That is just like uchukue kiti kwa kona ya nyumba moja upeleke kona ingine. Hiyo issue kuongeza kiti kwa nyumba. Get out, work and bring another new chair in the house. So that's the only way they can solve the problem if they want to increase the amount of money that are being spent. The other thing they should also note, those people that are coming to blame here, the people who are trying to blame Uhuru for everything, they should understand that budgets are prepared on anticipation of revenue. What are we likely to collect in the end of the year? The question is, during the corona time, people were in the lockdown. They never worked for anything. Where were they supposed to pay taxes? When you are being given those tax holidays by the government, people who are earning less than 24,000 not to pay taxes, were they not seeing that the amount of money they were losing because of cautioning people against coronavirus? And now they are coming to blame Uhuru of not giving counties 80%, 100% of their money. Where could he have gotten it? Whereas we know very well people are cautioned against taxes, and that's the money that the government depends on running its activity. So, you cannot be ignorant and a fool at the same time. At least let's reason and put reasoning together, because the moment you start blaming one individual, you'll never find a solution. The issue is they wanted to get presidency, they have it now. Let them think for solution instead of using another person's shortcomings to justify their own shortcomings. It's because Uhuru never perform, and them they have an audacity to say we will not perform because our predecessor never did anything. Then the other issue, I'm looking at it this way. Look at Africa, because we were talking about the burial of the Queen Elizabeth. Look at the age of Africa. Africa is the second largest continent with the largest endowment of resource and raw materials in the world. We have platinum, we have gold, we have every kind of mineral in Africa. We have Congo Basin can serve Africa in terms of electricity. We have the best woods, rosewood, oak wood, and everything else. But to surprise, our African Union buildings are built by Chinese, not even Kenyans. We are getting, not even Africans, we are getting loans from the Chinese. So it is a high time that we Africans, in the larger part of it, East Africa and any other part of it, we need to have our games and to think as collectively as one individual. Because look at the way they are being demonstrated, like you have nothing to show us. That's why you see others nation, the big nation, they are given priority to drive their own motorcade. All of them, they are being just put in one bus. Then God forbid something could happen there. What will happen? We could have lost 55, maybe 40 heads of states, but we need, at least, if you want to get respect, you must demonstrate you need to have it. You must at least demonstrate by doing what? By working hard, by letting your people out of poverty. Look at now, I'm telling you this because follow that the climate change meeting today. They will finish by accepting money so that we, the agriculturist people here in Africa, will serve, particularly Kenya. And they will accept that money very well. Bring that money so that you plant trees to absorb that carbon dioxide. Then you continue producing goods and selling for us at higher prices. They will accept at the end of the day. So we need as people to think straightforward. And our leaders need to think. And I saw something, and that's why I told you, to me, I don't believe William Ruto is the solution. You remember the Mau equation that happened in 2008, whereby Raila was accused of evicting the Kipsigis from Mau forest that costed his political career. Ruto encouraged his people to destroy Mao Forest because he wanted political mileage. Today, the same individual who encouraged people to destroy Mao Forest is in United Nations addressing climate change. Whereas in the home, he was part and parcel of individual who encouraged destruction of Mao Forest. So my question is, do you think that this man is genuine for real for what he advocates for? So we need to get things clear, and we Kenyans, let us not be tusipepo ujinga kwa mbua ati oh, there's a solution. Those people who are there are the source of the problem. In 2008, the underground coalition government, Ruto was accused of involving in NCPB scandal, Messi scandal. Today is the president. Is a part of the problem that the NCB collapsed since that time up to today. So how do you expect the same mind that created the problem to be the same mind that will come up with solution? That will be insanity. You cannot explain. You cannot expect such kind of things. So we need we Kenyans to come up with solution ourselves. We need to do economic liberalization. Let us think on ourselves. Not unless we do that, then you are. Let's just wait to perish, or we go the Sri Lanka way if that is what Kenyans will think that will be best for them.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Francis, and I will need your phone number here. There's somebody who needs your phone number. Nimewekea hapo kwa private chat. It seems you have your village mate looking for you. Don't worry, he's a good guy, so he'll get in touch with you. Asante sana. Now tupate nani? Huyo opposition leader alichukuliwa?
Hello?
Sorry, it seems the opposition leader has been raptured. Obut?
Yes, Bernard.
Yes, you can make your submission as we move.
Yes, I've just been listening, and I don't defend government. I don't. We are past the elections, and I listened to Samuel. Samuel is talking as if he's Murkomen in parliament. Have they gotten a majority or a minority leader? Because we are Kenyans, but there are those ones who are really in politics. There are those ones who are politicians, and their job is politics. You wake up in the morning, unaenda parliament, you defend your party position and that kind of a thing. But remember, a number of us, we are Kenyans. We wake up in the morning and run our business. So, and we need to start looking at things as they are, trying to look at what is it working, what is not working, and making projections. So when I listened to Samuel, he's even saying, we'll do this. Looks as if he must be an advisor somewhere. But he has good comments and is making this debate move forward. But I wanted to say that leadership is like a relay, whether it's 400 or 100, 4 by 400, or 1 or 4 by 100. 4 by 100 is very short, so let's call it the one field wrap, whereby you run your part, then you hand over to the other persons, and then people should not be thinking that who didn't do what. Those kind of discussions were held during the campaigns. Who did what? Who didn't do what? And I think we had some kind of confusions. We didn't know who was in government and who is in opposition. And Kenya Kwanza still carries itself as like they are in the opposition, and they're blaming like the former president and also maybe Azimio part of it. Azimio was formed, is it 3 months to elect? Azimio was not anywhere. So Azimio was not in government. There was nothing like Azimio government. Actually, it was a Jubilee government. So then somebody is talking about 5 days in government. I don't think the Kenya Kwanza is 5 days in government, and somebody has said that the president was in 10 years and now plus 5 days. So it is like you are a deputy executive somewhere, and then you've just taken over now. You've gotten a promotion. Actually, for them, they've gotten a promotion. Rigathi was a member of parliament. He's gotten a promotion. And all those guys, apart from the new ones who have come from the various constituencies. So they've gotten a promotion. And what means that when you get a promotion and your boss steps down, your boss goes, retires, you get a promotion, what you need to do is like you have what you've been doing. You are carrying forward from what you've been doing. So let's talk about the Ministry of Agriculture. What I believe is that any decisions that are being made, and they should be made very fast, it's for the president to go back to the rest of the team that he has been working with, and then they get to the basis. They know all the problems and they have the solutions, you know. So it should not take like years for them to say this is what we want to do. So these are not very new people. We didn't import the president or the vice president from Uganda or Tanzania. They've been one of us, and they are working with the people. We are not in a vacuum. The government is operating. The ministers and everybody else are still salaried. So things should be able to run. It doesn't cost a lot for you just to make a call like, okay, you guys, can you give me what is the problem, the facts, and that kind of a thing. So that is one. Two, Francis talked about IMF. You know, I just got online and tried to say, what is IMF talking about? And they're talking about serious things. They are talking about very serious things. One of the things they talked about is about fuels. And I've seen the fuel is gone high. So I think Kenyans should be braced for not very easy times. And looking at what was happening for Kenya Kwanza, they kept on saying, this government has done ABCD, has led to the rise of fuel, rise of everything else. And very behind our minds, I don't work for government. I don't speak for government. So I don't know what exactly they were stealing or what happened, even to hear, hey, money was in State House and that kind of a thing. But if I do some political economic analysis, I know there was COVID for almost 2 years until today. And then there was what is happening in Ukraine. And then there was some kind of issues around here and there that could have contributed to the inflation and the tough economic times that we are going through. So, but then during the campaigns, nobody was talking about it. And I think maybe they didn't know that they are winning. You know, those kind of things that you talk, you are not very sure. First of all, you are saying first things first. Tukifika hapo, tukivuka, tutajisort. Sasa, we are here. So now we want to see is like, okay, we said that this government is the one that led to the rise in fuel, rise in unga, and everything else. Now you've taken over, then you are like, okay, what do I do to bring it down? So you are facing the reality that the cost of fuel, Kenya does not have fuel. You have to import fuel, and it's not easy. So you realize you can't do much, you know? You realize you can't do much. So the government, it will be supported. They have everything. They have the infrastructure, the machine, and they need to put their house in order and move and try to see what is it that they can be able to do so that Kenyans can be able to be on track. Now for the people are still hopeful, the ones who are hopeful, and they are looking forward. Of course, they are looking forward because they were very serious campaign promises. They are looking forward to see what will happen, but we need very fast solutions so that Kenyans can be able to have trust. And somebody mentioned some of those kind of things of leaders that had economic problems. You know, I don't want to call them issues. Problems sounds better. The Waititus and so on. So now we are seeing is that the guys are getting scot-free. Now tell me, if anybody hears Waititu is scot-free, the Nakuru senator scot-free, what will be in the mind of anybody else who is outside there? Even you, you know, Even if you want to make money, if that is the trend, you make money, you spare some of the money, get the best lawyers, and then you do what? And then you get to parliament, get to the right connections. So unfortunately, just to be objective, I don't know what is happening. Nobody is talking outside here. You know, nobody is talking outside here because the way the political realignment is just very shocking. That people seem to be like they're moving the same group. Now there's the issue about the CDF. They come together and take it. If IMF saying that the salaries will have to go down for the civil science servants, that's going to be very tricky for the government. I don't know how they'll work around that, especially members of parliament and county assemblies. It will be very difficult because these guys will come together. So we have just a class. It is us versus them. Those guys will come together so long as it's about their benefits. You realize now nobody is talking about even challenging, what is this about Sonko? What is it about this guy from Kiambu being cleared? So we are trying to see, we need to have Kenyans, ordinary Kenyans versus leaders. Looks as if the opposition has to come from ordinary Kenyans to start questioning these things. Otherwise, at the end of the day, when the going gets tough, it is the rest of the Kenyans who will suffer, and who will suffer most? The so-called hustlers. I don't know who they are, but the so-called hustlers are going to be most hurt. And then I don't know what will happen, but at least Kenyans need to play their part. You play your part. You are not a politician. Do what you can be able to do first, but then keep watch. And Bernard, somebody, I don't know who needs to talk to the politicians, even the ones in Azimio. Somebody needs to talk to them, but I know they have issues. They're trying to organize themselves, and somehow a serious opposition will emerge that will question these kind of things, because now they are fighting over minority, over majority, and you wonder if you are a government that has won and you're comfortable you've won, why do you want to start chasing these other things? Oh, you guys, come and join us, come and join us, come and join us. Why don't you go direct and start implementing your agenda comfortably with confidence? And at that rate, even these other ones you defeated should be able to trust you, so that they can be able to join you, and then they progress. You would not want to have everybody being cooked in the same bucket. So that is my comments for now. But sorry, let me mention that when I did the analysis for the cost of production of maize, I forgot to say that I had not paid myself, because like every 2 weeks I need to make a trip from Nairobi to the village, so I had not paid myself. Remember that cost of production had reached 52,500. So if I pay myself since January up to now, I don't know how much I'll pay myself. And then I had not even paid the full-time person who's employed to follow that. And I was making a calculation. So if you add that, I think you'll be above 60,000 cost of production per acre. I'm trying to just really do that kind of analysis on the cost of maize. So Samuel mentioned that we need to focus on growing other crops. And I was thinking, what else can we grow in terms of grains? The bananas, there are no bananas. The agriculture industry is the most affected. Somebody needs to really work on the agriculture industry. Do we grow rice anywhere in this country? Is there anything happening in Mwea, in Nyando? So what will we grow? Bananas? No. So what grains will this country grow? Wheat? People still import wheat from Ukraine. So then it's a good thing, but we need to do an analysis. And I agree that we need to have options. We can't only be talking about maize. But then what are the options? So kuna kibarua kwa hiyo agricultural ministry that every county needs to sit. In fact, every county needs to produce their own food, albeit the ones for the pastoralists that have issues, which should be encouraged to trade in with their livestock so that they don't starve. Because if they have livestock, because I know the maize farmers, hawana nyama, they don't have ng'ombe. So what is it that can be able to be done so that all of us we get a prosperous country? But then kibarua kwa serikali. Thank you.
Asante Obutu kwa huo mchango wako na I think the debate, anti-maize debate, is just, in my opinion, another excuse. Because Rift Valley walisema, kijana aliwaambia, samahani kwa kutumia hilo jina, kijana aliwaambia wang'oe mahindi wapande avocado. Okay, so avocado ndio itakuwa alternative. Na will it sustain the country in terms of providing food? In Kenya, in my opinion, it's not a maize problem. It is just a food security problem. Food security in the sense that everything is left to chance. You can't leave everything to chance and expect to have a chance in life. Each government that comes in, they leave the food production to rain and to weather and to farmers. And if not fertilizer this time, is seed. If it's not seed this time, it is cattle. If not cattle this time, it is a political situation. So in my opinion, we have never had a government that is serious enough to provide food for Kenyans. If we can get one, the food issue cannot be a problem in this country, because Kenya is blessed in the sense that almost anything grows here. So if we can be harvesting like my mother used to do, we plant maize, and inside the maize we have already planted the beans. Then we are harvesting, and by the time we are harvesting, there is also planting of millet and sorghum at the same time. So there is no time the farm runs out of strength, one, but it's all productive all through. We cannot be talking about rain in Kenya when we are also talking about floods. It doesn't add up that the rains have failed. Oh, we're having drought. Oh, drought is a national disaster. Hey, we have declared. Then 3 months down the road, floods. Our animals have been carried away by floods, and then all that. For 60 years, we look stupid. And especially for this particular government, if they don't come up with a lasting solution to the food crisis is the one going to eat them. Leave alone the political one. The food crisis is the one going to eat them. So I have traveled around this country, and this country is rich in terms of land. And our land is good. We just need to have a working government that has good brains that can be deployed for a permanent solution to the food crisis. And the one animal that we must get rid of is people capitalize on the food crisis to make a kill. And most of them are the cartels within the same government. Until those ones are taken care of, kulalo golali haitawaifanyika. Hata mkienda kupanda ingine Turkana, hata mahindi ikitoka watachukua usiku na waepeleke Uganda ili isiinterfere na ile mahindi yao ya kutoka Kongo kuuza. So kama tunataka suluhisho la mahindi, tunalo. Kama tunataka kukaa vile tumekuwa wakati huu wote, we are doing very well. We can continue. But from where I sit, a permanent solution to this matter comes from the willingness of the government to once and for all fix the matter of food shortage in this country. And by taking charge of agriculture. Moi took charge of reforestation of this country. We ended up with reforestation when it was Nyayo philosophy. Nyayo philosophy, kata moja panda tatu, kata moja panda mbili, kata moja panda mbili. It became a government-driven program, and we restored some wherever catchment areas. Our green covering was increased. Agriculture ndio uti wa mgongo wa nchi. It was driven by the government. But you can't have a government that brings you fertilizer and leaves you with fertilizer and hope that you will bring maize. Okay, acha nimalizie hapo. Mimi nang'atuka, naomba Kenya na mekuja, Francis na Kenyan na wengine wote muendeleze show. Mkichoka mfunge station, tutaonana baadaye. Julia yuko na Kenyan pia wako na administrative power, lakini tafadhali msicheze videos that have not been vetted. Zimeanza kuleta kizaza. We are suspending that for a while until we have finished our cases with the YouTube. We suspect some of these our enemies within who are setting us up against YouTube, and so they are using excuses of claiming rights ya zile video tunacheza. So we will not play videos in the meantime until they are vetted and passed to have no rights claims. And the problem ya hiyo ni kwamba tunafanya show hivi, show inakuwa 10 hours, alafu una play ka clip ka 5 seconds, mtu anaenda ku claim, the entire video is brought down simply because of 5 seconds or 3 minutes of a video. So we'll not do that in the meantime until we get to the bottom of who are these trying to sabotage our show. But for now, tuonane baadaye. Endeleeni kufanya kazi tafadhali. Hakikisha Kenya Kwanza inakupatia pesa mfukoni, pesa ya wamama, pesa ya wazee, pesa ya vijana, pesa ya mkokoteni, pesa ya mama mboga, pesa ya wapita njia, pesa ya kila mahali. Wana hela ya kutosha. Kwa hivyo hakikisha kwamba unaanza kutarajia hiyo pesa, na by next week wakitokanga ng'ambo, tutakuwa tushaanza kupiga foleni hapo Nyayo ni Harambee House, alafu State House Road. Lazima hela yetu tupate. So Penny Nyagaka, pesa yetu, kumbusha wakubwa, pesa yetu tunataka, na hiyo pesa iharakishwe tafadhali, itumwe mbio mbio ili Wakenya wasisafe. Tunataka kununua mafuta, tunataka kununua unga. Hata we don't mind buying unga expensive, bora mmetupatia hizo pesa. Mlisema mtatupatia watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Asante. Lakini take it Francis as you proceed. Thank you.
Opposition leader amelala.
Yeah, inaonekana. So there is one of our friends here. It's called Peter PK. He's the one who will get in touch with you. He'll call you. Yeah.
So Kenyan all the time, can you just have to offer your presentation in terms of the highlighted areas of discussion?
Niuliza swali. Leo naona majority ya watu wako kwa curtain. Imekuwa ndio policy nini? Bwana Bernard, ni nini? Naona watu wako kwa curtain sana.
No, there are only 2 people who have curtain problem. Obutu kamera yake imechapa ya laptop. Alafu huyu ameenda, huyu tumrelease tu ni kama shanyakuliwa. Huyu opposition leader ndio Mr. Kamau drives the bus. So I think that is that. No other matter arising. Hey, Alex, good morning and goodbye.
Okay, sawa Bwana Bernard, I think we can now keep the queue going. Maybe have a nice time. Tutapambana vile tutaweza hapa. We want to keep Kenya going. So I think ilikuwa wakati ya Francis. Maybe Francis can give his presentation, then nitakuja baadaye.
Sawa. So you see, for my case, one of the things that I like more is to point at mistake. At the same time, I also offer some solution. And the reasons why I say that I also offer solution is that Kenyan economy cannot be developed by the poor man, the way Ruto said in manifesto. It is not possible. It is not true. It was just to get their votes, and whatever he got them, he should abandon that thing from the word go. The reasons why I'm saying that is, look at the poor people. There are people who are living less than $1 per day. These are the people who cannot access basic needs like shelter, food, and the other one is shelter, food, and clothing.
Clothing. Yeah.
Yes. So these people, for them to come to invest, they must have to access to the basic need. It means in absence of basic need, they will not be able to invest. There's no you can invest and you're walking naked. There's no way you can invest and you're sleeping hungry. So for them to give them money to invest, you must give them money to attain a certain level of life. So the question is, can government be able to give them money to ascertain that life, the standard life? Then they give them money to invest. Then if that is the case, it means then you look at the investment cost. The amount of investment cost that you can invest in Nairobi is not equivalent to the one you invest in Kajiado in rural areas. In Nairobi, the investment cost is high because even the land, the structures, and everything material are a bit high because of the demand compared to the rural. So for you to use the poor man to invest, it means you'll have to use a lot of resources to improve his life and then to give him enough money to invest. So that's why I'm saying to use a poor man to develop an economy, it becomes a little bit challenging. But let's pick, for example, people like Peter Munga, people like SK Masharia, Raila Odinga, and so forth, and many billionaires who are in Kenya. These are the people who already have attained a certain level of life, whereby their investment, their savings and their investment are enough to sustain them in the rest of their life, meaning they are in a better position to invest if they are given enough push either through policies or through some of kind of help from government. They can invest and create employment to those people with no job. And that's why I was very furious with Ruto when he was saying these Mabwanyenye and these rich people, these are the only people whom seems they can be able in that position to invest in an economy because they already have attained a certain level of life. Therefore, to me, I think it's at time that money drops the bottom up, concentrate on building economy on substantial evidence, on substantial things, such that you look for the people who can be able to invest. These are investors, can either be internationally or locally. These people, they can have enough funds to channel into our economy that they can be able to grow and be able to create employment. So we should not have a country whereby we are envious, we are jealous of the rich people. When you see a rich person, you are complaining, you are feeling envious. That one is not the right thing, because if you go that direction, as a country, you are likely to fail. Remember, I agitate also for socialism, and at the same time, maybe we have a balanced kind of economy, a mixed economy, because there are some sectors government will have to control. Sectors like weapons and military, government will have to control at whatever cost. We cannot hand over something to do with security to the government, to foreign investors or to local investors. That one has to deal with the government. There are key issue, key ministry or key function of government that cannot be delegated, but there are those that can be given to the private investors or the private stakeholders that can be able to improve our economy. We should look at the way we can build our economy in a better way. And for example, look at this scenario. There is this dam in Nakuru that killed some individuals. It killed a family in Solai. I think Solai is in Nakuru, if I'm not wrong. That was an investment of an individual called Patel, if I'm not wrong. So could we be having some genuine Patel, like 20 of them? They invest in different counties building dams. Today, when we are providing that fertilizer, we could know we are providing fertilizer because in Kajiado, we have somebody by the name so-and-so who has built a dam. We have somebody so-and-so who has built a dam, maybe in in Turkana. We have so and so was a dam in Marsabit. So water is not an issue. So the economy can be built up. But the moment we reach at a point, we feel that these individuals are dangerous because of maybe jealousy and envious, we shall destroy our economy as a country. And that's why I always reiterate and say that the economy cannot be built by the poor people, but by well-established people who already have standard kind of living. These are the people who can salvage economy at this point, because those people who are holding a lot of hopes in government. Look at our debt. It is almost 9 trillion. The maximum we can borrow is maybe 13 trillion. If we borrow up to the GDP, so we take 13 trillion minus 9 trillion, that is 4 trillion. When you look at the 4 trillion, remember, every moment a dollar, our currency depreciates by 1 shilling. Because our debts are in dollar, we always rise by that 5 billion. The moment our shillings depreciates, if it's now it's 120, when it goes to 121, our debt shoots by that 5 million. So our debt keeps on increasing. So meaning by the end of 5 years, maybe even our limit to borrow the money will be maybe 2 trillion, 1 or 1.2. Then the question is, where will the government get that money to invest? Even though maybe the president could be willing to invest in our economy, but he is limited by the constraints of the resources. You cannot consume more than what you can be able to get. That's why in budget, there's something called budget line. You have to be adhere to the budget line. You spend whatever it's at your disposal. What is ever in the disposal of Kenyan economy is 4 trillion if we were to borrow up to the GDP, of which is not possible. So it means even though the president might be willing to work, but there's a constraints of resource. So that one is an issue that we need to address. And the only way to address is to bring investors who have their own money to invest mostly locally, so that we cannot bring foreigners who at times will come and maybe have a conflict of interest with our country, because majority of them will come, destroy and leave. But if we have our local investors, we encourage them, they will build the economy at the same time building their own life, you know. So that's why I always reiterate and say more and more, Kenyans, we need to think and we need to build a nation that is more cohesive. We need to reach at a point that we judge individual by their character and not by their wealth. I know there are some people who have gotten wealth through fraud, but there are those who have gotten through genuine means. For those who have gotten through genuine means, let's encourage them so that they can help our country to go forward. So, and then the other thing, you also look at it this way. Look for this instance. Why is it that, for instance, what is the issue? What is the work of women rep in our country? Something that should be abolished to reduce expenditure. I'm not saying that women are not good. They are good. There are people who gave birth to us. They are good individuals. I respect that. But what is the role of women rep that a senator cannot play? What is the role of women rep that an MP cannot play? You know, you are putting a lot of seats which are inconsequential, that is making our expenditure in terms of current expenditure to bulge with no reason at all. We have a women rep who is representing the county. We have a senator, it's the same thing, representing the county. Then what is the issue? Why should we be overrepresented by those individuals? Some posts, we should remove them as fast as possible to enable the government to reduce current expenditure when in terms of paying of salaries. The other thing also important that the government could have done, will do if it has that goodwill to the Kenyans, is to carry an audit to workers. There are people who are employed in that government who have never seated in that office. I can tell you very well that almost 30% of Kenyans who are employed in those offices are never seen. Some of them are even ghosts. So the earlier we get them away, the earlier we will be able to cut out our expenditure. Those are issues that we need to reduce our expenditure. We need to reduce them. We have to carry an audit. Who are these individuals who are being paid but they are not working? Who are these individuals who are employed in different counties with the same individual working in different counties. We need them to stick in one county so that we reduce that budget of paying people the rights doing the same work. So if we do that as a government, we'll be able to reduce that cost of paying salaries. Then we shall save money to carry out development. The other issue that the government could have addressed, if it feels that we need to develop our economy, is to open up the country. We cannot have our economy be determined by Nairobi and Kiambu. How does 2 counties control 60% of our economy? We could be having something to do in Uasin-Gishu, in Nakuru, something to do in Turkana, in West Pokot, so that even when there's a problem in Nairobi, people can go in Isiolo and do some business there. Let's liberalize our economy. Let's open our economy. Let's not curtail ourselves into 2 counties. That's why you see people in village level, when they grow up, they want to go to Nairobi. You ask them why, they tell you where there is opportunity. Why can't you not develop even Nakuru? Why can't you not develop even Narok? So that those national parks there, we can attract people, tourists, we can attract so and so, we can build some industries there. We have hide and skin. Why should we import shoes? We have hide and skins. We can build our own. We can create a lot of job opportunities there. So we need to open our country so that we not have 2 counties determining which way that a country has to behave. I can tell you free of charge today, if you close Nairobi and Kiambu, Kenya will collapse in less than 48 hours, because those are the 2 counties that control Kenyan economy. So we need to open up. We need to think critically. The other thing also you need also to address as a nation, if we are to develop a country that is well sustainable, we should be able also to encourage people to migrate from different counties. And I will tell you the reason as to why I'm agitating for that. Development goes with the population. When you look at the counties of central Kenya, they are more populous, meaning that the government is likely to concentrate on them because of the magnitude of the population which is there. But if that population can be able to shift willingly into different counties all over the country, therefore the government will have no choice but to be able to move to every county, because the population will be evenly distributed. So unapata hata kama ni opportunity, mtu anataka kuweka duka, anaweza enda yake hata Turkana. Kama ni kiwanda, hata mtu anataka kutengeneza kiwanda yake ya maji, anaweza Turkana wapi huko. So we open the economy, we employ different people. But if we concentrate our economy in 2 towns, in 2 counties, what will likely happen? The other issue also, if the government is willing to help Kenyans, we must address, and clearly, is the issue of technology. A bag of maize costing 3 months, labor, fertilizer, water, land, costing at 5,000. A laptop that can only use just 1 room to be made there as a working space. Some can go as high to 200,000. Are you seeing a point that we are using a lot of resources but getting very little return at the end of the day? Show me any country that has succeeded to become either G7 or G20 without investing in technology. Why do you think that agriculture is good? I'm not disputing agriculture, but I'm looking to making Kenya a better economy. We need to invest more on technology. Technology pays, pays more. Why could we hire Smartic company to carry out that data management for IBC? Could we be having our people who could be able to carry that data management of IBC? They could have gotten that money and maybe could be here doing some other activity. So if we can be able to develop our technology, it will be better. And actually, when I was in high school, I participated on different things to do with Science Congress, something that I felt precious having participated in them. And I think they are good things. People have magnificent ideas. People have good ideas. The only thing they need is a push. So those are the issues that we need to address as a nation if really we care about development and if really we mean it. We must address that one. Economic concentration on different parts of our country, looking at the technology aspect of it. We need to look at different issues that are ailing our economy. So you can digest those points and look at them and weigh them and see, are they tangible? Can they make a Kenya a better country? So if you think they can make, therefore, we can implement them. We can try them out. You know. So Kenya, and all the time now you can come in and maybe you can just address those issues which have been highlighted there and maybe give a solution if possible. What you think can be done. Let us not be all about criticizing, but also offering solutions so that we build this nation. It's ours. We have nowhere to go.
Okay. Thank you, Bona Francis. Are you getting me? Francis, can you get me?
Yes, I'm getting you.
Okay. Thank you, because we continue helping our people to know the truth, and we continue helping our people to have courage and to love their country, and also to tell them that everything is not lost. With hope, determination, and handwork, we can still reach where we want. Unfortunately, there is one thing which I always see with our Kenyan and African leaders at all. We are too theoretical. If you listen to our leaders, in whichever caliber they are, public, private sector, everywhere, if you listen to our leaders, you might think that whatever they are speaking, actually, if you listen to our leaders speak seriously than even European people. When you hear our African leaders speaking, you might think the continent is changing or the continent is the best. But we have that aspect of too much theory with no practicality. And that is why our campaigns don't give us what we want, because our campaign is theory. Our campaigns are things you cannot implement. Our campaigns are things to hoodwink people. And that is why that is the exact thing which you are seeing here. People have voted for a government with specific objectives. Remember, elections is a project. For those people who have done some studies, election is a project. A project has questions. A project has objectives. A project has method. A project has where you will get the information. An election is the same thing. So we are given a proposal by these people. And then, based on the proposal they give us, we vote. But unfortunately, because our people do not decide on who will become their leader, the proposal doesn't matter. So at times it doesn't matter the person with the best and the most. So what should be critical in Kenya is not about giving proposals. Which proposal is easy to implement? That should be our question in election. Which proposal is easy and cheap to implement? I'm so frustrated, by the way, with our Kenyan economics. In fact, let me tell you, the people who have failed Kenyans, they are the Kenyan economists. I did not hear any Kenyan economist trying to help Kenyans on the economic values of the things which these people are floating. We were just talking of hustler, we were just talking of these things, and no one did a quantitative measure of what was happening. I needed, because the things which are happening now, a serious economist was supposed to tell us that this thing, if you vote KKA, expect this. If you vote Azimio, expect this. So we deliberately refused to advise our people. And our people have made themselves in a hole because they listened to politicians, and these politicians were there only looking for a job, hoping that once they get the job, they will come and cheat their same people. So I think we do not have an honest people. And without honesty, we cannot do anything. Honesty is very key. We are now having a population which can accommodate lies. Even if you come with a concept, you tell people how workable we can work things, they don't want to listen to you. They want to listen to people who are having lies. And that is the reason, exact reason why we have found ourselves in these issues. So these problems, our Kenyan experts have refused to advise our people because it is so shameful that KKA can mount a campaign for over 1 year and our economists were not able to advise our people correctly on the effect of each of the campaign. So every people, and that is why I think we need now to start having neutral people. We need to have moderate people who are not supporting either side, and they also have influence, so that at least they can be able to poke holes on some critical issues. So, you know, we now even have pastors or men of cloth who cannot even question when information is being used the wrong way, when the word of God is being used the wrong way, because we are all sunk into either direction A or direction B. We do not have neutral people, strong neutral people who can help us. So the other thing which I wanted to comment about is about character. That is also another point. And I want to connect that one with character and history, character, history, and preservation. I want to connect that with what has happened in the Queen, for the Queen burial. So you can see a country which is not shying off to carry its history for decades to decades, for centuries to centuries. As Kenyans, do we have a tradition which we can carry even for 200 and 300 years down the line? I guess not. So we had the BBI, and that's why each and every time I always talk of the BBI had identified some critical issues and some values which we share, and things which we could have mirrored, and we could have been able to customize them as part of what we do. Right now, we don't have anything we can say this is our tradition. Handovers, those are normal things. But we need something which can bring all of us together, regardless of our political ideology. What brings us together as a nation? Those are the things which we have not yet identified, and they seem to dog us up to now. Okay, when you look at this Queen issue, look at the economic value attached to it. The amount of people who visited there. Yes, even though there was a closure of business, look at the visit, the amount of spending power, the hands of state. We had the burial of our president here the other day, Moi Kibaki and Moi. How many people did we attract? Look at this. All close to 80% of African leaders were there. Americans were there. Mexicans were, everybody was in London. And the reason why people were in London, it is because of the high value which they have treated in this institution. So we, even as Africans, we need to learn what can we do as a tradition to attract. And remember, whatever happened in London, even if another leader dies, it will be a recurrence. It will recur again. Even if they lose their king in the next coming years, we will still go there and observe that tradition with them. So what am I trying to say? They are having a method which is repeatable. And anything which is repeatable is money. So as Africans, we need to learn, what can we repeat? I guess no. So the other thing which I also wanted to to share with us today is that when I look at what is happening now, I just feel sad. You know, I hear Kenyans here mocking Mr. Odinga. Yes, he was defeated. What? But what is the opportunity cost of what is happening now? What are we benefiting as Kenyans? And let me tell you, forget about those people who tell you that things will be better along the way. In America, when Donald Trump was elected in 2016, much of the things he promised he is going to do, he did them within his first 3 months. He did them. When Joe Biden was elected, there are a number of things he has done, and there are some of the issues which are not working very well. So what I'm trying to say is that the initiation of a presidency does not change. So this bubble which Kenyans are living in, saying that we are going to have increased cost now, and then those costs are going to reduce along the way, is a bubble. Once those things go, they go. Why? They are the forces of market demand and supply. What are we producing? You see, when we are telling Kenyans we are going to reduce their cost down, we also need to be clear on the points and the specific. What are we going to produce? How are we going to change manufacturing? Because I hope you have even looked at maybe I can discuss a little bit here the European model, the economic model, which
Hello?
sorry, hello? You're saying?
Just summarize, then you shall discuss that one later so that others will also present.
Okay, fine.
So keep
Okay, let me
alternating.
summarize.
Yes.
So what I was saying is that our economy is too theoretical. We do not seem to be reading from a practical point of view, because for you to lower prices is very simple. Increase manufacturing, increase productivity, increase economic activity. That is the simplicity of lowering cost of living. If you take cost of living high, you have to ensure two things have to happen. You have to ensure that the population can afford. You have also to ensure there is a framework to make sure that those materials can reach whoever is supposed to reach those things. So what I'm trying to say is that when the price of basic commodities is going high, are people affording them? That is the question which the government should be, because when you raise the price of oil, the price of gas, the price of everything, the basic question is the people, because those things need to be bought by somebody, whether it is for 2 days or for 1 week or for 3 months. Can the target population afford? So any policy which you implement is based on affordability. It's not about that people have to tighten the belt, because these people you are saying they tighten the belt, they even don't have the belt to tighten. We are talking of hand-to-mouth people. We are talking of people who do not have school fees, people without food. Those are the people who you are saying tighten the belt. How can you tell somebody with zero to tighten? That's my issue. Thank you, Bwana Francis. You can give another person a chance.
So, Rhoda.
Yeah, hi, good evening, wherever you are. Hi, for me, me, I'm a prophet. I prophesy. I get today the message of God. First of all, let me talk about the Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth, she's a good place. Right now, she's in heaven. She's resting. I heard they put the body in somewhere like a fridge. But that body will come skeleton, some 2 years. But her soul is in heaven. She's a good, good priest. So don't worry, but her body will come the skeleton after 2 years. But she's in the right father. She's a woman of God. She used to love Jesus a lot, and she have done amazing in UK to united people. UK is a country have a generation who come before many people, and she have been trying to do her the best to unite, and even whole world, every tribe she have been trying to. You know, people they think it's only Kenya we have a tribe. Even India they have a tribe. She have been traveling whole world to unite people and to train people what is the message of love and to value other people and forgiveness. Because without forgiveness, you are nothing. That's why Jesus came to bring the gospel about is forgiveness. You know, like me, I remember some. I'm going to take. I get the letter for the court. I'm going to take my brother in the court, but maybe I'll call the court. I tell them I don't want the case because it's my brother. Why do I take him in the court? Because he did something wrong, some complicated. But you know, the country I'm living right now, you can. They told me if you want to cancel, you can cancel. It's up to you because it doesn't cost anything. So maybe because I had some bitterness. Let me tell you, bitterness and anger. I was calling my brother bad name because of bitterness. You know what? Because and then oh my God, I said to Jesus, have mercy on me. I would just kneel down and tell God, why can you call my brother a word like this? I was just kneeling down and tell Jesus, have mercy on me. Have mercy on me. You know, why do I punish my brother? Because I was punishing, calling bad name. You know, there's a time I tell my brother, I could like you die. And he's my biological brother. My friend, they tell me, daughter, that's not good. And I remember I'm born again because of bitterness and anger. So I was crying, and I cried. My friend told me, that is not good word to tell somebody to die. And he's my biological brother. We are the same mother and father. But I forgive him. So what I want to say, I am a prophet of Kenya. I was praying for the Kenyatta family. Let us pray for the Kenyatta family. Let us pray for the Kenyatta family that they will be secured, security. Let us pray that the Church of Kenya will focus with the Kenyatta family. They are broken right now. Let us pray for them. Oh God, have mercy on us. Have mercy to Kenyatta family, God. You love those families so much, God. Let them be respected, God. They will live in a very safety, God. You love them so much, God. You know their heart. Oh God, have mercy on us as Kenya people. We have been sinning against you to punish Kenyatta family, God. Oh God, let us, the government, William Ruto, will able to prevent Kenyatta family. We secure them, God. Give them mercy. Give them heart, God. He will able. Jesus, have mercy on us, Kenya people. All the Church of Christ, we were able to humble ourselves. You know, I saw one picture in Kamukoji ground. Yesterday I was praying. I was shaking my body. And I saw people in Kamukoji ground putting the flag, Kenya flag everywhere. And I saw the children were crying. 5 years children, they were bowing for Jesus. They said, Jesus, have mercy on us. And I saw they were singing, democracy is coming back. And I saw even William Ruto was bow for Jesus. I know Odinga. I saw Musalia Mudavadi. I know all the political leaders. Oh God, have mercy on us. They were crying to Jesus. I saw Jesus was in Kamukoji. How all the tribe, they are coming together. And I saw Jesus coming to do a new thing. Let us focus. We pray for Kenyatta family. Because right now, they're not in the right place. That for them they can feel safety, that nobody will take their property, They will live a good place. You know, he have a nice house close to the state house, and he gave that land to his father. He can leave that place because even when the former president is happy, even as we happy. You remember Mzee Moi. Mzee Moi, many people they didn't love him because of things he was doing, but Mzee Moi, he went retired with a peaceful, and he went with a good retired, and he moved a very actually he have a good house in Muthaiga, and he went to the Muthaiga. He was living a good life, you know, and until he went with the Lord, until the time he went with the Lord, and he went with a very good packet of retirement, and you know, we know Moi, but still we respect. You know, like me, I used to love Moi. He bring the milk, the school I was studying, primary school. We used to love him. We have never. In fact, let me tell you the history of Moi. Moi is the one who make former the President Uhuru to be the president. He was telling him, I want you to be 2002. So Moi family and Kenyatta family, you cannot separate. And remember Moi, he was the vice president to Kibaki. So when Ruto is punishing Uhuru, he's punishing the Moi. So I could
Rhoda,
tell.
hello.
Yes.
So actually, when you are speaking about punishing Moi and the punishing Moi and Kenyatta, you have made me remember some time back. Just recently, when President William Ruto was talking about saving in SSF and NHIF, and he said those people who save might likely go to heaven, but he's on record calling the family because of Oginga Odinga saving for Raila, Jomo Kenyatta saving for Uhuru. He was able to bash them and call them dynasty. You know, you see how that man and genuine he is, because you call others genuine dynasty because their father saved for them, at the same time encouraging Kenyans to save to have a better life. You know that one. I don't know what character is that. Maybe somebody else explain. So, you understand that is an individual who actually, when he speaks, he does not think twice to understand what next might happen. Yeah, akiongea ameongea tu hapa, next atakangi kujua what happens.
You know, let me tell you, every the property Kenyatta family they have is from their father. He was the first president. In everything, that land is close to the state house. Is a Kenyatta family. Is a Kenyatta give it to me. Even the house it was in I think it's Mombasa. Is a Kenyatta give it. You remember the Kenyatta was the first president and he was a colonized. He was, you know, when white people they colonize, and and he. So, in fact, Kenya people, we need to respect Kenyatta family. That people, if we do them bad thing, we will see. We will see what Kenya will happen. We are not going to do something, but don't pray with the kings, because Kenyatta he was like almost kings, because those family of Kenyatta they inherit everything from their father. You know, my grandmother was saying it to Kenyatta in Gatodo. That house in Gatodo. So those houses, they are very, very old. It's not good place somebody to live. So if William Ruto is punishing punishing Kenyatta, please, from my bottom of my heart, give Kenyatta family peace. Let them to live in a nice house with good environment. Let them to enjoy those money. They don't take anything for them, because I know even you, when you're retired, you don't want people to treat you. Let us treat each other the same. Let us be the people of the forgiveness. I beg you from my bottom heart. You know, we cannot just come here and talking about fertilizer. We have to speak it. We speak it. You know, this I'm talking from the way God was speaking today. You have to come this Mutebei TV and you speak it, because our country can be healed. Many people in my country, they are sad. Many things right now in our country is not, things are not going right. So if everybody can get peace, let us respect. We can pray for those family Kenyatta, and they can live nice place, good house with good environment. You know, let me tell you, let us do like the way we did the President Moi. You know, Moi, we did them even Kenya. Moi, we really respect Moi. And remember, my late father was saying that we have to love Mzee Moi. We have to love him and we have to respect him in the last day. I remember 2002 when President Moi President Mzee Moi, he went with the helicopter in from State House, and late President Kibaki respect that man. If Kibaki was bad, he could punish him. So we have many things, Kenyans, we have to ask ourselves, why Kibaki didn't punish Moi? You know why? Because those people, they come from the politician beginning. Before Kibaki come for president, he was a member of parliament in Othaya. He was a minister. He was working together with Moi. So Kibaki have to check. Actually, he was smiling. He have to check both. I remember Moi was waiting Kibaki in State House and show him, this is the room you have to stay, this is the room you have to stay. Why you, Ruto? You cannot do like to be example for all those presidents. They were there in that house. You saw whole world, how you love our country, how you love us. Because right now in our country is dark time. Many people are lying. People, they don't know what they want. People, our country can be respected. I want my country to be respected. I don't want people, they say, like the way, the country that I'm living, they used to say, a country they lie a lot is Nigeria. I don't want people, they say my country is Nigeria, where they lie, where they scam money in the internet, where they lie. I want my country to be respected. Kenya is a very respected country. They used to say Kenya people are very social, are very nice people. I don't know, let us not destroy a legacy, our country. And because the enemy have been trying to take advantage of our country, no matter which tribe, especially now. God, let me tell you, God is coming to do a new things. We want to live in a country, Kenya, united nation, one nation under by God. It doesn't matter which tribe you are. We have to live one nation under by God. It's not to say at Mount Kenya, Luo land, Kikuyu land, Mulembe land. No, God was speaking to me today. Your country, you have to live once other by God. No, like me, my childhood, how I grown up. My dad, my father died for many years ago. His friend was a Luya, and my father is a Kikuyu. My father, he was not me. I don't know how tribals is. His friend, my father, which work he was working very bad. I come from the humble beginning. My father was working in an India company. And that money was a boost for my dad. So my dad, his friends were Luya, and they were coming our home, and we cook for them food. I didn't know what is the tribalism. I don't know. So this thing is come from the Ruto. Ruto is the one who bring this mess in our country. Try to say Mount Kenya. What is Mount Kenya? Mount Kenya, there is nothing called Mount Kenya. Like me, I grew up with a Luya. Dora Buka is a Luya. Otieno is a Luya. Let us not play this game. This is the end. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Ashley,
I would like to respond. Hi,
yes, how are you?
I'm fine.
So, depending on the highlighted topics there, the world president of Queen Elizabeth's funeral, cost of living under the KK administration. So you can give your view on about those issues that are lighted above there.
Okay, what are the issues? I can't see them right now. Cost of living?
The cost of living, what is your opinion on cost of living, or what is your view? Then the other one is talking about the presidential. You can combine both of the two of them. That is from Britain, about the burial of the Queen. Anything that happened there, you saw on yourself. And then the other thing is about the international meeting that is happening in New York. So those are issues that you maybe give your view about them.
So the cost of living and the presidential trip to the UK and to the US.
Yes, that trip entails a lot of things. This trip, you can talk about trip, you can talk about how they were ferried in buses, what is your view there, what are they doing in United Nations. You can give general view in relation to Kenya, how will it affect our economy and so forth.
And what other thing? There's one more thing I think there were four.
So you just talk generally about that trip. I don't want to limit you because you need to be free, and then the other one is cost of living. Those are the two major issues. The other thing are just subtopics of it.
Okay, and I see somebody lifting their hand. Actually, I wasn't coming to, I was listening, but Rhoda.
Yes. Yes.
You made me come online.
Say something. I'm waiting. I'm here for you. Waiting.
Our people in Kenya need a lot of, we've been brainwashed. We need a lot of detox. We need to learn that each citizen, including the Kenyattas, have as much as a right to enjoy what God put there as a resources in our country. There is nobody, starting with Kenyatta, even though he was a freedom fighter. By the way, he wasn't, and even if he wasn't the only one who fought. He like Ogiga Ondinga was actually the one who fought more. He actually allowed Kenyatta to be president. So it is not only Kenyatta, it's only that he became the president. But being the president doesn't mean you have a right to grab and to keep what you have grabbed. You don't get a paycheck. There are no people in Kenya who should have a right to steal and others don't. Everybody, there is a law that says that everybody should be under the law. Everybody, starting from the president, any president should be under the law, and every citizen. Actually, a president should give us an example of how to be a good citizen. He should be the best example that we can look at unto, because the laws they put there, he is the head of government. When they put a law, if he cannot live under it, how can he expect me to live under it? If there are people above the law, look at in the US right now, they're trying to get to Trump because of what happened on the 6th of January. Because there is that belief that no man is above the law and no man is below it. It doesn't matter how they are poor, they are not below the law that they can be trodden upon. Don't you know that for every 1 shilling someone steals, someone else goes hungry or even actually dies? I know personal relatives who have died due to lack of medical facilities. Why do you think our hospitals don't have medical facilities? It is because our leaders are stealing. And we are letting them steal. We are giving them a license to steal. So what we are saying, some people should be above the law and some others should be below the law. So I'm going to give you a quote by Roosevelt. It says, no one is above the law and no one is below it. Nor do we ask any man's permission that we may ask him to obey it. Law should be obeyed. It is not a suggestion. It is a law put there for everybody so that we can be able to live in peace. If someone wants peace, they need to obey the law. If someone is not obeying the law and they don't have peace, they can blame nobody but themselves. If Kenyatta took things, and he did, that were not his, he accumulated illegally property that was not his, it is up to the wife to take up that responsibility. Even, okay, let's say we don't know exactly what it was. Do you know what they could do? They could give 50% of their wealth back to the community so that at least some people don't die. There are so many of our children cannot go to school. They are illiterate because their parents could not afford them to take them to school, while the Kenyattas have 33 trillion shillings in savings in foreign countries. The Kenyattas own the milk. The whole of time of COVID, people were crying of hunger. He didn't even say for one day, I am not going to make any money. I am going to give free milk to everybody in the country. He can afford to do that. Right now, we are saying Kenya is broke. Kenyatta can agree to bring that 30 trillion to inject it into the system, not to give it, but he can bring his money to inject it into the Kenyan system and it would recover. He has not done that. I can go on, and I'm just saying him because it's the only person we know. I know the Mois also have a lot of money that is not theirs, that they have earned, and so many other people. And like now, we elected the Kenya Kwanza. They went to court, and they are now in parliament, and they saying we have numbers. Are there numbers in cows and sheep? People are complaining about lack and high cost of living. Since they got elected, have you heard Wetangula, the speaker, bring that as a motion. Do you know what he said yesterday? They are going to return their allowances. They are going to return their benefits. They want to return their benefits, and it should not be reducing. It should be incremental. And these are the people who steal from us every day. Why should they receive salary increments and salary, like the cost of living adjustments? And these are the same people stealing. Why should we remove our taxes for them to live? They go to joke in parliament because their stomachs are full. And then they come to us, they put us in a basket and they use us to trade and say we have numbers. Who are the numbers? The numbers are the Kenyans. Since they have numbers, what have they done for those numbers? Because those numbers are complaining that they don't have food, that their children are going to bed hungry, that their children are not going to school. They are getting married to old men so that the men can, how many women, young girls go to Mombasa to look for wazungu, old wazungu, so that they can be able to sustain them? How many young women think that their only solution is to look for Mbaba so that he can sustain her? This is the cost of us letting these people take our money and use it, mismanage it as we do nothing. Yet Raila is going to come here and call us to go to remove the judge. How does that interest, how is that of interest to you? How is that going to put gas back, going to reduce the cost of living? It won't. If a leader really loves and cares for the people.
I will answer you. Can I answer you, please? Do you know how many money Ruto have been stealing? Do you know how many money Ruto have been? Do you know how many shamba Ruto have been stealing? This is not about Uhuru. Everybody have done corruption. Those Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha, they have done corruption. We start with the Musalia Mudavadi, Golden, but you cannot lie here.
Okay, Rhoda, I didn't say, and I'm going to stop shouting. I didn't say that Ruto didn't steal. I said, and many others. I just mentioned two, and I said
everybody
many
have
others.
been stealing, so they cannot pick fingers. The Uhuru, everybody there, everybody have done corruption from MCA. So you cannot lie. Is only
Rhoda, what I'm saying, that is why we
Uhuru,
need
he
to
get property for his father Kenyatta.
Yes,
That shamba in State House, go to the State House. Ruto back to the root to Uhuru. Otherwise, Uhuru he'll be Ruto he'll be in the very dangerous. He lost the wrong time, and nobody will kill him. Himself, he will die for the pressure.
I say no man. I say this: no man is above the law, and no man is below it. Nor do we ask any man's permission when we ask for him to obey. That includes Ruto.
There is no president in Kenya. There is no president in Kenya like Uhuru have been respect the law. You see, he get out to the State House. He didn't do anything. If he could be bad person like Museveni, could stay 40 years. But President Uhuru, he is very weak. He respect the law. There is no, even Ruto, he's the one who doesn't respect the law. What does the constitution say when the retired president need? He need to have a helicopter and respect it, but he didn't follow the law. Ruto, he's the one who doesn't respect constitution and our democracy. He is the one. And I'm speaking the truth, whether he hear me or not. And I can tell him the truth. Whether he hate me, I don't try to play the game here or to try. I don't fear anybody this world. Only God will give me life.
Rhoda.
Okay, so.
Rhoda, you know, one of the things that you should get it clear is that the reason as to why people are always been accusing Kenyatta of being this of public land, and nobody has ever gone to a court of law to try to take the land back. When Kenya got independence, we were around less than 1 million adults who could vote. Actually, it was around 1 million. So majority of land was communal owned, not individual owned. Therefore, it means anybody could get a large piece of land as much as one could have owned. So because Kenyatta having the status as a president, he accumulated many. It was the work of the government and the community to put custodian of Kenyan land when it was under communal. The same thing happening right now in Kajiado, where land is communally owned, not individually owned. So when you get that point, it means when you go to court of law, there is no particular somebody you can point and say Kenyatta stole from so and so, therefore becoming a problem to prove. You know, it was communally owned. Not like right now whereby you maybe you take a land of somebody, maybe ilikuwa ni a city council ama ni a city nini, you take it. That one now is what you call land grabbing, you grab it. The other one is immoral, to take a land that you are supposed to take it custodian for future generation. So you get those the two different, so that you understand when people we are talking about issues to do with land and so forth. Not forgetting
And
about the Muteshi land.
to say it is just him, it is not one person, and that is why I say we as Kenyans need civil education so that we can fight for the rest of us, because the rest of us are being, when they take so much, when they take what they are not deserving of, then some of us die, your people die, your people stay without education, your children don't go to school, your children can only do manual jobs. Look at Ruto's kid. I heard the one is a lawyer, the other one is a pilot. They have the option of choosing what they want to be. Do you know how many children would be lawyers and pilots had they had the opportunity, the educational opportunity to go to school if they could afford to? So us asking those people, I'm not fighting anybody. I don't care about the Ruto, Uhuru, they're inconsequential to me. But if we get somebody who can be able to put order where, even like now, if Ruto said, everybody who has stolen, even himself, I give you 90 days where you will not be prosecuted to return the money. We won't need money. We'll have money for all the projects that we have. But they don't. They keep saying, now we are going to tax you, that we are going to tax you. And then you come here and talk about Uhuru. Uhuru is rich. Even if we stress him, he'll go for therapy. You can even afford to go to hospital for your headache or for your cancer. Don't you see Moses Kuda to Saudi Arabia on his medical bill? But we can't afford. So how can you come here to defend these rich people who have stolen from you? Who is going to fight for you when you're fighting for them? My challenge is, let us fight for us. Let us fight for the small person. And when we fight for the small person, you will not need to employ so much watchmen, because less people will steal, because more people will have food on their tables to feed their children. There are people who are thieves not because they want to be thieves, but because they have to feed their children. There are people who are prostitutes not because they want to be prostitutes, but that is the only way they can feed their children. Yet there are people living and saving a lot of money, yet they cannot give this money. Here in what is the name of this guy?
Ashley, we want to see you because I think you're speaking and we can't see you. I mean, we need to see you.
I'm somewhere where I'm not able to be seen, but I think the voice, I don't want you to be distracted by me. I want you to listen to what I'm saying, and I really hope that I can get as many people on my side. My way of thinking, I'm not against anybody. I don't hate Uhuru. I don't hate anybody, but I would wish they stop being selfish. I would wish that they would stop being selfish. There's no, like someone like Uhuru is a person who can give some of the money, even 1 trillion, give it back. Say, I'm going to open a foundation. He doesn't need legacy of building roads. Do you know what these roads did? There's one road in Outer Ring Road. I am asking Senator, the Governor, Sakaja, please go and demolish that road on Outer Ring Road. A highway in a residential area.
That was Soko. Soko is was supposed to do that project. He was just doing corruption and stealing money. It's not Uhuru, because he was a governor. Do you know how much money Soko he steal?
Okay.
A lot of money.
Listen,
Okay, let's get some order here. One minute. Actually, I want to bring some order now.
Let me finish the last thing.
1 minute. We will allow you to finish. Actually, there is some order there is a question I want to bring you on board so that you can. I understand what you are saying, but remember, precursor problems, they are given to the government of the day. So what I wanted you to tackle, you see now, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta is a retired president. He has done what he was about. So my question is, based on all the things we are saying, because again, I was saying, yes, you're explaining very well, but I can see too much of the theory. In practicality, can you bring Mr. Ruto government on board,
Yes.
make them accountable, and tell me what do you think they can do on interpersonal? I think that one would help people instead of us being too theoretical. Now, bring Mr. Ruto government on board. Now, connect them with your points.
Okay. The reason I was doing that was actually an answer that was too long, but I was answering what Rhoda said before. I didn't mean to speak on that, but let me speak about the road. A lot of people have died, especially the elderly, the people living on Outer Ring Road, the one that connects Kariobangi to Umoja. It's a highway, and it's their houses there. So most of those people are dying of upper respiratory problems. And it is allowed should not be so close to residential area. So I want whoever is responsible, if they are listening, to do something, either to pay those people to move from there and demolish those houses, or get that highway out of a residential area. I know so many older people who have died. I know children who have been treated of sinus infections. People in those areas that live in that area constantly have to wash their house, like clean even the walls, because of the dust that is coming from the highway. It is unfair for you to put infrastructure so that you can have infrastructure. At the same time, you're hurting the health of people. So that is very important for someone to take note. So the other thing of fertilizer, the cost of living, and the presidential, I will take long.
Actually, before you move on, let's exhaust that point. Are you aware that in Kenya, any project which is done, unless if it is a hide and seek project, and I don't think that one is a hide and seek project, any project which is done in Kenya, there is something which is called EIA, environmental impact assessment test, impact assessment reports, which are done by qualified environmental experts. So when it comes to that aspect, do we say it is the government as a whole which has failed, or it is the individual people? Because I know a project has that amount of money to do. Let's say even if a project is being demolished or not, but we have EIA experts, environmental impact assessment people. What is their report saying? Who is supposed to implement like that report if it is there? Because I think the projects which we are doing, they are not knee-jerk projects. They are real projects which are following all the phases. Do you want to say that that project is a knee-jerk project?
I don't know what I'm telling you, like ground on the, like on the, kwa ground vitu ni different. Kwa ground, your project is affecting people's health, and older people are dying because of upper respiratory illnesses as a result of the highway being next to their houses. And these houses is upstairs. Ziko na downstairs na upstairs. Kwa hivyo dust inaingia immediately to the bedroom. And I asked somebody, how was this project authorized? Wakasema siku ile project hiyo highway ilimalizika, wamekuwa kigojea Uhuru akuja ifungue, na many times when it has been planned akuja afungue hiyo barabara, it has been postponed. Ule mtu aliniambia, akaniambia amekuwa akishindwa, kwa nini Uhuru hataki kukuja kuifungua? So what you're saying, someone up there knows that road was in the wrong place.
Ashley, wait, Mato has a question.
Thank you so much, Alex and the people. Ashley, the place that you're talking about, I was just there about 6 months ago, 6 to going on to 7. Na Ashley, wacha nikwambie mazee, hapo ndio niligrow more mimi. Unajua? So hiyo ni area yangu naijua vipoa sana. Hiyo utaringu unaongea ukienda kufika pale vocal te. Siku hata niingie. Is there somebody there? Yeah. So Kalte kuingilia Doni kuteremka down Manyanja na hiyo njia yote maze. Nilienda nika drive. Hata niongee sasa, hata nisiongee zile kizungu zangu naongea gapi. Hivi hata niongee kamsa wa mtaa. Cheki. Hiyo area ukianza kutuambia tuende kubomoa mabarabara, hiyo area tulikuwa kuja kufika Mtindwa. In fact hakuna venye ungeshikanisha Mtindwa na nini na saidia umo. So sasa ukianza kusema ati sijui watu wakuje kubomoa ati sijui barabara zinaua watu aje maze. Check hii kitu. Wacha kusema respiratory whatever. The only thing, even where we do live nowadays, these places, infrastructure is the most important thing in our country. I drove that area. Mimi nilidrive, wewe unasema uliambiwa. Mimi nilidrive nikapotelewa hata kule tulikuwa tukishigi. Unacheka.
Sasa infrastructure, if it's okay, what I said, basi vile normally watu hufanya, ukitaka kubuild in a certain place, unalipa hao watu wako karibu. There is a certain
Hakuna, sikiza kwanza Ashley, ndio maana nimeingia hapa hivi na naingia tu kaa natoka nitarudi baadaye. Umenifanya nikasimamisha kitu nilikuwa na do because umeongea kwanza juu ya hiyo area. First of all, unakumbuka kitu ilikuwa inaitwa bypass ikianza kukuja watu wakiwekewa ma X. Okay, kama ukumbuki hiyo basi uliza watu wengi hapa hivi watakwambia when bypasses ilikuwa inakuja watu hata walibomolewa manyumba. Why? Because they were in a place where is government land. Saizi tukienda na hiyo mtaa yenye unaongea utaniambia nipitie nini Southern bypass. Unajua utawala na huko hivyo alafu nikuje nitoke Doni, nikitoka Doni hivi tukienda kufika Kalte toke Osops, sijui nini utanipatia hizo vitu zote. Unacheki? Na hiyo area yote kwanza kulikuwa land nyingine hapo hivyo between Umo na Oyole yenye ilikuwa hapo hivyo ilikuwa imepiganiwa sana na kina Mwenje na watu wengi, ilikuwa imeua watu wengi sana, lakini siku hizi ukienda hapo hivyo imejaa na land na watu wako huko hivyo and the business is booming and it looks hella good. Unaona? So usikuje kusema ati watu waache wabomoe nyumba. Utabomwaji barabara na ishajengwa. You can talk about being maybe ilikuwa land, lakini all those lands ilikuwa zimewekwa za government business.
Okay, Mato,
ni watu walikuwa wamejenga kwa gava.
Okay, Mato, I think your point is home. Wacha actually amalize point yake, but I also want actually to base a argument on project documentation, because I think Kenyan projects, they are experts who are involved. Come on, like those highways or maybe big structural projects, we have specific people. I think even if it is a Chinese project, who have been tasked on environmental issues. So ningetaka, or even community mobilization, whereby even people like the area MP, the leadership down there, they are also involved as part of the project. So what I also want you to tell me, can you tell me how has community participation, mobilization, and the EIA implementation has been done as you finish your comment? So take this time and also explain on that.
Okay, what I can tell you is the effects of the highway on the, like the road is it's not too, you don't walk 10 steps to the highway from some of the houses. Hizo ziko kwa nini? Watu wanakufa na upper respiratory problem because hiyo dust inaingia, unaipumzia, inaingia kwa lungs. So we have to think, okay, the road is important. So if the road is really important, then to safeguard the people, if we keep it like that, most of those people, if not all, watakufana respiratory problems. How it was done and approved, maybe if we investigate further, we will find out somebody was given money to pay off those people so that they can remove those houses, and they have not done that. So until we get somebody in that department to come and highlight on that, I have no answer because I don't work for the government. I'm just a common man right here. So let me go to my points. The cost of living, fertilizer. So niko nasema, I like the idea of fertilizer from Ruto. Now I'm going to give again with my grandmother, where they come from. Kuna hizi vitu zinaitwa dero. They are like monkeys. So even if you plant food, they come and eat your food. So they have that huge problem. So until now, they're not able to produce food to produce food that they can eat. They used to be small scale farmers, but now they buy food because even though you plant the rows, they come and eat the food in the shamba. So what I can advise Ruto, instead of having a subsidy for just fertilizer, if he can call it a farm subsidy. So where there are those animals which are eating the produce, even if you give them fertilizer, it will just fatten the rows because they will eat healthier produce. So when you give them the fertilizer, you should also give them money or get them people to kill the rows so that when the food is produced, it reaches to the person, that it is not eaten by those monkeys. Things they look like monkeys, I don't know what they're called in English. It's not eaten by them. And then like place like Mwea, where they grow rice, I think they should be helped with irrigation. So it should be a farm subsidy. And depending on whatever part of the country people come, even though they are given farm subsidy, they might need education so that their production can be more than they produce. They can do an optimal production. So I would like them to change it, to tweak it to where it's not just a fertilizer subsidy, it becomes a farm subsidy. In the US, when you live in the rural place, they give you a subsidy for living in the rural place because most people there are the producers of food. So I think that's a good idea, but I think they should expand on that. Now, on the trip to the US and UK, I think it was a good move for him to go, but I think he should have sent someone junior, in that he just became president. He has other more pressing needs at home, especially like now when the cost of living is so high. I think he should have stayed home to take care of that and send someone else, because we do need someone to go in such a place, because that is where they do networking. And as you network, that is where you form relationships from which you get bilateral agreement, trade agreement. So you cannot seclude yourself. So it is good for someone to go, someone presentable, someone who can be able to meet people, someone who can be able to form network alliances, and someone who will be able to form something that will help Kenya in the long run. So I think those trips were good, but I think he should have stayed. I think he needs to not do everything himself. He needs to be able to trust some people that he can send out on his behalf. And this is one trip that he should have sent somebody on his behalf. On going on the buses, all leaders, apart from Biden, went on buses. Even the president of France was on a bus. Now, the only problem I have is that I saw African leaders in one bus, but when you already take yourself there and you're told to get on a bus, the only thing you can do is turn around and leave. But if this person is somebody you'll need in the future, sometimes you just have to just go with the flow. So that's my take on that. And I'm done. Thank you for listening.
Okay, actually, I've heard you, although I want to do some corrections on what you have said. That is based on my own opinion. What I think, when we talk of project, are you aware that for the last 10 years, we have large-scale projects which were brought on the context that we will have sufficient food. Like some of the places where you have mentioned, like for the rice, we have just filled the Ziba Dam, that is in Kirinyaga, Moya, one of the flagship projects which Mr. Kenyatta had commissioned. So Ziba Dam is increasing water for farming of rice, and we expect the production of rice could double, because now we have enough water, and we will now irrigate more land, because some of the land. So that's already a flagship project which has actually been handed over to Mr. Ruto, because now Ruto is now the president. Actually, it has just been finished now. That is one. We had Garana Kuraru, which was also having the same concept, whereby we had to farm 1 million acres, and we increase our food basket. And we had also other many dam projects in West, I think in Elgeyo Marakwet, everywhere. So project is not a new thing in Kenya. So even if we remove subsidies to do a project, the real question which we should ask ourselves is, how is the accountability of that money down where you are taking it? Because personally, you can remove subsidy. I don't deny on that. In theory, we can remove it. But whatever we are removing and wherever we are taking that money, is there total accountability on that money? So to me, it boils down to accountability. And when I look at these people, they are not telling Kenyans the exact projects which they will do with the money which they are saying we are removing subsidies, so that we can have this alternative. Because you don't need to conceptualize anything. If you are removing a subsidy should come with a targeted project directly. So that's where now I'm seeing these guys is they are joking with that. So what the president was supposed to tell us is that I am removing a subsidy of 7 billion, and that subsidy of 7 billion, I'm going to do a project of this and this amount, this and this amount. Why are they leaving that space open and just saying that we are just removing cartel? Why are they not tagging them to physical projects, which finally we will come and audit? Is because these people, they don't want to be audited. And that is what we have to question them. Let them tell us what they are going to do, tangible projects, because we can quantify them. We can say, okay, 1 billion dam project, that one is okay. Let them tell us. So I think, do you have a response in 1 minute before I bring other people on board?
Yes, I think I'm going to go back to what I was suggesting to Rhoda, that the common man, the Raia, needs to get involved. They don't need to tell us. We are the ones who employed them. So if they don't do it, we need to look for a way to tell them, you're going to do it or we are going to recall you. So that is where we need to know, how do we tell them? We tell them what we want. They don't do what they want. They should do what we want. We send them to represent us, not the other way around. So they're not supposed to just do things. They're supposed to do things that we want. So
okay, power.
As much as we learn that, I think that's going to help.
Okay. Oh, maybe I want to also tell you something before we get other people. Are you aware that this government, everybody who has been nominated in a certain seat as an issue, they were involved somewhere? Are you aware? You know, Waiguru was an issue. Wetangula had issues. There is no any single person who is getting leadership in this government who doesn't have a mispropriety issue. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
So,
I am aware. And that's
and
why I'm
then
saying
how
ourselves.
do you want now the same government to go? So in other words, this government has made sure that the people who have gotten leadership, they are people with mispriority issues. So all these questions we're asking here, they have no one to answer. These
Let's
are
go to
corrupt guys.
another panelist. I mean, actually,
Mzalendo.
I mean, yeah, Mzalendo or Mulumbu. I mean, we've been so perpetual on Ashley. Ashley,
Okay,
let's
yeah,
continue.
we have
Let's
another
rest.
person, Mzalendo. Then we come to Murumbu.
Thank you very much. I think we are drifting to a propaganda station. So let us just talk of things that can help our country. I really like when Ashley came in and started saying that the government is not about the former president. The government is not about the past presidency. The government is the present government, and it's the government of William Samoei Ruto. In good governance, you know, once you are out of office, you are out of office. If you did some wrongs in government, then let the law take its place. And nobody is above the law. Now, for the topic of the day, I had people were really, I mean, the issue was the bus. I don't know, because African leaders were put in the same bus. That is an arrangement that was done by the Britons on the other end. I don't know how that discussion would benefit us in any way, but by and large, you all know that Wazungus don't really respect us that much. As much as we respect them, they don't really respect us to that level that we expect them to. We expect Ruto to ride on the same limousine like Biden. All these leaders have got some status, just like diplomats. Diplomats are graded. There's a grade 1 diplomat. Not all diplomats are equal. The diplomat that represents Kenya in the US, the ambassador that represents Kenya in the US is a grade 1 diplomat. So we have to know our place in society. And about the subsidies, I think this issue of fertilizer has been talked too much, and we have seen the benefits of that fertilizer. I want, at one point, we talk about why Ruto removed the fuel subsidies, and who are these companies that were providing the government of Kenya with fuel? Who are these importers of fuel? And you'll realize that probably there were maybe 2 or 3 prominent families that were benefiting from the subsidies that was injected by the government. I saw an article where at least one person was pocketing about 30 billion. So in a year, it was being calculated to about 160 billion on fuel alone, this is going to around 2 or 3 families, prominent families, not people watu wa kawaida. So sometimes it is good riddance. There are some things that the government is doing that is helping in a way to curb the corruption, and
So,
again to have some
hello,
fair play.
hello.
Wait, I know you will interject in this, but that is something that is out there. It is in the public domain. So I would want us to talk about who are these guys who are bringing in fuel in Kenya, and why Ruto stopped the subsidies. That is something that we need to discuss at length. I want to touch on one last thing. Mimi pia ni mtu wa mtaa. I grew up in Eastlands. The Outer Ring Road is a very, very important road. It connects the Eastern Bypass, it connects to the airport, it connects a population about 2 million. It also eases the congestion of Jogoo Road. So that road came as a plus. But I think our engineers or the Chinese or somebody ate money somewhere. Some of these roads are not built to the standards. Like that road does not have so many access bridge or footbridge for people, but it is a very, very good thing for the economy of that area, because a lot of time was being wasted on the roads. About the impact on the residents of Umoja and maybe Kariobangi, that is something that I think they assessed it so well, and that is why they constructed that road. The only thing that they need to do is to plant trees on that road and probably build barriers, noise barriers, like we see here in the US. So we are heading there. And let me tell you, most countries in East Africa, they really appreciate the infrastructure in Kenya. So there are some good things happening in our country, as much as we make noise of corruption and all that. The moderator, you said about Wetangula and corruption on the other end. I believe Azimio were also warming up for the same players to come and join them. I don't think they had even any standards of looking at who is coming to join our team in terms of integrity. So the issue of integrity cuts across each and every political divide that we are today. Otherwise, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mzalendo. Independent choices. Mulumbu, go ahead. You can wait for the second round, once the other people talk.
Thank you so much, guys. Kenyans, wherever you are, good morning, good evening, good usiku. It's really sad to be a Kenyan. Really sad to be a Kenyan. Because you find so many Kenyans are educated, but what they contribute, you just wonder what kind of the world they are. Because this developed country like China, wherever it is, these guys, they realized what was happening. They embarked for the young people whom were getting education to bring them in this first world country, so they can go back in their country and build their country. That's why you have seen China has grown up so fast, Malaysia and other countries. But we African countries as whole as the continent, wherever if you come here in these developed countries, we become the manager, the director. When you go back home, you just go back to your muguk, uko ndani, in corruption, in tribalism. When you speak here, you speak just a tribalism. You don't contribute with the education that you got here in some first world countries that can build the country. So I feel so sad when I can find that Africa is the most richest country in the world, and in fact their leadership is the most corrupt people who have got even, I don't know what kind of people, I don't know what kind, this used to tumekauka nywele na vile akili yetu imekauka kama nywele tulio nayo. How can a country be a corrupt country and it's well-educated people with high skills? How country like China can take there and bring back, and they convince America to take the country, their factories and everything to their country, and they develop their country, and put a law, when you mess up, you get it. But here comes Kenya, the looter, are the one people that are being celebrated. Now we are having the president that was elected by Supreme Court and the Chebukati plus Venezuela, celebrating for it, not for the will of the people. Here you come here to celebrate about it. You can't talk about it. Let's go on. Let's keep on. That's what happens every day. The will of people are not given chance. There are corrupt people, the mafia people are the one given the chance. Then we come here to celebrate. Hai imeshafanyika, let's endelee tu. And then the country is failing. I'm really upset, and I'm really very sad about it. When I look at you, Kenya, so high educated, actually, it's really sad. Really sad. A country to be led with the mafia people, wash. Then we come here and say, oh, ishafanyika, wacha tuendelee tu. Where are you going to? Africa will never grow because Africa leaders, most of them are greedy. Niwezi. They look at their matumbo. Mtu akifika pala anaangalianga familia yake na watoto wake. He doesn't look at the jirani, how he gonna feel. Vile jirani anaangalianga tumbo yake na watoto wake, haangalii jirani na vile tomorrow, next month and next year. And then the country, they look at their matumbo. That's where Kenya is right now. And white people wanaenda kwa naangalia, mimi nikisomesha mtoto wangu huyu, jirani pia afai lazima akule. And then akikula mwezi ujao lazima tujue tunapanga namna gani. Then the next year, you guys well educated, don't look at that. You look at your matumbo. Then let me go to about somebody talked about the bus. Princess Elizabeth died. About almost 200 countries walikuwa wanaenda pale. You expect kila mtu akuja na limousine kutoka nchi yake akuja endeshwa na limousine kuingia pale. I look at this and see if you people educated, you talk something nonsense. There must be an order. Na kama Biden alienda na limousine, Biden is Britain. You have forgotten that America is Britain. You people, you get to school, you read about this history, you don't know, you come and lie to us. Ati kwa nini ilifanyika? Biden na Uingereza ni kitu kimoja. That's their brother. Tukiweka kila mtu aende na limousine pale, ukiangalia mali basi zinapita, itatoshea kweli? Almost 200 people wataenda na limousine, zitaingia. There must be order. Kana Mwananagwa kama alichukua basi akapeleka wa Afrika, that's an order. Alifanya vizuri kuendesha wenzake akawaingiza ndani, waete washuhudie, watoke waende. Not everybody can go then with a limousine. Some president walienda na community flights. Hawakwenda na ndege zao kwa sababu haziwezi toshea pale history. Guys, mmesoma men? Kwa nini mnajirudisha nyuma? When somebody talks about the ile roundabout ambayo anasema, mwingine amesema ya kwamba ingebomolewa. Men, I lived there for 10 years. When I left, it was crazy. It was really crazy. Hapo ndio watu walikuwa naibiwa kwa jam. Unakaa for 2 hours, jama isongi. Kochokorana kuja na mavi ameshika kwa mkono na kuwekea kwa dirisha, utapeana simu, ukikataa unapaka mavi. Some of you never saw that. So anyway, nikisikipata ya kwamba kuna nini flyover ilitengenezwa hapa, you guys, the only thing you know in Kenya, shida tuko nayo ni corruption. You cannot blame mtu alijenga, blame wale waliwashughulikia hiyo. Kama walijua kuna residence hapo, wangeambia wabomoe watoke. Lakini kama walipatia kubomoa na akapeana pesa akakaa hapo, let them die. Wacha kufe. Because when the plan was done, they are supposed to move. They refused to move. Wakakula pesa. Let them die.
No, they were not told. They don't even know.
No, you are not there. Wewe haukuwa huko umeambiwa. Na hii ndio propaganda tuko nayo wa Kenya zaidi. Tunapenda matumbo yetu, then we come here to propaganda mingi. Forget about
No.
that.
Can I interject?
Just keep quiet. When I was talking, you were talking, I never said anything. Just give me my time. Nilikimaliza hiyo mambo ya kwamba president na nini Uhuru whatever it is, nini Ruto whatever it is, nyinyi mulichoamua koti na IBC wapatie president wa Venezuela, si wa Kenya, wa Venezuela, because Venezuela ndio wali decide. So die with it. Kuleni hiyo wemba mezeni, kwa sababu you don't want, hamtaki kuchanuka. Kama ingekuwa mbaya mngetoka nyinyi wote Kenya, the whole Kenya, kusema this is not what we did. Msimamo kwa barabara, no, we need the right thing. But kama mna celebrate wizi, just die with it. Kuleni tu, that's what you wanted. Thank you so much.
Okay, somebody needed to react to you. Ashley, 1 minute, react to Bwana Murumbu, then we get Joe.
Bwana Murumbu, what I'm telling you is certified. I don't need to go into detail, but and I don't want it to become political. I know people. I grew up there. So when I'm saying I was told by reliable sources. I know people who have died, and I know my friend's kid who and the father, they went to the hospital because they were keeping on having a draining nose, and they were told it's respiratory problems. And that person, when I investigated more, I told them, do you know it's because of the road? They didn't know, but he told me since the road was built, I have to clean the house and the walls every day because a lot of dust is coming. So mine is completely not political. I am talking about lives that are being affected by the road being next, literally next to the house. And please, let us not make it political. What I'm praying is that somebody who is responsible can hear this and take the necessary measures to protect lives.
Yeah, okay. Actually, I understand what you're saying, but now we also need to move a notch higher. Are there health practitioners who are aware of this issue? Because I think even there are health practitioners who are supposed to give a report by now. Why is it that this issue is only known to the citizens of that area? Are there no health practitioners who can also help the government understand this issue?
In fact, the person I talked to, I'm the one who was educating them that the reason they have those problems, educating them on the dangers of having a highway next to a residential area. And that is why I started by saying our people need a lot of civil education. The reason I know that is because where I live, if they are going to build a road in a residence, there are places which are zoned residential, and for you to build a highway or a road, some measures have to be taken. I don't know that they were taken. So, but I know that where that road is built, it's affecting the quality of life of the residents living, especially those ones who live by the road. I'm not even going to talk about the noise. I'm talking about the health.
Okay.
I have left the noise out, but
Actually,
let's.
one minute. I think roads have classification, and we have the road reserve. How far are those people to the road reserve?
Yangi, they are next. Like the way this barrier is here to your next person here, the road is here. They are next, completely next. Let me try and see whether I can pull it up on Google, and you will see. But I hope people who are responsible, and that road is the one on Pioneer Phase 1. Those houses that are by the road there, if people know, the people who know the area. It's not in Umoja, it's not in Kariobangi.
I agree with you, but what there is that...
I don't want us to go back and forth on it.
1 minute. Actually, I get you so that we go to Joe. In Kenya, we have road classification. We have road classification B. We have road classification A, C, like that, going all the way to E. And depending with the road classification, we have what we call a road reserve. And part of the reasons why we have those road reserves is to inherently try to solve some of the issues. I'm sympathetic to those people, but remember that habitation cannot cannot contravene on the methodologies of a road. So I don't know if those people, wherever they are staying, is not part of the road reserve and they feel aggrieved. I think there is a complaint mechanism in Kenya.
Complained. It is I who is raising the issue. It is not that people are complaining. I was told about that issue, and then I was told mama so and so amekufa na mama so and so amekufa, hata ule mzee mwingine, hata hiyo family like that. And then there's this family, their child had problems. When they took it to the doctor, they were told they have respiratory problem. And then another friend of mine keeps having like a running nose. So it is not me who has come to that conclusion. So that's why I'm saying, let us not make it political. I will not comment more on that, but I hope it has reached the right people.
You have to go a notch higher. You have to engage stakeholders and the people who make decisions. So yes, you have said it to us here, but those people, because they are Kenyans and they need to be served by their government. If a road project is affecting them, let them go to the respective people, and then experts will be sent there, and I think they will be able to prove that there is a relationship between health and this project.
So I talked to somebody and they told me that's a national, like there's county, there's national. So because there was a MCA who was running from the area, and I told them, go and tell the MCA about this problem. And then he said, you call him and explain to him, because the thing with Kenyans, most of the time they are really ignorant about their rights. So what I am telling you, probably very few people have even known that that road is affecting their health. So that is why I'm saying, let us give the other people opportunity. But I'm sure someone will take it to the right to Sakaja or whoever needs to hear so that they can do something about it.
Okay, Joe.
Thank you very much, Njiru. I've just got in. Yeah, I was following a little bit, maybe kidogo around 1 hour ago. I've come in and you're talking about roads. You see, roads are designed and there's usually a space for expansion in the next 10 years or so. And I don't think if it's the cause of the roads and the traffic, it cannot cause that problem in only one area. We have Thika Highway, we have now the express. Before the express, we had Mombasa Road. And it's the same cars that use the roads everywhere. So there could be something more to that. Having said that, I'll also say that Kenyans are also ignorant, because why would somebody build a residential place where you think it's affecting you and you still go and rent a house there? Don't you have alternatives?
No, those houses were built in 1980. So the road, there was just a normal road. So now during
even if it's 1980, there's usually a long-term plan. And I don't see why you should go and reside in a place where there's a threat of life and death to your family.
Joe, I think
there are alternative places you can go to.
Joe, 1 minute. Point of order. I think that issue has been exhausted. Please just join the motion of today. It has been exhausted.
Yeah, I just wanted to chip in before I start the new. And people have even moved to National Park. Yeah? Because of corruption. People have moved into National Park. And there's no demarcation. Soon, watu wakikulu na simba, mtoto akulu na simba, Kenyans will cry. But they don't see that some corrupt people grab land in a national park and build a residential area. Okay, having said that, let me go to the topic of presidents going to UK. As somebody rightly raised it, what we are arguing about is the bus ride of the presidents. But let me tell you people that I have been in those areas. These people are really organized, especially when it came to their queen. You can see everything is moving as per clock. They are not like us, where security is lax. The policemen sometimes don't know what they are doing. I think for them to take the presidents in a bus, they have taken all the considerations and preparations for that, including security issues. So it's not big deal. It's not like us here where maybe a bus company like Coast Bus will be contracted to carry the presidents. Maybe the bus is not in a mechanical order and things like that. No, it's different. These people are actually more perfect than us. I'm not saying they're perfect, but they organize their things better than us. They plan their things. Two, the people that were put on the bus, these are presidents from the Commonwealth countries. Who are these Commonwealth countries? These are people who are still loyal to the Queen, allegiance. They have some allegiance to the Queen. That means these are the countries that the British colonized under the Queen. So that bond is still there of them, we being inferior to them. I don't see why we should complain and yet we attend Commonwealth Games. These Commonwealth Games are the Queen's games. They're there in honor of the Queen. And those people who, the countries that attend, these are the countries that were colonized by the British. So we are still subservient to them in this manner. So don't expect to be given the same priority as the Americans and the Israelis and maybe the Canadians. Okay, the Canadians, they were doing this because of security level of threats of the American and the Israel prime minister and all these things. We have to understand this. Who will go for? The terrorists will not go for this African presidents. I mean, nobody. There's no threat. So it was organized. But those ones that went with Lumison and to picked up with all the security details, those are presidents whose lives are a threat. Simple as that. We go to Commonwealth Games because we still have allegiance to the Queen. That's why we attend those games. Australia's tried pulling out, but they have not. Canadians tried to pull out, they have not. So if Australians have not pulled out, and us and the Canadians, who is us to pull out? Our economy is so poor that the British do a lot for us. Pulling out will be even a disaster. So we can't pull out. So that's why we had to go. 1, 2, we had to agree to their arrangements. It's secure. Wacha kina Sonko wanapiga kelele hapa ni the people who have messed this town. You can't even walk on the pavement of the town. Kule wako organized. So let's not cry over this. For the political situation, what is the other one? The cost of living in Kenya under KK administration. Yes, the changes had to be there. And I like the way Mulumbu says it, although anasemanga kwa uchungu. I mean, during the campaign, we had 2 leading presidential candidates, the KK and Azimio. And we all knew the history of each and every presidential candidate and his team. We know their history. So we made a choice, or a choice was made for us, and we accepted that choice that was made for us. So we have to live by it. If you spread your bed, you sleep on it. It's going to be difficult, yes, but what do we do? I mean, if Raila was to say that we call some sort of civil disobedience, some people will not believe him. And right now, most people will be swayed onto KK side. And they'll see him as somebody who is bringing problems. But let me tell you, until justice is done, people should keep on fighting. And I'd like to say also, I want to point out that, you see, the other times Raila has been losing, I can say people from Mount Kenya, not in a bad faith, had been thinking it is a problem with Raila Baba. But this time, we had people from Mount Kenya who were supporting Baba. And this time they have seen how Baba has been shortchanged, and they are feeling the pain, including Jiru. He's feeling the pain. And it's bad. It's really, really, really bad for democracy. And this is what Baba has been fighting for. Democracy since 1980s. In fact, 70s. He's been fighting for this all his life, I can say. Just sheer democracy. It's nothing to do with him wanting power. It's just the change, the ones that he's been bringing in piecemeals. And this is all what he wanted. But it seems the Kenyans are not ready for this. And I'm telling you, it's not Baba that is going to suffer. Right now, Baba might not feel the pinch of the hardship. It's not him. I don't think he's feeling the pinch. He is not at all. But most of us, in fact, all of us, the hoi polloi, middle class downwards, are feeling it. The upper class, some are into business of corruption. It's good for them that this government is here. The corruption will continue. So their business is not going to be disrupted. So it's good for them. I'm telling you, most of the people who are not in the middle class and lower, the upper class, the rich, the super rich, none of them are clean. They're used to doing trading with this corrupt government. So that to them it's okay. I want a shida. It was either they wanted a change, or if change is not coming, they'll continue what they've been doing in the past. But sisi ambayo tuko hapa kwa hii forum, we are not. I don't think we are the lower class. We could be the middle class. We know what is good and right. It's us who are going to suffer more. In fact, the middle class will suffer more. The poor are used to this. Like I can say, the people who have been supporting Raila are used to pain. Those who started supporting him this time are even feeling more pain than the people who have been supporting Baba. So in terms of the economy, the poor are used to what they have been getting all through. But the middle class is the one who is going to suffer. You see, like buying of petrol, it's the middle class. The electricity has gone high. Maybe the DSTV, it ended you. Maybe the Wi-Fi, it ended you. So the middle class will suffer more. And it's the middle class that actually messes us. Because hawananga msimamo. Hawananga msimamo. The rich wana msimamo. They support whom they think they can do business with. The poor wana msimamo pia. They usually reject or go vote whoever they've been paid to vote for. But the middle class, ambayo wanajua what is right for this country, what is wrong for this country, what this country needs to move forward, hao ndio waendangi kupiga kura. Even maybe the last vote ambayo tumepata, the middle class are comfortable with their DSTVs, with their mitumba cars, with their Wi-Fis. So they can't go and, queue. Ukiangalia queue wakati wa voting, you hardly see the middle class. And these are the people who are actually messing this country. May I or Njiru?
Can I add something?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Joe, for that analysis about the middle class. I think that is the class that has brought us where we are in terms of politics in our country. They neither participate in politics, they are not interested in politics. They are the working class, and they are the ones who are actually heavily taxed. But right now, there's some interest that they are developing in politics. Let us wait and see how heavily the middle class will be taxed to run the government because of Ruto's pledges. They must be taxed heavily so that the government can get money. That is the time they will feel the pinch. That is the time they will get involved directly in politics. Now, on another issue, it is interesting how we analyze the central province politics. I took time, and I have a couple of friends who are from Central, and I always wonder, we are friends, and when it comes to voting, we vote different ways. But one thing they told me, and this is very, very interesting, in Central Province, when I want to go and vote in the rural area, let's say I come from Nyeri, I go to Nyeri, or I come from Gatundu, and I'm from Nairobi. I go there and then I ask, hey, who are you voting in as the MCA this time? And MP and governor tunapatia nani? That is how they vote. So there's a council that decides that sasa wacha tupatie huyu mtu kura. Hata kama mjui, but that is how they are going to vote. That is why you see a good percentage of them voted for Ruto, because that is what they had decided that they were going to vote. But those who voted for Baba pia walikuwa pale. So there are communities that vote without their ideology, without even thinking that who is going to represent them, but they are driven by a certain force. Yeah, and
Njiru
that is
ataongea
very,
hiyo
very
maneno. Nasema Njiru atajibu hiyo maneno.
Njiru. I don't know who Njiru is. There's Kenya all the time. Oh, Njiru. Oh, you are
The
Njiru. I
moderator.
always say, oh, the moderator. I didn't know your name. Now today at least I know your name. I always see Francis, but you never put your actual name. I don't like people who are always incognito like myself. At least ujiite kama mzalendo. I'm a Kenya all the time. Kenya all the time is also a good one. But maybe Njiru, you can tell us why Central Kenya people, you have got this council of elders who normally give you direction to vote in a particular way. And I want you to be as truthful as you can without adding any propaganda in it, because that is a very, very big problem in our politics. And moving on to the future, our politics in Kenya, the big tribes have already realized the numbers that they have. Kalenjins already know that they have numbers. Kikuyus know have numbers. Luyas know they have numbers. Luos know they have a bit of numbers. And being a tribal country like Kenya, how do we really harness that kind of tribal thinking into a more productive manner that will help our country? I think that's the biggest debate, because each and every time there is no way that we will elect any credible leader unless he comes from the tribe that has got the numbers. So a Kauma living down in Mombasa will no longer realize their dreams in this country called Kenya, unless we try to address this tribal issue that is affecting our country.
Yeah, Bwana Mzalendo, you know, every community has its own issues, and they reach that the plateau phase of decision. You know, if you look at the Mount Kenya region this time round, and by the way, for your information, we still do not know the actual results which Raila Odinga got in Mount Kenya. Let's put that constant. Let's be clear on that. Yes, Chebukati gave us the results which he gave us, but for real, I cannot confirm to certainty the percentage which Raila Odinga versus Ruto got in Mount Kenya, because things looked convoluted there. So this is what is happening in Mount Kenya. You see, even if we are having that council of elders which make decisions, but you also need to understand we also have a societal crash. When we talk of a societal crash, is in Mount Kenya region, we are now having a population, and a big one, which is frustrated. If you look at our young people, like guys who are aged between, let me say, the age which get the ID, age 18 and 45, we have a very huge group there, which is very frustrated, a group which doesn't want even to listen from their parents, and group ya makarikari, and those things. Then we have our fathers and our grandfathers who want us to do the right thing, who still they want us to, some of them have businesses. They want these young guys to continue the lineage of our businesses. But these young men cannot, because they are just there. They don't want to listen to anything. So that's why I'm saying in Mount Kenya, we are now having what we are having, societal clash. Actually, our elders advised us the right way. If I tell you to a percentage of 80%, our elders were ready for Raila Odinga. But young people decided otherwise. It was a pure decision from them. They thought that the elders, they still want to continue with this narrative of richness. They don't want to share. And this is what is actually what is happening in our societies now. Like from the communities where I come from, our fathers are not ready to share their wealth with our boys now. You know, before 80s, it was a norm that once majority of your boys reach 18 years old, we used to cut our land and we give our boys. It was a norm. Don't be cheated that the reason why we are not sharing our land is because of scarcity of land. That is what perception. Even if we don't have land, we have property. But if you look at succession and the sharing, they are not sharing their property this highly. Why? Because we are having a young generation which cannot be told anything. A young generation which is not ready to succeed with what was happening. A generation which want things cheaply. A generation which, like, if I have a wealth of 100 million, they want we share 20, and after we share, they do not have a concept of growing that wealth. And that is why somebody like the president now was able to understand that group, and he knew that if these people, I'm not blaming Wazir. There is somebody who is saying here that I'm blaming Wazir. What there is that Mr. Ruto was able to understand. We have a group. If you promise them goodies, even if there is no any tangible, you just promise and tell them something. Quick result. I said it here another time that my community is teaching the rest of the Kenya quick results, and I don't go for that. If you look in range scale, if there is a place whereby, or if there have been people who have been teaching the rest of Kenya about quick things, is people from my community. Sijui nini badilisho ikue nini. Like, we used to have pyramid schemes. Majority of pyramid schemes in Kenya, their starting point is from our people. Because, you know, our people have, you know, if you hear like the stories of people, I used to be a hawker, now I'm a millionaire. I used to be a what? I don't deny we are business oriented, but there is a shift and there is a mentality change whereby young people don't want to be responsible, and it is in range scale. Remember, the more the population, and it is in range scale. And what is going to happen in the future is that, remember, this thing cannot hold for long. Yes, we are saying that Mount Kenya region, it is strong, it is what, but if this population is not going to be analytical, and they know that they are joking with the future, yes, We have reserves. For the next 5 and 15 years, they can joke with life. But in the next 30 years, the amount of misery which is going to be in Mount Kenya region will be in another level, because these people are getting children, and these people will not pass good culture to their children. Remember, we have a sizable group, makarikari na vitu zingine. So unless we solve this, that's why, like, if you go in Kiambu and other areas, we have too many rehabilitation centers. That's why we are having people like this Gederiman and the rest. They are being rehabilitated and rehabilitated and rehabilitated. It's in large scale. It's not only Gederiman alone. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm seeing a community here whose future has already been captured. And these things are not happening in other lands. For your information, by the way, Luya people are very organized. Encouraging people on the other hand, they are very organized. They're having their big, wanafanya kila kitu. But our economic sector, which has been mainly business and other areas, how do you pass your business kwa mtu wa makarika? Yes, we have a percentage of close to 10%, which is doing right, who, even if you give them businesses like the Rwadia group and the rest, who can still pass these things to their next lineage. But as a community, it's misery. That's what I would say. And in a nutshell, is that power is escaping from Mount Kenya, and I don't think it will return again, because other communities are also learning, and they are having their people. Some of them are becoming more responsible. So unless our communities, and by the way, I'm saying this with a lot of love, our community in Mount Kenya region, power is escaping away from us. And I can tell you without fear, you might say that Rigathi Gachagua will inherit Ruto or what, but it is impossible with this crop of young people. They won't. It won't happen. Because at the end of the day, people have been following you because of the value you have been bringing. But remember, that value, the mental value, once it goes away, people will shift where there is mental value. And in Mount Kenya, we have no mental value. Look at the people who have gotten leadership from governors and the rest. Majority of our people are not high-level intellectuals, or like people who you can say that we are proud to be our leaders. I can say, because that high-level intellectuality is disappearing. There are some communities, if you look at their leaders, you can see that intellectuality. In long range, in 30 years, 40 years, Mount Kenya will not govern this country. They will want it, but it won't happen, because we have to safeguard our communities with high-value intellectual people, and we no longer value that in our communities, and it is sad.
I think you really attempted to answer the question, but I maybe I can give you maybe a 60%. Yeah, that would be fair enough. But I think the issue of Mount Kenya and its politics, the way you are saying it's dwindling, yeah, that is right. That is right. I don't believe that Gachagua would be the next president after Ruto. This ping pong game has to stop at some point. The ping pong game has to stop at some point. And the sad reality is that Mount Kenya region has always put their votes in one basket. And this started from Kibaki's regime. Moi had sidelined the community for a very long time. So when they got power, they really grabbed it and they don't want to let it go. That is why they were putting some hopes in Uhuru, and they were putting some hopes in Ruto. But largely, just as you put it, although so many people would not admit, but you admitted it directly, Ruto got the voting bloc that was needed in this election, the young people. So when you have the young people on your side in this election, you are home and dry. So in Central, the young people also feel that they've been left out from that generation that grabbed power before, or are the landowners. Let me call them the landowners. So the biggest problem that is coming into Mount Kenya in future is the issue of land. Is the issue of the land. and the population. Today, the Kikuyu community is 8.1 million. 8.1 million. But the vast majority of land is owned by very few families. That is why you see Gachagua really just stamping that yeye ni nini wa Mau Mau, things like that. That is a clarion call that tells, you know, these young people that, you know, I will defend you and get your land back. Those are the things, those are the dangerous trends that are happening in Mount Kenya.
Yeah, the other issue, maybe if I want to chip in what you have said and what Njiro said, that actually things are going to change drastically for the Mount Kenya community. What people don't realize is Kenyatta was there for how many years? 15, is it so? And by then, people were not, you know, very much developed in terms of maybe getting into business, acquiring land, buying plots, and all these things. So during Kenyatta's time, most of the Kenyans were still not aware of so many things. But then come Moi held this country for 24 years, when people were aware of making wealth. And that is how the Kalenjin actually grew from a very low in terms of education and financial strength to become almost number 2. But what people don't realize that the Kalenjins are actually have been now, they're going to be in power more than any other tribe in Kenya. Because if you put Moi's 24 years as the president, and then you put his years as the vice president of Kenyatta, and then you put Ruto's first term, actually first term he was the president, in quotes, and that's how he made his wealth. He could do anything he wanted. And now he's going to take another 10 years if we believe he's going to follow the constitution. He might go even maybe 15 years. So if you take his 15 years, hiyo zake as a president, or 10 years as a president, you add the first term Uhuru Ruto, that is 15. Ongeza ya Moi as a president. These people have been actually leading this country more than any other community. And the only issue I have with them, it's nothing wrong, but the only issue I have with them is blundering. Uchumi ya inchi. The Kuyus got the power, they got the wealth, and they're holding into it. They have it. Moi tried to destroy it, angeza maliza. But these other guys now, I don't know what will happen, because hata kushika hiyo mali na kufanya nayo kazi ya maana, we know what happened during Moi's time. They were given posters, zikazama, nini, zikazama, all these things. I'm afraid this is where we are going to. We might have those years and nothing, Kenya will have nothing to show. Mimi, I'm old enough. I saw Moi come into power, and I saw how government institutions were blundered. Everything ilienda. I saw it with my own eyes. And I'm afraid this might happen. It has even happened the first time when these people were put in some strategic places. We are having problem with the power sector because iliwekwa mutu ya huyu jamaa. All these sectors mali alikuwa ameweka watu wake. Those are the same sectors we are having problem. So I'm afraid itaenda wapi. Central wako na mali yao. I know they are hardworking. They can stick with their wealth and, you know, make a living. But sisi wengine, I don't know tutaenda wapi.
Let's have Nyumba. Maybe Nyumba could be having some, you know, Nyumba is also speaking of, Bwana Nyumba, habari, unajua wewe unaongea kwa a point of inflection. Wewe unaongea kama mzee na pia unaongea kama kijana. Nyinyi ndio mko na mali mmekataa kutupea, at the same time sababu mnasema sisi hatusikii. Go ahead now.
Asanti Bwana Njiro. Nawasalimia wote nasalimia Joe, nasalimia Mzalendo. Naona wengine wameondoka, maybe they are behind the scenes. I was behind the scenes all the quite some hours. Nimesikiza hii kipindi ikiendelea, na pia pengine wenye wananijua huyu bwana Kenya all the time, tumekuwa naye hapa kwa muda. At the time I took a 2 weeks sabbatical leave, but I'm back. So I was listening, and I tried to come back because of what Njiru was saying. Njiru explained, let me explain myself for people who don't know me. Me, I'm a Kikuyu elder, but in the diaspora in the country, I'm in Rift Valley. Born, brought up, learned, worked, retired in Rift Valley. I'm in Nakuru. So when you people, Mzalendo, you raise the issue of the central people, I'm one of them, and I was in some sort of disagreement. Njiru tried to explain very well, but I think some things didn't come out clearly. The central people actually is like sort of a quiet, a silent revolution. The youth are disillusioned. The youth, they actually totally discouraged. And that's why, like, I'm going to repeat 1 or 2 things that Njiru, let me call Njiru, not Kenya all the time, because I know by that one, Njiru Mwaura. Dr. Ruto read the mood of the youth. I can assure Bwana Mzalendo, all the elderly people of my age, Njiru's age, and even slightly younger age, voted for Raila, okay, and Martha Karua. The youth, the psychology of the poverty, lack of job, and all that, actually Ruto read it properly, and he took advantage. The bottom-up thing, this was for the youth. Of course, the Wajakayo shook that move a bit, but it was no mad to Ruto, okay? Me as an elder, even my own sons could not convince them. These are the people who are saying they don't care about history. And then, of course, there are few lost people for their own personal benefits, like the Nyeri governor, Mutahi. He said there was a meeting of Azimio one time in Nyeri, and he said history doesn't matter, of all things. But Maina Commander actually put him down straight away on the spot. You cannot go on without history. You learn from history, and then you plan for the future. So what I'm saying, Muzalendo, is the youth of the central, or Kikuyu, let me use central people, they don't want to know history. For example, let me give a very simple example. My primary school, I used to walk 11 kilometers one way, barefooted. So I used to walk 22 kilometers in a day, barefooted, with the tatas, viraka, kwasurari, and nini. My last born son, I'm an elder, Wadam Zalendo, my last born son is 23 years now. So the bus, school bus has been, well, used to in primary, in secondary, used to pick him at my gate, right at the gate. Just open the gate, he just climbs into the bus. I tried to tell him that I used to walk 11 kilometers one way, barefooted. He cannot understand it. You can see he even doesn't care about it, okay? So that history is irrelevant to him. For example, as people who may have seen Kenyatta 1 rule, in fact, Kenyatta died when I was in the University of Nairobi, 1978, University of Nairobi, okay? So I've seen all the rules, Kenyatta, Moi, and I've worked as a civil servant in Moi's government. But I quit in the year 2003 when Kibaki took over. I've seen Kibaki, I've seen Uhuruto, and now I'm seeing Rutos. So I have the experience of all these people, their rule, their governance, I know them. But the youth, and these are majority, people of my age, most have gone home, Amanda. So tukijaribu kuongeleza wasikilizi, and uliona tena hii idea, the two ideas, the youth, now the haves and the have-nots, gentlemen and ladies, if they're there. This was a quiet revolution of the have-nots against the haves. This indoctrination by Ruto, he could see the situation. He's part and parcel of the problem, but he jumped out of the problem, saying, "Now you are poor because I have made you poor." Okay, and that's why I saw even one time somebody motorist, nokta bodaboda somewhere here in Nakuru, gari inachomwa na makosa iko yake, kwa sababu nyinyi ni maringo, mnakuja mkitugonga na hii magari yenyu Land Cruiser na nini sisi hatuheshimu, and it's not true. Me have been a victim. Mlevi anaruka kwa barabara anagongo ni gari yangu. That's year 2003. Out of the blues, drunk people. I was not the man who had caused the problem. The man just drank and jumped in front of the vehicle. Lakini wanataka kunichapa kwa sababu mimi ni tajiri, nimegonga maskini. Hii kitu, think it deeply. And there's this equity of the people. Actually, there's so much difference between the haves and have-nots. Somebody talked about the middle class. There's no middle class in Kenya. Me, I'm a professional. I've been working for that 8 years. Ask me, even feeding myself. So schooling, paying fees for these kids. Okay, they are educated now. But it has been a struggle. Let me assure you, one of my friends went to America. Wanajiri mukanaye huko. Na afanye kazi ya kubwa na drive through trucks. He's doing better than me in Kenya, where I'm a professional in my own field. Analipwa pesa, he's a driver ya truck. Na anakuja hapa, anakuja every December, namba pesa mingi. Mimi I'm struggling here in Kenya. So what I'm saying, Ruto, and I'm confirming what Wanjiro said. Dr. Ruto read the mood of the country. He knows. This guy is sharp. Let's not underrate him. He's also an orator. And he convinced the majority, even the Kikuyus, especially the young people who don't want to know history. They say they don't want to hear it. It's irrelevant. Tell them that Honorable Raila was jailed for 89 years, fighting for us. To them, it's irrelevant. For me, I care, and I care for Raila. In fact, I feel for him. And I voted for him, not even once. Because the democracy we're experiencing, these youth, they don't know and they don't care. So let me just stop there. I don't have come on screen. I was listening behind the scenes. But as an elder, Kikuyu elder, I came to assist my colleague, Wanjiro, and Bwana Mzalendo. Just take it that the youth wamekuwa wagumu, even my own sons, na wamesoma. Let me finish this way. My first daughter finished civil engineering, Jomo Kenyatta University, 4 years ago. And she got employed just 3 months ago. She's got a very good degree in terms of class in Jomo Kenyatta civil engineering. Hakuna kazi. Mi hapa professional najaribu kumtafutia, lakini sitaki kuhongana, ni kuhongana kila pahali. Godwin, Mungu amesaidia, amepata kazi recently. After having been out for almost 4 years, she got an upper second, civil engineering, JKUAT, struggling. So these are the youth, you try to tell them something. Sema pana, nyinyi baba, hii country, unaona, tell them about it. Now, let me finish this way. Zalendo. Yeah, the theme, anti-corruption. You're telling some Kikuyus anti-corruption. And they are saying, that corrupt man is good. Wacha corrupt aibe atulete, and then you are saying the corruption. Nimemaliza. Asante kwa kunisikiliza.
Nyumba, you brought a very good point. At least you helped Mr. Njiru in analyzing the Kikuyu community and their voting patterns, and how Ruto managed to sell his ideology. That ideology, from the moment he opened his mouth and said, this is about the Hustler Nation, I knew that is it. That was a very big community that if he could sell his message directly to them, and you could see Azimio really struggling to get a proper message to sell out to Kenyans for a very long time. They didn't have a proper message to sell out to Kenyans, and they really struggled. And on issue, mimi pia ni mzee, Mr. Njumba. My daughter has just graduated at Strathmore University, and we have some unique youths out there. She does not believe that I have to talk to somebody so that she can get a job. She has applied for jobs in 2 places on her own. We didn't have to talk to anyone. And she told me, Dadia, no way. I'm going by faith and my credentials. And all the time, she's getting those jobs without talking to anyone or without pushing any button. So it's a culture that we must instill in the young generation. They must believe that why they went to school is because they needed that education and impact in society. And when they apply for jobs, they will be employed regardless of their tribe, regardless of their color, but with the credentials that they have achieved at the university. That is the most important aspect in our society. But we should not resign in fate that, since Ruto ni mwizi, wacha waibe. No, we are still going to fight on in this country. We are going to talk to the young people. They must realize the importance of casting their vote, because at some point, the young people of the Republic of Kenya had said they are not going to vote again because their vote was not counting. And even if they voted for the president, like the former president, there is nothing they saw coming from that leadership. So that is the reason why young people were looking for an alternative voice that was going to represent them. So the next leader going forward in Kenya, I believe he has to be a young person. I believe he has to be a young person. He has to be somebody who resonates well with young people, and he has to have fresh ideas. Nyumba, kama ulitembea kwenda shule 11 kilometers kwa mguu, your daughter will not sympathize with you. They don't really care about that. That was your time. That is up to you. Anataka hiyo school bus ama van ikuja hapo imchukue impeleke shule. That is your responsibility. And they also want you to secure their future. If you live here abroad where I live, it is a very, very interesting perspective.
Bwana Mzalendo, because I want to get out, I want to say hi to Julia. She's a colleague of mine for quite some time. The only thing I want to say is, Mzalendo, Njiro knows what I do at this hour. I'm a grandfather. Sina mambo mingi nabakia hapa nitoke hii ulimwengu. Let the youth harvest what they have planted. Thank you everybody. Nishauri yao.
Asante sana Mzale, asante sana Jumba. Unajua nyinyi wazee mko na hekima na a lot of wisdom, and you probably see very far, but the problem pia na wazee siku hizi wanachukua hongo. Pia wanachukua hongo, hiyo tena ndio shida kubwa sana. Awe ni mzee anatoka Central, awe ni mzee anatoka kule kwetu.
Unajua Mzalendo, kama uchukui hongo na uko kwa serikali na unatoka hauna kitu, however bright you are, ule mjinga alifanya kwa serikali, naona vile anaumia, hata ameritai. Is a poor man, useless, he's stupid. Thank you, bye bye everybody.
Anyway, that guy is always interesting. How he comes in the studio, gives us some wisdom, then runs away very, very fast. But I'm glad that he opened the issue of the Kikuyu community and their voting patterns and the future. So, Njiru, that is exactly where we are as a Kenyan community. The young people are taking over the nation in the next few years, and we must accept that reality. If we don't do anything, that this is their time. This is their time to step up in leadership and bring in some new, fresh ideas. So, because most of these young people have not been corrupted. So, if you have a president who is running and is young, I think that will be a fresh breath for the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mzalendo. Yeah, as we agree that the young people, it is a time for young people, but I think leadership is development, and it should also be an hybrid of the sort. Because sometimes we also need young people who also have a platform or who have a belief, because we want to see people who can be able to hold to the resources, people who can be able to, people who have a good life, because when it comes to leadership is more of a role model. The only reason why we elect somebody as a president is because that person has been able to lead a successful life, and we believe that that person can now use his life to catapult us into a massive life. That is why many hopeless people will not be near leadership. But however, many people want a shortcut of leadership. They will always want the masses to remain at a weak point. They will want people to continue in the same situation. That's why even somebody said that maybe it could be by design. The reason why in Africa our situation is the way it is because it is the only quickest method for people to get into leadership. So assume we are talking that we have empowerment, equity, and so many good governance. Could these people be getting an easy ride of politics like the way they are getting it now? Precisely no. So in brief, what I'm saying is that yes, it is a decade and a century of young people. But again, young people who have been developed, young people who have a platform. We do not want young people who have no concept. And I think it is the responsibility of also all the people to nurture the young people, because we cannot just say that young people just to become leaders by themselves, because all the people know where they have left and what is needed. But now when you see this crash, I think it's like a takeover of a nation, a takeover of society. And I hope that our people will be able to learn and we'll be able to raise good leaders along the way. We have a long way, but I am not worried, because even if a certain community will not be able to raise leaders, another community will be able, and there's no power vacuum. They will come and rule this nation. It doesn't mean that if people in Mount Kenya become, they don't become responsible, other people in another area will not become responsible. Another community will just come and take over from them. To me, that is what I think. So whether you are irresponsible or not, remember, no one is waiting for you to get organized. When right time comes, another person will just take off from. So that's why you hear that leadership is always a chance. So if you don't take your chance well, other people will just come and take over. But what we want is a country which is unified on ideologies at the point, and the people who are ready to have a progressive agenda. So wherever that agenda comes from, we don't care. So what we want is that progressive agenda as a nation, and we are very far from it. Looking at what has happened now, and I told you this, Mzalendo, although you told me even as me wanted to. That's why personally I was criticizing some of the people we were trying to recruit in our side. But KKA, man, is corrupt from the tail. It's corrupt. All the people who are receiving leadership positions now, they have issues. And I don't know why they are letting it that one to happen. Waiguru, Wetangula. There are too many people we can. Then I also want to see, even when somebody like Ruto, let him front good, ethical people. So Sudi, you see, yes, Sudi, I want to see serious people in the front line. But anyway, they voted for that government. So, Julia, go ahead.
Naona watu wanakuambia Njiru, it is not old people, it is gifted people. Sijui Father Dani Darius. Sasa pengine anasema kuzeeka sio wisdom. I don't know, maybe Nyumba should come back and tell us about age and wisdom. Is it age and wisdom, or is it experience? I don't know what it is. I like your conversation, you people, and I don't want to comment about the bus business. Really, I don't think it is important. I mean, you can be on a bus or on the train or on the, I don't know. To me, it's not important about who used the bus, so I don't want to comment on that. But before I talk about the cost of living in Kenya, which is, I think, is the most important thing here, maybe I should wait on the debate that people are discussing about Mount Kenya region. I tend to disagree with, I think, Mzalendo, who said that that the young people in Mount Kenya are unhappy because their land has been taken by a few. Mzalendo, we don't even have land in Mount Kenya to be shared anymore. Hata kuna mtu akona land, rich or poor. There's no land. You cannot see, apart from, I think, somewhere in Kiambu, where you see some tea land, which people say belongs to the Kenyatta family. After that, you can't see any other big land in Mount Kenya region at all. Sijui kama kwenye juri kuna mtu akona more than eka 5, hata kama ni tajiri.
Actually, hapana, sahi now we are 5 and below.
Yeah.
We used to have 10. They were in better location, but pia zenyewe zinagawa sana.
Even MPs, nobody, Mr. Mzalendo, hakuna. So we are not fighting over land. We've no issue over who has land, who doesn't have land, because there is no land. There is nobody who is having land. There is no land in Mount Kenya region to be called like big pieces of land. The only land you can see like 10 acres is in some parts of Nyandarua County that belong to people, not even necessarily to rich people, landless Kenyans who are given land by Kenyatta. There were landless Kenyans who were given land by Jomo Kenyatta before he died. So if you see someone with 10 acres, it's in Nyandarua County. So that is the only place you can see that kind of land, and those people were given by Jomo Kenyatta. But even in Kiambu, in fact in Kiambu, you can't see even the rich, even nobody has that kind of land. So let me tell you the truth. We have this word dynasty doesn't make sense in Mount Kenya region. It's a creation of the Kenya Kwanza people. And the other thing, I also want to tell you that it is just some indoctrination that happened, that Ruto perpetuated during his campaigns, and he used hate against the first family, that is Kenyatta's family, and he also used the church, and in fact the church more, because Mount Kenya region people tend to, I don't know, to feel that they love God more than the rest of the country. And even me, I want to confess that I used to think that people are more religious in Mount Kenya region than the rest of the country. I used to, but I no longer think the same. Mount Kenya region people looks at the rest of the country like, nyinyi hamjui Mungu, hampendi Mungu, mko mbali sana na Mungu. And Ruto took advantage of that. And that is how he got it. But for the youth did not even vote a lot, Mr. Mzalendo. That is why the votes in Mount Kenya region are very questionable. In fact, I saw that IEBC gave Baba about 900,000 votes from Mount Kenya region, which has never happened before. So I am tempted to believe that Baba had more than 1 million votes. That withstanding, we have this thing, Mount Kenya generally have been competing against the Luo community politically. So it was very easy for Ruto to get there and convince them, especially not even against the Luo community, let me say against Raila. It was very easy for him to campaign Raila because all along they have been like, Raila square president. So those are the factors that made them really be on the side of Ruto. It is not that they have issue with land. They don't even have issue with the dynasty. Atuna dynasty. Mount Kenya, even the members of parliament don't have, even those who we think are rich don't have big pieces of land because there is no land in the first place. Hakuna hiyo land ati eka 2, 3, 4, 5. Hatuna. We don't have land. So then the youth that you people are saying, there's no youth Muzalendo, especially in Mount Kenya region. There's no future leaders. Umesikia Tugeges? Au ndio wako. Jiro amejaribu kuelezea. Sijui kama unajua definition of Tugege. Tugege is people who cannot reason or think. And if you go to the sad story is Muzalendo, this is really sad because it's about Mount Kenya region, and I pray that it doesn't happen. It's not happening in the rest of the country. Is that our people 35 and below, I think more than 1/3 are drunkards and need to be taken to rehabilitation centers. Now, why has this happened? Because of these other sad things, Zarendo, I want to tell you, and probably that is why Ruto was able to penetrate in Mount Kenya region. This is really sad. Mount Kenya region, we have a population of people that believe the end justifies the means. So what did they do? They flooded the markets of Mount Kenya with pombe haramu. Easy pombe. You people, have you seen? I don't know that this pombe. You people, you can tell me from the rest of the country. Come at you are place where you come from. In Mount Kenya, kuna pombe. They are now when the government was fighting Chang'aa so much, they decided to manufacture pombe wanaweka kwa chupa, plastic chupas. Lakini kama Chang'aa tu. They are cheap alcohol. That is destroying the youth of that land. So, and these people got away with it, unfortunately, because they can buy their way around. They can bribe. They can buy the authorities. They can bribe the police. So now the other sad thing now, this is sad now. This is even more sad. That is why I think Mount Kenya region people should not be president for some time, for about 50 years. Maybe inchi tasaidika. Sijui Manjiru unaonaje? Maybe if we have Luos.
So, Julia, what is happening? See at Mount Kenya waache. From my own analysis, I think we are edging ourselves out through our own actions because, you know, once you don't have a buffer point of good, able, wise, and the people can be able to keep your wealth, you are just getting yourself out of the lane.
So ask me why. Let me give you an example. You people, I want you to look. You people, Mzalendo and Nomise, and those who are here and those who are listening. I want you to, now that Mount Kenya voted for Ruto, after this, you sort out the people who will be put in the cabinet from Mount Kenya region. You compare them with Azimio people. Yeah? You compare them with Martha Karua. You compare them with these guys who are from Nyanza. You cannot compare those people. Unajua nani atawekwa? Kuria. Yule MP wa Marago anaitwa nani? What is that lady? What's her name? Why I forget her name all the time?
Wahome, Alice Wahome.
Alice Wahome. Mzalendo, if you want to believe me, see, Ruto cannot get a better chair of council of governors better than Waiguru. Waiguru with her numerous scandals. Au ndio watu wa Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya cannot produce quality now as we talk. Even hata Ruto akiwatafuta aje wenye walimtetea. But tell Baba to find quality. Baba will find quality. Raila has quality, has people, has professionals, people who can perform. Because Raila, I'm sure, was going to go to our people like Akina Matiang'i and the others. You see, Raila can find people who can perform if he decides to ignore his sycophants. You know, I'm saying if he decides to ignore the likes of Babu Owino, he decides to ignore the sycophants. You know, there are a few sycophants in Azimio that need to be ignored if Raila was to form a government because they were going to taint his government. But Raila has quality people, can get professionals, performers, people who can, people like Kijana Wamalwa, Look at Raila has men and women who can work and give us results. Lakini angalia Ruto. Sasa Ruto, hao watu wa Mount Kenya wamempigia kura ni kina nani? Ni Tugeges. If it's not Tugeges, if those who have foul mouths like Kuria, foul mouth people. Now, you people, seriously, even if I'm from Mount Kenya region, and you ask now, and even the evidence is even here. The evidence is that the only person that William Ruto could find to be deputy president is Gachagua, jameni wa Kenya. Angalia vile Gachagua anaibisha inchi na anaibisha serikali ya Kenya. You people tell me something. Baba did not, even if Baba did not go for Mother Karua, Baba could go for Kalonzo. Kalonzo is a statesman. We were not going to be embarrassed about Kalonzo. Now look at the other side. What is the name of this? The governor for Kisii. Look at the governor for Kisii right now. See,
Arati.
I'm now trying to tell Kenyans that we leave this tribal thing, and we don't have to say that this community is large. Therefore, this community must lead us. That's what I'm trying to say. Because if you see the people coming from Mount Kenya region, I'm telling you, they are going to be a total embarrassment to Ruto and his government and to this country. The other sad thing, this is the saddest to people, and I'm ashamed to say this. A majority of the leaders in Mount Kenya region only believe the end justifies the mean. And it doesn't matter how much they are going to try to think. They are thinking that the more they steal, the more they are successful. And that is why now you understand most of them are in Kenya Kwanza, because they are okay with corrupt leaders. They are okay with corruption. They have no issue with lack of integrity. That is their stand. Wow. It is sad, and it's very sad that. So when you said that Mount Kenya region is going to be there without getting presidency, it is okay. In fact, the only mistake Kenyans made is to have this Kenya Kwanza government. But I don't believe they want genuinely, because now I think a third of it is going to be controlled by Mount Kenya region, the Gashaguas, the Kurias, you can see them, the Kimani Ichung'was, you can see them. Those are the people who are going to be making your policies. So they are going to be deciding how much are we eating, how much loot are we making. And I think we are really going to pay for this for some time as Kenyans. So Mount Kenya, I'm telling you, hakuna viongozi sasa. Sasa hivi na kwenda mbele for some time, I don't know for how long, because our youngsters, our young people who are below 35, most of them need to be taken to the rehab because of drunkenness. Because our elders and our businessmen flooded our markets with pombe haramu, and they were allowed to do so. They bought their way through, they bribed their way through, they got away with it. And some of them don't even pay tax. You know them, you know their names. And now unfortunately, those same criminals are now in government. That's the sad story. That's the sad story of Mount Kenya region. It's so sad. I'm praying one of these fine days I'll see statesmen, even from the smallest tribes of this country, leading this country, so that maybe we can get out of this trap of corruption, people with corruption minded. So Mr. Mzalendo, I wanted to correct you. We don't have good leadership in our youth. Hatuna. Unfortunately, below 35, hakuna. The only people that can help us is people who know where we are coming from, and they know how we have struggled, and people who believe in integrity, because integrity is the biggest challenge that we are having. And as long as we don't address the issue of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, we are not getting anywhere. Even this Kenya Kwanza government, wamepata shida mingi, and the only way out of this for Kenya Kwanza is to clean in issues of corruption. If Ruto decides today to turn a clean slate and decide that nyinyi mnafikiria mimi ni mwizi, you'll not see me there. If he decides to do that, I'm telling you, within 1 year, he'll get out of this. But the sad thing, who are his henchmen? Ni wale wezi wote walimfanyia campaign. Na sasa hivi wanasema ni wakati wetu makukula, it is time to eat. Let us eat this government. That's the saddest thing that we are having. That's our Kenya. I'm sorry kama wewe umetoka Mount Kenya and I've hurt you, but I think kikulacho kinguoni mwako, mimi nimetoka huko na ninajua hiyo attitude ya kwamba the end justifies the means. Doesn't matter whether you steal or you rob. It is really sad. Na wale Tugeges mlichagua huko MPs, MCAs, now some of the Tugeges ndio wanaenda kuwa cabinet secretaries and principal secretaries. Very sad story for Kenya. Asante Njiru.
Tugeges. So, Julia, today I got a new word called Tugeges. So, Tugeges is a very big economy if it can be harnessed properly and the rule of law can be followed. Unajua hii pombe hao vijana wanaingilia because hawana ajira na hawana kitu ya kufanya, because society has placed them in that manner. And you'll be shocked that some of these people you are calling Tugeges, some of them are graduates. They don't have employment.
Mzalendo, kwa nini you don't see these Tugeges in other regions of the country? Because
Wacha ni kujibu. These people are everywhere. Back in my village, kuna changa inauzwa. Somebody wakes up in the morning, hiyo ndio breakfast yake mpaka jioni, they don't do anything. They are there and they wait for political leaders to come and give them handouts. That's why you saw Wetangula saying, you know, our budget is a lot because we feed so many families. And they want to add some money so that they can feed these people who you are calling Tugeges. Now, it's a sad reality, even what will happen in parliament under Wetangula. Things like allowances, fuel allowances, those are unnecessary expenses to the taxpayers of this country. But if there was the rule of law that could be followed in the country, if Matiang'i could just step up and say alcohol, you know the time for selling alcohol, Michuki, I don't know whether it is Michuki or some minister who tried to say, you know, alcohol can only be sold after 5 o'clock up to 11 o'clock. We people who live here abroad know that alcohol after midnight, you can't sell it to anybody, or anybody who is walking into a bar and they are so drunk, you can't sell that alcohol. There are some measures that probably it will need the county government to implement laws that will help our people at that particular level. But hii pombe haramu, if the government of the day wants to really make money, then make hao watu Tugeges watengenezeni pombe ile wanaweza nunua na 50 bob ama 20 bob ama 30 bob, but wauziwe kwa wakati fulani na ikuwe ni sheria. So ukipatikana umelewa wakati fulani na umepata hii pombe mahali gani, then you have to face the law. So those are some of the things that we have to deal with in society. And I believe that the next war, or what the government of the day, William Ruto, is going to fight for to improve the economy of the country. You know, each and every political season we have some kind of war that we are fighting. Now, this is an economic liberation year for the people of Kenya. Whether it was going to be Baba in power or Ruto in power, I believe that they should come up with a team and that will reflect the Republic of Kenya. Hiyo mambo ya kuona kama Kuria atakuwa kwa cabinet, maybe it was just a speculation. Anaweza kuwa, he's a Kenyan, he's qualified, he can be there. But we want to see someone from Nyanza and other regions that didn't actually vote for Ruto included in government. He might also rob in, maybe, although they have said categorically that they are not going to work with Azimio, but there are people in Azimio who can help him to run the economy of the country. This country belongs to all of us, and let the presidency not think that once you are a president, other regions that did vote for you will not get a share of the pie. And lastly, and this issue is not really emphasized a lot, devolved government. You know, we would not be fighting here each and every day, or if the devolved governments were working for the people. That is the unit that should work for me and you, because you come from a village, you have an MCA that is elected there. There are funds that are going in there. They're supposed to help your people who are largely in the village. So the late Dr. Odhiambo Mbai, who wrote the chapter on devolution, said that the presidency will no longer be important for Kenyans with the devolution. But now, today, the presidency is very, very important, that we either have to rig it, or we have to steal it, or it belongs to particular communities. Uhuru did a very good thing. I've always wanted to say, you know, kudos to Uhuru. He tried to stop this kind of ping pong game between Kikuyus and Kalenjins by really pushing Raila. And Julia, for your information, the majority of people who voted in Central Province, they voted because of Uhuru. Because of the respect they have for Uhuru, largely because of the respect they have for Uhuru. The people who lost under Jubilee ticket, people like Kinanjiro, they lost because of the respect they have for the president. And it's so unfortunate that they lost. Some of them were very, very good governors, especially the governor for Nakuru. I think he was, he is so good. But again, KK Alliance has brought in somebody, the governor for Kiambu. That guy is very, very bright, very, very smart, and he can do one or two things. Otherwise, thank you.
Okay. Jiru, may I say something, Jiru? May I say something? Yeah, that's good. That's good. Zalendo, I really appreciate what you are saying. That's the way we should go. And I think, like you are saying, Ruto has a choice to make or destroy himself and his government. If he decides to reward his sycophants, he's going to be in a mess proper. Okay, Baba too, if Raila was going to be president, he was also going to face some challenge, because I saw that Kenya had hope in Baba and Mother, because I really believe in the statesmanship of Baba and Mother. I believe they have integrity. I believe they purposed and they were focused on getting rid of corruption. However, I kept thinking they had a few people around them who were tainted, whom they were bound to decide what to do with them, even though those people were supporting them. But Baba had an opportunity of, he had a pool of experts that could have helped him face and revive this economy. Because what Kenya needed is people who are done with corruption and people who are not tainted. You see, you cannot tell people you'll be arrested when we are pointing fingers at you. Ati mzalendo na ile shamba yako si shamba yako ya ukweli, tunajua penye ulitoa. Unaona, that is why Uhuru could not go far, because Uhuru had issues even with his relatives. I mean, we are talking to Uhuru, and then we are seeing that there is KEMSA scandals, and the KEMSA scandal, his relatives have been mentioned. So I think Uhuru kind of lacked confidence and moral authority to go to do an onslaught on corruption. The other thing, his deputy was being mentioned of corruption. How do you start fighting Akina Julia and Akina Kenya and Akina Mise when your own deputy principal has scandals around him? So I think it was very difficult for Uhuru to fight corruption, and he really didn't feel he had moral authority to do so, or the confidence to do so. But I think Baba and Mother were going to do it. They were going to do it. And Baba had a choice to become a one-term president. You know, if you want to do something and achieve something, you also make a choice to become a one-term president, because you know you are going to make very many enemies by the end of 5 years. So he was going to do it. That was one of the opportunities that Kenya had to go through a revolution, an economic revolution. However, now, Ruto has an uphill task. First, he has to clear his image. However much people tell us here at watu Azimio walikuwa hivi, we know more of Ruto, we know more of Gachagua, we know more of Akina Waigoros. I mean, and now we don't even care about Uhuru and Baba because they are not in power. We care about Ruto. We care about what we think about Ruto and Gachagua. We care about what we think about the people around them. And we've opened our eyes. We are watching to see what they are going to do. That's why when they talk about lowering the price of fertilizer, we are suspicious. We are thinking these are cartels again, that they are rewarding their cartels. And then we are asking ourselves why they couldn't lower the food prices, why they withdraw the subsidies. Is it because the cartels that were being rewarded by Kenyatta are not on their side, so they got to withdraw the subsidies from those cartels? You see, maybe we are watching this and saw a game of a fight between two people, between two political sides. So we are here watching and we are losing our patience because we want to see what Ruto will do, whether he will stamp his authority on corruption, because that is however much tuongea hapa sana, tuseme mashamba ipewe nini, sijui we need these dams, we need sijui how many schools, sijui you need how many hospitals, we need how many roads. Ruto must just stamp his feet on corruption. If he doesn't do so, I'm telling you, this cost of living, we are going the Sri Lanka way. So Kenyans, muombe sana, hii serikali ibadilike, iseme tumekuwa Paulo, tumetoka kwa jina la Saulo, sasa sisi ni akina Paulo, tumebadilika, tunataka kufanya mapya mema kwa taifa letu. Asanti, Njiru.
Yeah, thank you, Julia. There is something I wanted to confirm to Mzalendo before I bring Mise. Mzalendo, are you aware that these Tugeges who we are calling about and these people who claim to be moving idea in the Mount Kenya region, we are talking of a number close to 60%. It's a huge number. And when I talk of that is that when people are losing power or when people are losing influence, I think this one is statistically, you just need to check it on the people responsible on key decisions. That's how you, like for example, an easiest way of saying is like a case study of what is happening, like for example in America, where by now you see there is that fear where some of the white people think that the black people might take over in key government and institutions, which is true in a way, because you see that shift on the demography. So when I say that is when you look at our community, there is that shift of these people are not serious, being they are the people like who are holding the ideas and holding everything. And that's why I don't know if it is education or what, or we are not mentoring our young people properly, but we seem to be at that level whereby our advice point has been taken over. Mr. Go ahead. Mr.
Mr. is not. Mr. Can you hear us?
Mr. Go ahead.
I think he is trying to organize himself. Now, Njiru, you know the 60% of these people that you're saying that don't have direction, they have lost direction. They have an ideology, they have an idea of government. Not that they don't have an idea of government. That's why they voted that way. And I told you, when you go to some of these dens where people drink, You'll meet very interesting personalities, people who are even doctors. Yeah, you'll meet them there. You'll meet even somebody who has got masters. But society has been so harsh that we don't have jobs for them. So that's the reality about life in Kenya generally. It is a harsh reality, and you'll find people, watu wametoroka wakakuja huku mang'ambo kutafuta. Some people have gone to Qatar. Why are we going outside the country to look for employment? So a large population of Kenyans are either in the Middle East, some in Europe, others are in America. Now we are also in China. Yeah. So, I mean, it is governance. It all trickles down to governance and false hope. Each and every election cycle, we have leaders giving false hope to Kenyans. You could see what we had in Azimio, the 6,000 shillings, and what we had in KK Alliance. Some of these things are very unrealistic. These are things that have not been tested. They're copying a model in the US here and dumping it in Africa, in Kenya, hoping that it's going to work. That idea that is going to work. So people are saying, you know, me, I'm voting because I'm going to get the 6,000 shillings from Baba. Yeah, I am voting because the price of unga is going to go down to 70 shillings. And I'm voting for Ruto because nauza hii mboga yangu, kesho ndakuwa na supermarket. Hizi ni false hope. You really have to work hard so that you reach where huyo mtu wa supermarket yuko. So kuna vitu zingine about politicians sell, although people buy them because they are living hopelessly. Those are the 60% of Kenyans we are talking about. They are living hopelessly and they can buy anything. Then there is also religion. Religion is also another big economy in the country. So selling false hope that unapata Njiru, serikali ya Kenya wanakuwa na breakfast meeting every year Uhuru Park to pray for the economy of the country. I mean, what nonsense is that? Yeah. Na hizi prayer zote zile zimekuwa zikifanyika Safari Park, hatujaambiwa matunda imetoka wapi. Matunda, kama kuna matunda kwa hizi prayers wamekuwa wakiomba huko Safari Park, kuombea nchi, kuombea uchumi wa nchi, kuombea corruption. You know, we have got very, very interesting ways of accounting for leadership in Kenya. Tukiona ule leader who is prayerful, huyo ndio tutamweka kwa kiti. A leader who is calling for prayer meetings for the country, huyo ndio tutamweka kwa kiti. So some of these things are wrong, and the big economies in the world, they don't really overemphasize on religion. Yeah, let the government be separate from religion, and I hope Ruto's government is really going to separate that. But that is not saying that we should not pray every day to our God. Your prayer and God is your private affair. Thank you.
Okay, I agree with you, Bwana Mzalendo. Maybe we can do a comparative approach here. It's also good, a comparative approach. Can you tell me, have you seen another community in Kenya where the young generation and old people are in a clash politically? In the whole of Kenya, have you seen another community which has reached that phase, whereby the older generation and the younger generation, they are in a clash, like they are not agreeing, and to the extent that the younger generation is almost overruling the other generation? Do we have another community which has reached that phase? You are mute, please.
Can I say something, because I've been here for some time, so that I can, I'm
Okay.
sitting actually in a car. I've been waiting for you guys to,
okay, Mr. Go ahead.
yeah, thank you. So First of all, I just wanted to say that thank you, Mzalendo. Good to see you, Ashley. Good to see you. And Patrick, I think it's been a while. Patrick, right? Is that your name, Patrick, right? The moderator.
Njiro.
Jiro. Yeah, so yeah, thank you for this discussion. And actually, this discussion is very essential, and I'm glad that you are pointing towards the status of the young people, the youths, that and the clash that you, just the way you have said. I think you ought to realize that the youths have been abused, used, and they have not been utilized. We've always been told that kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. And this is why the youths are tired now. They're very tired, and they want to come out. And I've heard, when we were young, when we were very young, we were told soma kwa bidii ndio upate kazi. Lakini tunasoma, you graduate from a university and you have no job. And you can see our style of leadership is recycling leaders who are aged, wazee. Unapata mzee, if I remember during the Moi or even Kibaki or even Uhuru, and you will see it also in the Ruto government, is that we recycle people. Mtu atakuwa akona two positions, ministerial positions. It used to two ministerial positions. Unapata mtu ako finance, planning and energy those days, and it's one person na analipwa mshahara kwa hizo vitu zote, and yet there are youths. Tunaambiwa uongozi ni wa vijana, vijana ndio viongozi wa kesho, and yet we are now saying there is no leadership kwa vijana. When will we start embracing vijana? When will we start telling the young people that you too can lead? You know, when will we start telling them that, like Barack Obama, when he was in his late 30s or early 30s or late 40s, you know, he became the president of the Republic of the United States. So the moment we start empowering our youths by putting them in positions of power and allowing them to make mistakes, like the Wazees make mistakes, that is when we will start nurturing the youths. So look like someone who is like Babu Wino. I heard someone saying like someone like Babu Wino is a sycophant, but at least when you go to Embakasi, you will see that some work has been done. Even though he's a young man, when you go to Embakasi and list and try to look how CDF has been utilized, you realize that he has done a very good job as a young man. And also, I heard people saying that there are no leaders from Central. I kind of disagree. Unless we are using our past mistakes to define the abilities of our leaders. I think if you look at one Anne Waiguru who was given, who was mentioned as an example, as a failure, if you look at the achievement of Anne Waiguru, besides just the corruption and the NYS scandals, it is during our time that we had the Huduma centers, you know, all those things that Anne Waiguru did. She's not stupid. She's intelligent. For me, the way I look at things is the systems that we have in place, that our leaders have failed. Those who have been charged with the responsibility, especially the presidency, have failed to put systems that will hold people accountable so that they can do their jobs. It's not that they don't have the brains. I think that is what I wanted to say about people like Anne Waiguru. Anne Waiguru, she is she actually, if you look at her education background, she has studied economics and agriculture. So it's not like she's stupid. She's a very intelligent woman. But again, we have the presidency that puts people in corners to use them as conduits of swindling the public resources. So unapata you are working for your boss at the expense of your reputation and integrity. And that is the problem that we have. In and Mount Kenya, we still have even Moses Kuria. Listen carefully to Moses Kuria. What Moses Kuria says usually will come to it will come to pass to find some facts in what he says. And lastly, I wanted to say that leadership is not defined by the region you come from. Leadership is defined by the systems and culture that is inculcated or that has been forced down from those who are at the top, who are able to make decisions. That is why those who are in diaspora, when they come or when they go to those countries in diaspora, they find systems and cultures and they follow. Were they not corrupt when they left Kenya? Did they not come with a certain culture? But we turn around and we get acquainted to the systems because the systems that have been put in place do not allow us to continue with our corruption. And if we do, somehow tunashikwa. And in terms of Waiguru, not Waiguru, but Ruto. Ruto doesn't have to work, for me, in my opinion and in my view, Ruto can too work with other people who have them by merit. There are many people from Mount Kenya who maybe were not in the campaigns of Ruto, but most likely they have qualifications and merit, or rather abilities, to deliver. Who knew before the Ruto government, who knew about Matiang'i? Nobody knew about Matiang'i, you know? And when he came to power, or when he was appointed, delivered nationally. But do we impress him, or do we know? I mean,
He has disappeared, eh? Bwana Mzalendo, ni kama Mlusi amepotea ama nini?
Inaonekana signal imepotea. So
Yeah. So I understand what he says, but you see, this is the problem which we have as a country, whereby we have lines of description, and I disagree. If we have to go with integrity, it is integrity from column 1 to column last one. And that's why I still insist here that I don't think that Kenya Kwanza has gotten short of good people. But some of the people they are proposing to our country, we start to read that they are not giving us efficient people. They are people with the pains. And I don't think it's lovely to. I wish it is their government anyway, and but I see they might pay very heavy cost because of some of the choices they do. What can it prevent somebody like Waiguru to
Njiru, you know, I don't know why we keep on saying that Kenya Kwanza is giving us people. Kenya Kwanza has not even selected anybody. Apart from Waiguru, who was selected, and I think it was through a vote. Yeah. She
but
didn't.
You begin by proposing.
Yeah, we begin by a proposal, then people vote.
You begin by a proposal. So already that proposal seems to be, to me.
Yeah. So the people who have been tainted in corruption, if I was I was Ruto, the president, then probably I'll listen to the voice of the people. And I think Ruto has got advisors. He has got very, very young people who are behind his leadership. They are going to advise him on the mood of the country and the best formula to select probably a cabinet.
But
Well,
Mzalendo, I have a question for you. When you say that Ruto should listen to the voice of the people, right? Is it not the very same people who elected, the very same people who have been tainted with corruption?
now, let me answer you. The voice, you see, you brought in the aspect of Matiang'i. People didn't know about Matiang'i until Uhuru brought in Matiang'i. I didn't know Matiang'i anyway. When he was in the Ministry of Education, I think he did a very, very good job, fantastic job. Results were coming in good time. So that was in Uhuru's government, and Uhuru was working with Ruto. So we gave them, both of them, credit at that particular point in time until they fell out. Yeah. Same way. We might be surprised to see new faces in cabinet. You never know. I don't want to work to God. I don't want to preempt. I don't want to say that Kuria will be in the government, because I've not seen the cabinet. So for Njiru, who is saying that he has already seen the cabinet or is already preempting, let us not put the cart before the horse. Let us wait and see what happens.
I think, Mzalendo, you should know from history about Njiru. Njiru seems to, he is a prophet himself, but he's only a prophet that prophesy, whose prophecy is one-sided. But I love the zealousness and the passion he has for our country. But like you said, the cabinet has not been, selected, has not been made known to us. But we hope that it will be all inclusive and merit based. And when we talk about merit, chapter 6 of the Constitution should be taken into consideration. Integrity, because look at someone like Anne Waiguru. She is brilliant. She has the qualification, so merit-wise, she's good. But there were questions around her tenure in office, especially during the NY scandal, maybe. And these are some of the things that we are asking, that even with their conscience, if the public, there has been outcry in the public, you should also recuse yourself and allow other people to at least serve. That's why you see other countries, I've seen other people, wherever we live, when they are accused of something, when there are allegations, they resign until they are cleared. And when they are cleared, and if the position has been filled, you know what? They live for another day. When will our country get there? And the youths, the story of the youths is like that of women empowerment. Women are being empowered every day, until we have an empowered woman over a man who is not empowered. That is why we're having challenges. There is no strike of balance. The same thing of the old generation, not older, the older people versus the young people. The youths have not been empowered. The old people are over-empowered. Those who have had the opportunity to get into the government or to work or to create a network where they get jobs. That's why you will find someone like Sam Ongeri will be reappointed. Someone whom I was born and found working. And probably until he dies, he will still be appointed. Someone like Ongwae who has just been, who was a governor, came out, he will be reappointed to be somewhere, and a youth will be denied that opportunity to at least represent or the number of youths out there. In terms of diplomatic appointments, you will find that the people who are appointed out there, they are people who are older, who have served, or someone who has retired from the civil service, and then will be reappointed somewhere else. Why don't we give the youths this opportunity, that so that they can also get to learn how the job is done, instead of recycling people who are aged? If you are 70 years, if you are 80 years, it's good that you get a job, but at the same time, think about someone who is 23 years, 24 years, who has graduated from university or from college or from trade school. He needs also the chance to work for our country. That is what I wanted to contribute.
Misha, you have a very good point. The only problem is that most of the sycophants will not hear that point, because Kenyan political system, we either support Baba or we are supporting Ruto. And if you are supporting Baba, even if he's doing the wrong thing, huyo tutakufa na yeye tu. I have seen a situation today. Somebody was just text me and said, you know, Baba has influenced a speaker who is about 82 years old and left a young man who was very popular in some area. So this issue of patronage, this issue of loyalty affects these political parties. So you will not be surprised to see Ongeri, who probably they sit with Baba and they have a cup of tea all the time, coming back and getting another position, or Ruto appointing him, because they have been in Moi's era. They understand each other so well, and maybe Ruto believes that he can deliver in a certain area. So that is the problem with our country. And the issue of integrity, I mean, we are heading there. This conversation, as we continue talking about it, holding our leaders accountable for their mistakes, we are getting there where we'll have institutions that can prosecute. Yeah, at the moment, the institutions of power, the institutions like the executive, the judiciary, the appointing authority lies on in the presidency, and EACC, the appointing authority, squarely lies on the presidency. If he doesn't want to appoint you, like the other day, Uhuru didn't want to appoint judges, he doesn't sign the thing. You kaeni huko. So that is the problem with our society. If the institutions can be independent, they can run alone, and we select people of integrity, then they can hold our leaders to account for their wealth, account for what they are saying. That is why we want Kenya to be run, and I hope Ruto will do that.
So we can have Frederick Sunday.
Excuse me, I've been waiting for long. Can I go and then he can go?
Ashley, you are still here. You don't even.
What?
Okay, so
Can't
Yeah,
see
I've
your
been waiting.
you can go ahead. You can go ahead. It's okay.
Okay. I've even forgotten what you were saying. So I'll start with saying I have a dream. This is Martin Luther said, I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but the content of their character. So I know we keep talking about tribe, but my dream is that one day we'll be analyzing potential leaders on the content, like we are saying, merit, what they can do, not where they come from, And I think when we reach there, we will have really matured. I don't know if that will ever come, but that is my dream. And then someone said we need to give the youth a chance. And people keep saying power is not given, it is taken. Actually, in Hebrews 12:3-4, it says, consider him who has endured such opposition from sinners, so that you will not grow weary and lose heart. In your struggle against sin, you have not resisted to the point of shedding blood. So even as the youth, you're not going to sit there and wait to be given power. Look at what someone like Simba Arati is doing. He has wanted to make himself known, his potential. So he is taking it by force. He is making people aware of who he is. I'm telling you, every person who really cares about Kenya and wants to see corruption ended, if today there was an election for president and Simba Arati was on the ballot, he could easily win because of that last 1 week or two and what he has been doing. So those young leaders should go forth and push forth and not wait to be appointed. Look at Bahati. He waited for Uhuru to help him. Where did he end up? You don't sit down and wait. You go and get what you want and show us what you're made of. And I know somebody else came and said about Waigoro that she's met her merit. Do you know how many very smart people are in jail? You can't be corrupt and then we excuse you because you have brought development. I think development is good, but we cannot, our leaders are also our men. That's who our children are looking up to. So if we allow corrupt people or people with crimes that are known by the public to be leaders, what we are telling our children is that it's okay to be a criminal as long as you can deliver. What is the difference between a criminal and a person like a drug dealer? Do you know drug dealers take care of their community by selling drugs? So so I don't think merit should override or cover corruption. I think we should expect more from our leaders. To whom much is given, much is expected. So our leaders should be a moral compass because they are out there. That's who our children are looking up to. If we want to curb crime, how can the people who are supposed to enforce the law be breakers of the law themselves? Then how do they expect us to keep that law? So I hope that can be worked. And then about Sudi. Sudi's principal said he did not complete primary school, and he's a very close friend of the president. If the president wants to be seen and to show us that he's serious about corruption, he should ask his friend not only to step down, but to turn himself into DCI and refund all the money that he has made illegally if he forged his documents. In a working democracy, that is what should have happened. He should not be being seen with Ruto right now, because what they are telling us is that Ruto condones corruption. That's what he's saying by associating with someone who has been proven that he's in office illegally by forged documents. And the same goes to the former Machakos governor, Mutua. He was in office. He gave his girlfriend an office and money, and the woman has said she was not his wife. So all the money that she got from the state or from the county should be refunded, because you cannot take a girlfriend and give her the status of a wife and be paid by the state for a wife when you is a girlfriend. So that is somebody else who should return any money that was given by the county to the lady as first lady, because I don't know in Kenya that first lady girlfriends can also be first ladies. So those are the little things that make me concerned. Though I lean Kenya Kwanza, I am concerned about Wetangula, that everybody is crying about the high cost of living, and he goes to say in parliament that we live incrementally. And these people who are talking about incremental are the same people who are ridden with the scandals. And then they want to return sitting fees. They want to return parks. They want to return car allowance. They want to return house allowance. And I'm like, if the people took you there and you haven't yet performed, who do you need to work for now? Don't you think you need to first, why can't you use your numbers to pass something in parliament to give a food subsidy or whatever stimulus to your hustlers so that they can have food to eat, so they can have money for gas to go to work instead of walking? You are already getting your salary, and now what you're asking is packs in excess. If you count how many packs one person gets, they can employ 100 people or a lot more. So I wish they would stop being selfish, and I don't know how we can hold them accountable so that they can do the right thing. The first order of, and they say they'll do that this week or next week, return their packs. I think this week or next week, since we are the ones who chose them, they should be addressing the cry of the people where they are saying there is no money, but they want to put their packs. If that money they want, in fact, they should be taking a salary cut so that they can also feel the pinch that we are feeling. Because until they feel the pinch that we are feeling, they will not do any policies, meaningful policies to help us. That's how I feel. And I don't mean I lean towards them, but when they are wrong, they are wrong. And I'm very disappointed in them. Okay, so I was looking about subsidies, about Biden. This is the last thing I was going to read. Biden actions, he also did the fertilizer subsidies, and I think it was called the farm subsidies. And one, it was to increase double cropping, and double cropping allows farmers to plant a second crop on the same level, in the same season, in the same land. That it helps boost production without relying on farmers to substitute crop or cultivate new fields. And then the other reason for the subsidies that Biden did, it helped to cut costs for farmers, increasing technical assistance for technology-driven precise agriculture and other nutrient management tools. Precise agriculture is a farm management system that allows farmers to use technology to target application of inputs to the soil and plant needs, resulting in less fertilizer usage without reducing yields. So even though they are going to use fertilizer, I think if they are going to make those trips, foreign trips they need to make, they need to come and talk to people like Biden about these farm subsidies that they have, and then go and translate them to what works for Kenya, because I understand that it's not everything that maybe the US, the UK, Syria, or Israel does that can translate to Kenya, but they can borrow the good part or what can translate into the country. And last but not least, if they increase double funding for fertilizer production, it's going to lower the cost and it's going to boost availability for the farmers so that they can obtain inputs they need at prices they can afford to maximize yields. That is my submission. I do have one picture I want to show you about the highway I was talking about. I pray, I don't want anybody to comment. I just want to show the picture so that if there's somebody that is like someone like Sakaja that can look into that and see if there's anything that was incorrectly done to rectify the situation and alleviate the suffering of the people in that area. Give me 1 minute. Or just continue. I'll just show the picture. Thank you.
Njiru, just talk to Ashley before he shows the picture, because earlier Bernard said that we be careful with the things that we present on the show because of plagiarism and copyrights.
Oh.
Yeah, so we okay, actually we are having that challenge. Earlier, okay. Bernard talked about it, so he even asked us not to play clips. So I don't know whether you're safe.
Let me ask you, this is a K24 TV picture.
Yes, he was talking about that because most of the clips you've been playing are from those TVs. And I think last night for one day, YouTube stopped this show because of such issues. So maybe maybe you don't show the picture until we are sure whether we are safe.
Yeah, I think the best thing is if you're in our WhatsApp group, you can share it there. Then Bernard, or if you have the number of Bernard, you can share with Bernard that.
I'll send it to Mtembei. So let me ask you this: if I crop, I hide I just show you just part of the picture. Is that gonna be a problem?
What happens actually? Even pictures, like I think when you are doing, those of us who have been doing some studies and all that, when you are presenting an item, even if you copy a picture, unless you put some citations and you have authority to present that picture, it becomes plagiarism.
Okay, I'll send it to him so that he can.
Mtembei. You have Mtembei's number?
Yeah.
Yes, you can send it to him. Then he can look at it first.
So one thing about this, I'm going to just explain in 30 seconds. The houses are down and the highway is on top of the houses, next to the houses. So when the cars pass, the dust goes directly into their houses. But I'll send it to them. I'll send it to him so he can share it.
Okay, sawa. Na kesho ukikuja utoke kwa curtain, eh?
Hiyo nimesha discuss na mdosi. Thanks.
Okay, ni sawa basi. Mise, no, before Mise ulikuwa umechangia kidogo. Kuna jamaa hapa anaitwa Frederick Sunday. Wacha kwanza tumsikie. You will come on board again. Frederick Sunday. Sunday, you are not talking.
Maybe as he's fixing his audio issues, Frederick, you might want to leave and join again. Sometimes it works. Maybe that can solve the issue. But Njiru, allow me to address some issues here. There are people who come on the comment section who are they come to the comment section with the intention to just abuse panelists here. Some of them they can't even come to put their face on on this screen, on the camera, and articulate their issues. But they are busy down there trying to abuse those who spend their time here so that they can listen to them. I think it's only idiotic for people to come and abuse. We can disagree constructively, with without being abusive. This kind of behavior is a behavior of the bullies, and we should stand up against people like those who come here and they cannot come on this panel and articulate their issues. It is very disrespectful. So Jotham, Gitash, you guys need to grow up. We are not here. We are past. We are past those. We are past the campaigns. Now we are articulating issues. Some of you are very quick in commenting on issues that you don't understand. You cannot, you know. So Barnes Nyags, you are very, you know, you come to the, you come to the screen here and articulate issues. Stop being a bully down there. You can't even articulate any issue here, but you are able to write comments. Maybe you can't even afford the bundles to come here. Allow those who have come here, and if you have to criticize, criticize constructively. So that is very in order. But I wanted to respond to Njiru. I wanted to respond to what Ashley said. It is true. It is true that Oscar Sudi has not does not have very high qualifications, academic qualifications, but you can, if you go to his constituency, he has done very well. He has helped the people that who have elected him to parliament. The fact that he cannot express himself is not an hindrance to perform and help his people. Yes, education is not the measure of performance sometimes. So there are people who are committed and very passionate to help the people at the grassroots. And so when we condemn them because they don't have academic papers, it is important that we look at people and judge them with their abilities instead of bundling them together and judge them. We have people who are here who like making noise, like Junet Mohammed. You know, maybe if you go to their constituencies, they have done nothing. You know, so you know, a lot of people here, Oscar Sudi is even smarter than them. You know, people like Jotham Owino is very stupid. Oscar Sudi is a performer, and they come here, they keep bashing people like Oscar Sudi who have a record of performance. So I think this culture of abusive culture is also an hindrance in our country. This is why people like Barnes Nyaga and all that, they can't show up here because we don't even know how their faces look like. But they are quick to hide behind the keyboard, where they can abuse other people. And in terms of tribes, we are a country of tribes. We come from a country where there exists tribes. I think how you use your tribe is what matters. And I think today, Njiru, if I'm guided, we were talking about leadership, from whether there is enough any leadership that is left in Mount Kenya. And Mount Kenya comprises of certain tribes. So I think when people come here and they call you tribalist, they are the ones who are tribalist. So I think you should, Njiru, like people like Themba and other moderators do, you should block these people and so that they can come here and have some respect for this media that gives us an opportunity to come here and share issues and articulate matters that relate to the governance of our country. Yeah, Jotham, I think you have this kind of yes, I said you're stupid and I mean it. I think stupidity means someone who cannot fathom beyond their noses, and I think that's who you are. I think, Njiru, I wanted to say I wanted to make a follow up with what in regards to when you look at a leader who has been elected or who has been appointed, we have to look at what they did during their tenure in office. Then once we look at their record, then we can start judging them based on their record. Sometimes they make mistakes, they become corrupt, but we cannot also turn a blind eye and mark by the wrongs alone. We have also to look at what they were able to achieve. When I look at the Kenyan system now, there is Huduma numbers and Huduma system the systems that were introduced that are working very efficiently. People are applying passports, IDs, driver's licenses, and other things through that system that was actually realized during the tenure of Anne Waiguru. It is true. It is true that she was caught in scandals, and that is why we are asking the president to make sure that people such as those who have been given opportunity to serve people, they shouldn't. If they become corrupt, they shouldn't be given another chance in public offices because they were given an opportunity and they screwed. And Peter Kiura, that is true that we set the minimum qualifications, but nobody seems to follow those qualifications. But Oscar Sudi, if you go down to his constituency, I've been there and I've seen how much he has helped. And it's just like Babu Wino. Babu Wino has done a lot of work in Embakasi, and we, even despite the fact of him being loudy and all that, and he has also equally made mistakes, but in terms of performance, he has performed. Let us give credit where credit is due. And I think that is what I wanted to emphasize. And we get out of this culture of fighting. You are fighting me or you are abusing me, but in actual sense, you are probably, suffering and wasting your time to abuse the panelists. So I think it's good that we go above that and become better. Otherwise, what is the difference between you and Oscar Sudi, like you call it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you Bwana Misa. I can see watu wameanzia kujiongeza hapa. Mr. K, nakujua wewe ndio unajiita opposition leader?
Yes, mimi niko opposition brother. Yeah, uko opposition lazima ukubali wewe ni mtu wa kuangalia serikali.
Niliacha umeaffectiwa na hii mambo sana. Have you moved on? Are you in opposition by choice now ama ni circumstance?
Circumstance, because we know what happened. Now we just check the government and see, and we say checking the excesses of the government. And one of the excesses is what that Mise is talking about, because you do not support illegality just because somebody is performing. I mean, what we need to do as a country is to choose what we want. For example, we need to choose whether we have to go by the constitution, and two, we have to choose whether we have to disobey the constitution, because if it's an illegality, even if Sudi is performing, even people who are qualified can perform. I mean, you cannot say that Sudi is performing, so we ignore the right things. We ignore the constitution. The constitution says there is a minimum qualification, and in any case, Sudi lied. I wish he came like to say that I am 37 and that is my name, but you cannot forge documents and yet you justify that because I'm performing. That is not the way we should go. What I think these people are saying is that this country is a country of lawlessness, anarchy, And that is what should be blessed. And that is why we have a problem, because many people in parliament today are what? Wash people, people who are been conning Kenyans, and we are okay with that. That to me should be condemned, because we want to be where other countries are, like where Mise is, where people are they have integrity, they may not be saved. Hata pengine wajui kanisa zinaanzanga wapi na zinaenda wapi, lakini they cannot take somebody's things, they cannot forge documents, and their countries are growing. They have what somebody wanted to show us: good roads, good hospitals. And for us to get there, we cannot get there with Sudis, the likes of Sudis. Kwa hivyo Njiro, mimi kwa maoni yangu ni tufike mahali kama Wakenya tuwe watu ambao ni waadilifu, ambao wanaamini ya kwamba kuna kitu inaitwa the rule of law. Tusikuja hapa kwa TV ama kwa picha tuanze kusupport conmanship. That to be does not help anybody. And having said that, I want to say also, people have a right to speak. Hata wako kwa comment wanatukanana. I think it is important to understand what we call a speech, the freedom of expression. Uwe unaongea mbaya, uwe unasema kama ni mjinga, ni mzuri. I mean, those ones don't hurt you. When the people stop talking, that is when they start fighting. Mimi, I've never had a problem with people who criticize you. Criticizing, saying what you think, it is part of freedom. People can talk anything. And I don't think there'll come a time when people will be just praising you or speaking. I mean, people are different. People are mind is full of there are people who are full of hate, full of love, and this thing is expressed through words. And that, how do you know somebody if you don't know, if you don't see what they speak? So for me, let them talk whatever they want to talk about. Let them abuse the best they can, because at the end of the day, it's just words. Mimi sina issue na watu wakiongea. Kwa hivyo, let us not discourage people from expressing their whatever. If they want to appear in this forum, let them have the freedom to choose whether they want to appear or not. There are people who are gifted in talking, like me. There are those who are gifted in writing, like Gitash, they keep on writing. So for me, I have no problem with that. So, Bwana Njiru, I just came to disabuse that, so that we do not go home thinking that condoning illegality and conmanship is allowed, and it is good. It is never good. It is not good. The reason why people have running away from this country is because those small etiquettes, and I think even the president talked about it, small behaviors and good manners lack in this country. Yeah, you see somebody knows that the constitution says this is the minimum qualification of you becoming a MCA. Minimum qualification. Why is minimum qualification you become the president or senator? And then you go forge. And then we come here and we look like we are sanitizing that. And it is okay because I build a toilet and I build a road. That is not right. It cannot be right. We need to choose what we want, whether we want qualified people in parliament or not. The other thing we need to choose whether we need a country of religion or a secular state. Those are things that we need to choose, so that when people are unable to perform like this government, yeah, they don't then use the word of God and say, read Psalms 24 verse 3, because they have lost the argument and lost what we call the idea of leading. Bible is good. I read the Bible, but at the end of the day, we need to choose. We need to be a religious state or a secular state. Thank you. I just wanted to come and because I was listening and I felt that is something that needs to be corrected. Thank you.
Jiru, may I say something about Mise, so that Mise replies to all of us? Mise, may I say then you can reply? Maybe you want to reply after Mr. Opposition Leader. Now, Mr. I don't understand why you want to justify the likes of Waiguru. I've lived in Kirinyaga even when Waiguru was the governor, and all that surrounds him is corruption scandals, from money, for medicine, the hospital, and all that. You're telling us that Waiguru brought the Hunduma number? I'm not. I have to find out that. I don't see any performance in that. So please don't do that. We're talking about integrity here in Kenya. Now, we have a problem with Sudi for falsifying his academic credentials. And I think, Mise, with your profession, you don't want to tell people your profession here. You should be on the far front in fighting for the right thing. People need to obey the law. So we are talking about illegality here. So you don't tell us, Waiguru has performed what, how, what has Sudi done that other MPs have not done? So that we come here and say, even though Sudi has falsified his documents, it's okay. It's not okay. And that is a problem with Kenya Kwanza leadership. So I don't think we should support people for the sake of supporting here or opposing those who are speaking for the sake of opposing them. I don't know why, Mr. you are doing that. That one, I think I'm very disappointed with your argument. I'm very, very disappointed. So that's why, and I maintain this. I think Kenya Kwanza has an uphill task deciding who is going to be on their leadership front, because it's a bunch of suspects, starting from the president himself. I have no apologies for saying that. Asante Jiri.
Yeah, Jiro, maybe now let me respond to what Julia is saying. Julia, what I'm saying is that number one, in Kenya, there is not a leader who is not, there is no leader in Kenya who actually meets the minimum threshold of actually being in office, because all of them have not adhered to the same constitution or laws that you're talking about. So there is not anybody who can say mimi ni mweupe, not even Raila. There will not no one who can say mimi constitution kuanzia chapter 1 to the last chapter, from article 1 to the last article, is ameifuata to the letter. Now, that being said, I was saying that there are a lot of good things that Waiguru introduced. One of it is she was, during her time, she served and oversaw certain systems that work for us now. That's all I was arguing. But at the same time, there is also something that the opposition leader has said. He talked about freedom of expression, and he talked about people having the liberty to express themselves. He forgot that every limit or every right of expression or every law has a limit. It has an exception and it has a limit at the same time. So you cannot come, your limit or your freedom begins where mine ends, or begins where yours ends. So what I was saying, maybe for those of you who have come here, Themba and the rest, I was saying there are people who have the tendency of coming here and abusing those of us here as panelists. And I think we should stand together and stop this kind of nonsense where people come and say things that hurt panelists here. Not every panelist here can stand that kind of abuse. That is bullying. And the bullying, Julia, you know that bullying is wrong. So if we are talking about integrity, if we are talking about good character, good morals that we want to expect to see in our leaders, then we must also exhibit that. And that's my argument this evening, that we come here and we listen to from people who are who come here and who have hatred to people who are in diaspora. They come here and they want to point and call you names because they are bitter or because they don't like people in diaspora. Let's stop that. That is all I was saying. In terms of what my friend opposition leader was talking about Sudi, sometimes, yes, Sudi has not qualified. There are many people who are in government that have not qualified, but they have positions in government that we don't know how they got them. So is it good? No, it's not. But the fact that Sudi has been there and has performed, I am not saying that it's right that for him to be in that office, but I'm saying, despite the fact that he doesn't have the academic qualifications, he has performed than many other people who have qualifications. So that is all that I'm saying. That yes, Sudi, he admits that he's not educated. He admits that yeye masoma hajasoma, but let us look at
Lisa, I'm sorry for cutting you. Can you detail how Sudi has performed and you be categorical, please?
Go to his constituency and see how he has utilized his CDF fund.
Okay, how have the others not utilized that Sudi? What has he done? What is different in Sudi's constituency from other constituencies that you can cite so that we see the difference?
I'll tell you from my constituency. We have a member of parliament who had CDF that used CDF as a way of sending funds to projects that do not exist, but the money has been spent. Or if there is any other project that has been done, it is a shoddy project, is substandard. So that's what I was trying to put across. Let us not be
okay. And what has Sudi done? So, because it seems the standard of measurement is your member of parliament who was misappropriating.
He was just one of those people that I mentioned. I'm saying we are condemning a lot of leaders, and we are forgetting those who abet those leaders to be in the government. If for example, Uhuru was respects Chapter 6 of the Constitution, for example, it wouldn't have allowed such people to be in government. People like Waiguru, he couldn't have appointed such people. So that means they also abet systems or people or criminals who are not supposed to be in government.
So, Mr. As you wind up, so now you agree that Waiguru should not be in government. So I think you are practicing
Waiguru. What my argument is, Waiguru among others, very many others, should not.
Waiguru among many others, and you just praised Waiguru here, and you said she's a performer and she should not be condemned for her corruption scandals.
I didn't say that she shouldn't be condemned for her corruption scandals. Matter of fact, I mentioned the NY scandal, unless you are not listening.
Okay,
what I said is that besides our NY scandals, besides our scandals, she did perform. She did do good things that we are using as a country. And I gave an example. One of the things that she did or she oversaw is the IFMIS system. She also oversaw the Huduma centers, the creation of Huduma centers. So that is one of the systems that we have as a country that we are using. So can we say that she is not able to deliver? And yet she came up with those good systems?
Thank you, I think we are trying to understand you, and it's very hard to understand you because I find like you're practicing double standards here. But I think let's move to the next person. Makiadi Karibu. Jiru ameamua kutuabandon hapa, mimi na Mise tunashikilia. Mzalendo, I don't know what Mzalendo is doing, he's hiding somewhere behind the curtains. Lakini naomba Makiadi, karibu utoe maoni yako. Leo tunaangalizia ati kuna watu walibebwa na basi, sijui kwa nini hawakutembea. Na mimi hata ingalau wangetembea wangekuwa mafuta ile inasumbua hapa Kenya. Na mjadala pia tunaongezea hali ya maisha nchini Kenya. Gharama ya maisha nchini Kenya imekuwa kali, na pia tukakuwa na maongezi mengine hapa. Bwana Mise ajaribu kutuambia kwamba akina Bi Waiguru, Bwana Sudi, hao ni watu wanaofaa kwa serikali hata kama wako na hitilafu kadha wa kadha. Karibu Bwana Makiadi.
Thank you, Julia. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you so much. Mise, I say hi to you, Julia, Mzalendo, and Kenyan all the time. Thank you for holding fort for the rest of the evening. I want to begin by there's a statement that Mise said here that they are not aware of who is going to be in the cabinet. I think, Mise, it's general knowledge. Right now, if you follow the politics of Kenya, you should have known by now who is going to be in the cabinet, in the next cabinet of William Ruto. You should have noticed that at one time, the leader of majority in the Senate was Kipchumba Murkomen. It is not by coincidence that this time he has been dropped or he was not selected. So that should give you a hint. The other person in the name of Aden Duale was also a leader of majority in the National Assembly. He has not been selected at this time, so that should give you another hint. Those are two people. And then you should have noticed that Ababu Namwamba has always been side by side with William Ruto as he goes around the country and as he goes abroad to try and sell his agenda. So that's another hint. So I can tell you the cabinet is shaping up. You can tell who is going to be in the next cabinet by just looking at the way politicians are carrying themselves. Is it a good thing that we have these politicians? I think maybe not, because we probably are looking at more than 5 by-elections for the Senate, for the member of National Assembly. And it still goes back to burden Kenyans. And, we're going back to another campaign period. But who are we? We are just wananchi. Ours is just to observe. And when the time comes, we will do our due diligence. Now, that's with the cabinet. Ruto in UK. I was looking at that picture that is circulating in social media, and it looks like Ruto was just the only person who was smiling on that bus. I want to believe that he does not believe that he was on that bus. Either he thought maybe he was there kimiujiza vile huwa wanasema. But what was the purpose of all these guys traveling abroad to attend a funeral where probably nobody recognizes their presence? And they had an entourage. Most of them came with, like I said here before, Ruto traveled with over 46 people. Some of them were Joe riders. Others had a purpose for the trip. But I've always disagreed with the way Museveni carries himself as a president. But this time round, I would side with Museveni, because Museveni looked at the whole issue of being on a bus. And we remember very well when he came to Kasarani, he also had his armored toilet. So I think Museveni aliangalia hivi akaona mimi siwezi chezewa na hawa watu. Yeye akaamua wacha mimi nibaki, wacha hao waende wakabebwe na basi. But our president was so happy to be there. I think he did not believe akawapo kwa basi anaenda kusalimia king. Na we know these guys. I told you these guys are still in campaign period. They want to prove a point. They had to sneak a picture. Wapiga picha huko katikati ya watu akatuma kwa social media ndio tuone president amesalimia king. Just to prove a point. I said here that it looks like these people do not know that the campaign period is over, and you can hear how they are talking. I said the other day here, you will see a lot of these pictures moving forward because they have a point to prove. Last time they went to the US, you remember they tried to choreograph some pictures just to prove that they had an opportunity to go to the White House. Unfortunately, it was all a lie. But right now, you can see they are trying to revisit those pictures and saying, "Sasa tunaenda kumsalimia ukweli." So they are still in campaign mood. But having said that, I still want to raise issue with the current condition of the economy. There's a story that ran in the Star today. I don't know how true it is, but it is, to me, it's like a propaganda that somebody just planted in there so that they can try to exonerate the current government from the crisis that it is facing right now. The story says that the State House was spending about 1.4 million shillings every day to support Raila Odinga's campaign. And I don't know why it was so important for the story to come after the election. I think if the Auditor General was serious, if the story by any chance came from the Auditor General, then I think she should have raised this issue before this current government. And I also take issue with the CBK governor trying to say that there are people who are trying to take Kenya back to the Goldenberg days. I mean, these are public officials. The CBK governor, I believe, has tenure of office. And if at all they believe that something was going wrong, they should have spoken earlier. They should have spoken earlier. I'm looking at people who are trying to salvage their jobs right now in this current regime. And how do you salvage your job? You try to show that there was a problem on the other side. That is what the central governor was trying to do. I mean, if the central governor believed that money was being spent in an unwise manner, he should have raised the issue at that particular time. So I think these people are selling a lot of propaganda. I don't know why they are doing that. I believe maybe their point is just to prove what the president said the other day so that they can try and enforce the notion that the government coffers were empty. I still don't believe the government coffers were empty because these people are so quick to cut the subsidies, fuel subsidies, and they refuse to subsidize maize. Fortunately enough, they had money to release so that fertilizer, which I saw the Russian government is giving African countries free. So I'm still wondering how come Kenya bought fertilizer from Russia, where the Russian government says it is disbursing this fertilizer free. So I think this is another scandal. And I listened to Bernard earlier today and said he was saying that the first scandal for this government will be the fertilizer scandal. I agree with him. This is a big scam. I believe Kenyans are going to be swindled. The government has already released almost, 3.5 billion shillings. I don't know who is receiving this money. I don't know if this person that is supplying fertilizer to the Kenyan government went through a tendering process or what, or is it somebody that was just waiting on the sidelines for this current regime to come in and then he can bring the fertilizer. So it's something that I would be following keenly moving forward. Let's hope that it's not another mini Goldenberg where we pay for non-existent things and then somebody comes in and drops his they get fertilizer from Russia for free and come sell it to Kenyans, and then we pay for air, hot air. So I would be keen to listen to what will happen next, but I also want to finish off by saying the president's trip to the US looks to me like a waste of time. I believe there's nothing important that he was supposed to address at the United Nations General Assembly. It is said that he'll be addressing the UNGA on issues to do with climate, but all of us remember the history of Mau Forest. He was the only person that was very strong against. He stood very firmly against people being evicted from the Mau forest. So I don't know how he changed overnight to believe that climate is another issue that needs to be addressed. So I'll leave it there. Julia, let me stay on the side for a minute, and then if I get another chance, I'll speak. Thank you.
Asante Makiadi, naona Themba ameingia. Themba, karibu. Mjadala wa leo, naona Makiadi hiyo maneno ya kutembea huko ng'ambo. Na wewe hujaona vile tulifurahia mpaka tunapiga picha hivi, tufanya hivi. We used to take pictures those days. I think Makiadi is I think, okay, I don't want to be annoying. It's some excitement kama ujai kanyanga mahali na ujaona kitu ama ujapata your opportunity. Sometimes you tend to behave in a way that may embarrass you later on when you see those pictures. So I don't know what the president will feel when he sees those pictures. Maybe 5 years from now, how he's gonna feel about it. But my take is, I didn't comment about this then, but my take is, you heard about, I think it was Malawi president when he, is it Malawi president when he got into power, who decided he wasn't going to attend a certain trip abroad because the country was at its knees economically. And we have about over 40 delegates with William Samoei Ruto, and we are claiming that the coffers are empty. And here, sisi wa Kenya, tunatafuta unga. Karibu Themba.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Julia, for this opportunity. I had been listening earlier, and some key points I wanted to raise. Especially when Julia Mzalendo are here. And nice to see you, Miss too. Now, the first one I want to raise is the Mount Kenya voting pattern. And from the submission that Julia had, and I think Mzalendo, and some of the people. Now, going by IBC's reporting, those who voted for the current president were 7.1 million, while those who voted for Baba were 6.9 million. That shows you that according to their numbers, that race was not clear. That is point number one. Point number two, according to the reports that have been received, is that there was massive rigging in Mount Kenya. Massive rigging. So that is point number two. Now, when we have had an occasion to hear from people here that the voting, especially in Mount Kenya, was not, there was no wave in Mount Kenya. In the event that there was a wave, then we would have seen Ruto winning the presidency with 70+. What am I trying to say? The points that we are trying to inculcate and progress, that Ruto's narrative of hustler, it's therefore farmed up, that it worked in Mount Kenya and people voted for him. I think that in my view is far-fetched and is based on a propaganda that they want to push to sanitize the problem that we have. And it's interesting that even now, those who are in Azimio need to tell us, do you think Ruto won? Do you think Ruto did not win? Because that argument of Mount Kenya voted for him can only be made potent if indeed it's true that even those people in Azimio agree that Ruto won. There was no narrative that was pushed. That's why they had to to struggle to rig out MPs in Central? If there was a way, then what was the need of rigging out? What was the need of you finding massive, not even little, massive rigging plans that had been done in Central Kenya? I think we need to first of all ask ourselves, what is it that we are pushing? Are we therefore resigning to the idea that, okay, Ruto, and then now you start that, you know, in Mount Kenya, this is what made him be voted massively. Number two, we have 8 million people who never voted. 8 million. That is one. In the 2 of 1, 8 million people that never voted. 2 of 2. During registration for IEBC registration, the target was to register a maximum youth of 6 million. Only about, I think, 1.5 registered. So when you're talking about Ruto's narrative resonating well with Mount Kenya, what are we trying to say? Because I struggle so hard to understand that narrative when the information from the ground is different. Even the information from the numbers, it was a neck to neck, according to IEBC. There was nothing that Ruto was even pulling before Baba. Even when he started coming here and saying, you know, Ruto worked so hard, he gave this narrative that resonated well with the youths. Which youths? Which ones? If it was true, then we would have had massive win. Many youths, you know, registering to vote, and many youths getting out to vote. That was not true. From the figures that have been given by IEBC itself, when you're beating your opponent by 200,000 votes, slightly over, I mean, 200,000 votes, that tells you that there was really not that narrative that we are trying to say. So what really happened? The voter apathy, in fact, the concern for most analysts is there's 8 million people that never got out to vote. Because if that 8 million people would have voted, if it is the youth, then there would have been a huge difference, whichever side they would have voted for. Right now, we can't give an analysis and suggest that Ruto really pushed something for the youth and this is why they voted for him. There's nothing to actually confirm that fact. I see Mzalendo pushing that a lot. You know, when he comes and he's trying to bring that up, you know, he put Ruto put something that resonated with the youths, and then the youths voted for him. There is no evidence to that fact. There's no evidence whatsoever that says that this is why they voted. If that was true, then there wouldn't be that kind of rigging that happened in Central Kenya. So I want to imagine that as time goes by, we will be able to clearly understand what is the voting pattern, because right now we don't know the voting pattern of even the Central, considering what happened. We don't know the voting pattern, and we can't even say that Ruto's narrative worked. You know, whether it's a hustler versus, it didn't work. It didn't work completely. You know, it didn't bring the results as expected, and therefore we had to end up. The only time that Kenya has had, I know what Ruto has learned over time. Now, that was my first point. The second point is Ruto has learned two things. One, he has learned a sense of control from Moi. You know, someone was saying here that, oh, Ruto has great advisors that are going to advise him that are going to advise him to consider what the people are saying. Once you have been sworn in, if you didn't take advice before being sworn in, what kind of advice will you take after being sworn in? And Ruto has learned the sense of control. So he brings people around him that he controls himself. They don't advise him. He actually advises them. He tells them what to do. So there's no much we can expect that Ruto will do that is different from what he has done before, because that is how he's been behaving. He has not changed. He's the same Ruto. Now what has changed is that he has power with him. He is the one who tells them what to do. They don't tell him what to do. In fact, an example was when he was going to choose, when they wanted him to choose Professor Kindiki as opposed to Gachagua. So they come out of that place and there's a stalemate because most of them have agreed that they want Kindiki as opposed to Gachagua. Ruto wakes up and chooses Gachagua. And then he goes out and tells them, I know why I chose Gachagua. So that's the kind of a leader you're looking at. But that's the nature of Moi. That's how Moi used to operate. You know, there's only one time in our election, I think, election in Kenya, only one time that leadership has moved where the masses wanted. Actually, maybe twice, we should say. The first one was during independence. The second one was 2002. The rest of the voting during Nyayo era, it was what Moi wanted passed. Then came 2002, where voting went out well, and it reflected what people wanted. 2007, all of us know what happened. 2013, all of us know, and 2017 and 2022. And that's the nature of how politics works. So you're not going to wake up and say that now Ruto has gotten to power. Now he's going to decide that he's going to give, remove people who have helped him to get to power and bring other people in the name of trying to look for those people who have integrity. That one will not work. I want to give you an example. Some countries where they say societies, leaders emerge depending with the society's need at that time. At a time maybe when we will need people who are clean, the society will bring them on. But as of now, they have found themselves into leadership. That is now what we have to do and deal with. I want to probably, in a way, agree with what Misa is saying. There's a legal aspect of it, but politics of it. They say politics is local. You may not like Sudi, but according to his people, he has probably performed, So we will look out, and in fact, you hear what Sudi was saying. He said that kizungu mingi na hakuna kitu nafanya. So for him, what you are saying is kizungu mingi, but people are saying what, according to them, they think is what they want to see. For the same reason, when we were making noise about Sakaja not having a degree, the guy came and became a governor. So politics works different. Politics has very little to do with the reasoning that sometimes we see. I think in Afghanistan, they allowed a group which had been proscribed as a terror group to rise to power. Same to Egypt. The Brotherhood, which had been proscribed, rose to power. So sometimes the people that we see rising to power are not necessarily what we want to think. Now, finally, there's someone who was saying that we want to measure so much when we are speaking. We measure with the US. We say, the US, they chose young people. Obama's cabinet in 2009, the youngest was only, I think, one who was 40 years. The rest were in their 50s and 60s. The oldest was 66. Yeah. So he chose mostly from his cabinet people who are in their 50s and 60s, not 30s and whatever. So even when we are taking global trends, and America is our example, you cannot use it because they are probably taking the experience and age experience over age. So if you're experienced and you have done several things, you're likely to find your space there. The concept of youth taking over, youths in a society, they don't necessarily just, they have to be prepared to get into the eldership. They grab it, the space, they create space for themselves and get in there. Actually, when there will be time for the youths to just move into it, they will. Just like Obama time. Obama was not necessarily accommodated even within the file, the rank and file at that time, but he emerged. So when that time will come, when we keep saying that, oh, we see the youths are doing this, or youths are, no. Societies have a way of, they are very dynamic. They have a way of producing their leaders when the time comes. You know, the Obama was not the start of the African movement. The civil rights movement started many times. Jesse Jackson ran one time to be a president. And there's someone else who has been running vying to be a president in the US for a long time. But that time had not come. So when there'll come a time and they want to get people out, you don't say that now it's time for the youth was it, or a leader will emerge, and that leader will capture a critical mass, and that critical mass will take them to power. It might be in our generation, it might be in next generation, we don't know. But always leaders emerge. Ruto emerged within the Kalenjin nation. When that time came and, Moi was about to retire, and you see, they knew that Kanu is going to, Ruto emerged. And right now, he's the one speaking in Rift Valley. So leaders emerge. And you might not necessarily need a lot of many people to keep mentoring them. Someone is already being prepared with the time, and that person will come on. So I want to stop there for now.
Asante Themba. Me too. I really think that, IBC reported that Baba had about close to 900,000 votes from Mount Kenya region. And my own feeling is that Baba had more than that. I really believe that Baba had more than 1 million votes from Mount Kenya region, if IBC had to do the right thing. The other thing I want to agree with you, leaders will be emerging, and we're looking forward to see what happens next to the likes of Simba Arati, and they're the people who are now trying to shine, and they seem like they're doing something. Now, my question to the members of the panel, I want to go, but I would like you people to tell me something. I hope Kenya Kwanza doesn't feel insulted when I say that there are a bunch of suspects for this, suspects for that. First and foremost, when you talk about Sudi and some Waigoros, the kind of leaders you vote for tells more what are your values. It is not that necessarily they are performing. I don't think that Sudi has performed exemplary better than other members of parliament. Okay, I don't want to say he hasn't performed because I don't know what he's doing in his constituency. But if the people who vote for Igoro and the others are okay with the scandals surrounding them, that tells us their values, okay? And that is why I was disappointed with Mise when he kept defending Waigoro, because I think that tells us about the values of the people who support the Sudis and the Waigoros. Now, my question is, these are the people in Kenya Kwanza. And when I say a bunch of suspects, even the president is one of them. The deputy president is a bigger suspect. Now, his money was given back to him. I don't know whether his money was given back to him. Someone was telling me, I think his father, Danny Dairas, was commenting here that even Waitito's case, he's getting back his money. Now, we have this man who killed somebody in Kakamega. I mean, these are a bunch of suspects, from murder to corruption to theft to land grabbing. They are the people surrounding the president. Now, whom do we expect to be the first and foremost? These people have not announced their cabinet. We are going to, how many, is it 2 weeks? We don't have a cabinet after these people have been elected as president. Now, what do they want for Kenya? And whom do you think President Ruto is going to work with? Now, do you people think that is going to try and create a different picture from what we are thinking? Because this is my picture, Demba. My picture is I expect to see the couriers in that government, the kind of couriers and those kind of characters. That is what I expect to see. So do you think Mr. Williams, Dr. Williams Samuel Ruto is going to give me a surprise? And then question number 2, do you think he's going to attempt to come out a clean slate and say, Kenyans, look, I know you think like this about me. I can do better. I don't condone corruption because I'm going to work with this kind of people. That's the question I threw to the panelists. Karibuni, siji Makiadi na Demba na kuomba uchukue usukani.
Can I say something?
Okay, Mzalendo, goja kidogo. Demba na kuomba uchukue usukani. Then now you can invite the members of the panelists to share their views. Karibu.
Na Julia, usiende. Umetuuliza maswali, kaa hapo tukujibu.
Kujibu. Ni mzuri sana ujibiwe kulingana na swali ile umeuliza.
Now I suggest I have just handed over the panelists to Mr. Demba. Mr. Mzalendo, will you please mute and allow Demba to moderate? Asante.
I am Mzalendo sema alafu ujibu hizo maswali ya Julia.
We can't see Mzalendo. Is he here or?
Makiadi, I've been here all along and you've seen my face. There's nothing new that you want to see. What remains in the dark, waje ikae in the dark. Sasa, ile kitu ile Julia umeuliza swali hapa. Na nataka pia tu by a show of hands usiongee usifanye nini. Uhuru Kenyatta akiingia kwa serikali, nani alimpigia kura? Hii panel iko hapa juu. Nani alimpigia Uhuru kura? Asante sana. By a show of hands again. Sudi alikuwa kwa hiyo serikali ya Uhuru. By a show of hands na Waguru. Kwa mkono tu
No, he was not
usiaibike.
in the government. He was a member of parliament. He was not in the cabinet.
But by a show of hands alikuwa member of Jubilee. Ukweli bas. Wacha nikwambie, hao wanasiasa ni wale. Nothing has changed. And it's interesting that when we shift our support, we also expect them to shift with us. I am very, very sure if Sudi was in Azimio, Julie, you'd be supporting Sudi very much right now. That is how corrupt our politics is. So these people at one time, they were all in Uhuru's government and we were supporting them and we were supporting their ideologies. Temba, umesema, I keep on saying that and I keep on trying to sell a narrative. There's one thing that Azimio have failed to address. And mimi naongea kama mzalendo. And mimi siko hapa kudanganya ama kupapasa watu na mafuta. Azimio did not have agents. You wanted to win elections. Azimio hiyo moja kept on selling something called the deep state. They kept on selling, and in this parliament, I used to hear on the background, right now we have the deep state. You've never revisited that issue of the deep state. Azimio hiyo moja hii went around saying that, they created a voter apathy in their strongholds. Apart from Ruto stealing elections, he had agents who were stealing elections for him. In Azimio strongholds, Nyanza tuseme, an agent does not even know how to spell his name. Not even knowing how to spell his name. Hata kutuma hiyo, ajui hata ni nini natumwa. And you want to win a presidential election. The same Azimio, in their own strongholds, they created voter apathy by saying, you people, yes, you support Baba, but since you are independent, wewe ni mtu wa Ruto. Then the dictatorial tendency ya kusema this is the guy I want you to vote for. This is the man. Hakuna mtu mwingine. We as ODM have selected this person, and this is the person we are going to vote for. Yeah. And that person at the same time wame campaign wakatumia all the resources. There are people who are planning to travel from abroad, people who are planning to travel from up country to go and vote for him. Then Baba comes up and say, Mimi, I have said you vote for this person. This is my person. This is my man. Is that dictatorship or democracy? Those are the things that cost us in our strongholds. Semeni tu ukweli, muache kuaibika. Then we had a truckload of evidence to the Supreme Court. Then a sensational lady comes up with something ati wala. Oh my God, God gave us the evidence. What is that in law? I mean, let us just be sincere. You don't have a tallying center. You claim you won elections. Na umna hata tallying center. Resources pia you had and the state. Explain to Kenyans the reason why we lost so that we can be smarter next time. Asante.
Okay, before I bring Julia, I like the trajectory, and as I keep saying, Zalendo, napenda comedy. Now, number one, I just want to disabuse two things. You don't need an agent for your votes to be counted. Your vote should count whether you have an agent or not. How many Kenyans can afford an agent? We can't all afford agents. The law, in fact, an agent is just an eyewitness. So the idea of an agent is what has been pushed, but an agent will not protect your vote. An agent will not, even if they see the vote not being counted. According to the law as it is, an agent cannot do anything much. So that is a nice excuse. Number two, the only institution mandated to count and announce the votes is the IEBC. So whether you have a tallying center or you don't have it, whatever you have on your side, it does not matter. I remember this lady Sholei saying that, you see, as when we came to the tallying center at the that was the most laughable thing. When we came to the tallying center at Bomas, we came with our laptops, and we came with our because our laptops, we had downloaded the forms, and so every time an arrow would come in with the form, we would compare with what we have. That is not their work.
You are right. Mzalendo, sorry, I'm calling you Mzalendo.
Hold on, Mzalendo. I gave you time to speak. And I'll give you time to speak.
Unasema,
you don't need to heckle.
No, it's not heckling. Just go back to the issue of agents, please.
Just mute. I finish, then and it will be a time. I'll give you your time to speak. That's why I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking, because we don't want to have that kind of interruption. When we went to Bomas, IBC had its way of doing work there. None of these people, agents of different political parties, were agents of IBC. So IBC had its work to be done. Now, what's her name? Sholei. Sholei was not supposed to, look at. They are not the ones who are tallying and verifying all those Form 34B and everything there. It was IBC to do that. So when Sholei says that they came with their laptops, they were trying to verify to do that. That's why I'm saying the lapses in IBC's management of election. are those things when you hear even someone like Shelley coming to say something like that. So whether you have a tallying center or not, can IBC make sure and ensure in places even like where you are, the US, do those different political parties have their tallying centers? They don't. No. But the votes are counted and they're announced. So this hogwash that you didn't have a tallying center, you didn't pay agents, those are excuses that are being used out there. Another one that you're saying voter apathy because Raila came and said, you remember Ruto going to even Rift Valley and saying that he doesn't want independence, he only wants people from UDA. Why are we hearing that that is not dictatorial? Why aren't we hearing that? So it is only dictatorial when Raila says it. But when Ruto says it, it is not dictatorial. That's hiyo ndio ile propaganda unasikia. Now, finally, on the issue of deep state, both sides were claiming to have it. Even Ruto said that sisi ndio deep state yenyewe, you know. So I justifying and rationalizing the inept. In fact, I don't even blame, and I said here many times, Ruto and his ilk are not the ones who are mandated by the constitution to run an election. The body mandated to run an election in Kenya is IBC. It's ineptitude. Maybe willingly or by design, they decided not to run a free, fair, credible election. Then we go to where we are. So I really like, you know, I listen to some people talking and saying, oh, Azimio didn't have agents. Oh, Raila came and said this, so there was voter apathy. Why wasn't there voter apathy in Rift Valley? And even Ruto went there and spoke even in Kalenjin, and he said that we only need people from UDA, nobody else. Akina Keter, who are independents, walitupwa nje. I think we need to be a little bit more. That's why I say sometimes I listen to some of us speak and I wonder what's happening. You know, you are trying, like someone saying, you are trying to rationalize theft and start making it look like now let's talk about Baba agents. You don't need an agent. In that case, you'll be voting and going to hire an agent kuchunga kura yako. I think that that's a very bad direction for us to want our country to go. I want to bring in Julia before. Julia, yes.
Okay, I just want first to correct Mzalendo. Sudi has never been in any government. He was a member of parliament. So whether he had the right papers, his people know why they have him for member of parliament. Waigoro's corruption scandals were only discovered when she was put in the government. So stop saying here that if Sudi was in Azimio, we would not be praising him. We have quality personnel in Azimio, and I can count. They are countless. There are too many. And you are not answering my question, Mzalendo. I ask this question. We are expecting the president to announce his cabinet. Tell me, do you think he'll turn a clean slate and give us clean people? That was my question. I'm not talking about the Sudis and the Waigoros. I'm talking about the cabinet that I expect to see from William Samoei Ruto, because as far as I'm concerned, the people around him are a bunch of suspects. So I'm looking forward to see whether he doesn't have a bunch of suspects in his cabinet. That is what I want you people to do. I would like you people to discuss if you are able to do so and tell me, do you think the president will bring us a new picture? Second thing, Mzalendo, you are living in the West. I don't know where you are living. And I'm surprised when you are upholding impunity in an election by saying that people must have agents so for the election to be just, free, fair, and just. I think wherever you are living, they don't even have agents. So why are you talking about agents? Why are you talking about Azimio having a separate tallying center for what? It's not even legal. So I think this is an outdated kind of thinking that people need to have tallying centers. That is upholding impunity in an electoral process. And I think we people who are in the West should tell Kenyans they don't need even agents, because the Electoral Commission should do the right thing. Asante Themba.
Themba, I have a question for Julia.
Before you ask the question, yes, Makiadi, then we come to Miss. But you don't ask Julia questions first. She asks questions. You need to
Yeah,
respond.
I was responding because she keeps.
Okay, hold on. Then I'll bring you up. Makiadi.
Yeah. Ndemba, I don't know if you remember the days when Kiraitu made a very what do I call it? Sexist statement about women. I don't know if you remember this. I don't want to speak it here, but he was condemned all over the country because of that statement. I don't know, Julia, if you remember that when Kiraitu Murungi was a minister, I think in the Kibaki administration. I don't want to repeat what he said here, but you can, if you recall what he said, I want to compare that with what Zalendo is saying here. It's like you take your trash out and you leave your door open. Somebody comes into your house, picks something, maybe your laptop from the table, and then walks out with it. Now, that person who stole from you, you ask that person, why did you steal from me? And that person tells you, why did you leave your door open? That is the same scenario that Mzalendo is giving us here. I think IEBC is supposed to have personnel who are above board, people who can be trusted, even without necessarily having agents in the polling stations. And that is why they get paid for that. Polling agents are just temporary employees who are contracted just probably for a day, for just, you know, being there, making sure that everything goes on well at the polling station. But even with polling agents, even with the agents there, the main body that is supposed to ensure that the election is free and fair is the IEBC. And so I take sometimes a different approach when I hear my friend Black here saying that why else were chief agents there if not to counter check? I mean, we also know that from what we heard from the Supreme Court submissions, that even the commissioners themselves, the 4 commissioners who sometimes people call opaque, are not sure about the results because they themselves, even being part of the commission, were sidelined from making sure that the results that are sent from the polling station are the same results that are being announced by the chairman. So this is not about whether a candidate had party agents at the polling station. This is about the what I'm looking for a good word, but if at all IEBC itself has a difference of opinion with the commissioners have a different of opinion with the way the election results are being transmitted and being counter-checked, the way Form 34A is being verified if it's a true copy or not, then you don't expect, even if you place people there on the table, there next to Chebukati, you don't expect them even to bring any change. This thing was shambolic. Everybody agrees that it was shambolic. The only people that did not agree that this election was shambolic was William Ruto and the chairman of the IEBC. So a thief should not be blaming the house owner when they steal from them. It is turning the society upside down. It is like morality of a nation being turned upside down so that a certain narrative can be achieved. I want to believe that if something happened in this election that would have changed the way people look at elections moving forward, then it would have been the way IEBC was taking the Form 34As at Bomas of Kenya, confirming with the agents, and then confirming with the other commissioners, and then going forward to announce. But when Chebukati told those guys, you can put your forms in this box, then I knew the election was going to be compromised. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Mise and Mzalendo, you guys there?
Yeah, Nico, Themba.
Hi, Mzalendo, let's hear you. and then we go to
Before, as you hear from me, I want you to find out the role of an agent, because you seem to not know what an agent does in a polling center. And you think that his work is just to look at or to sign just the papers alone. Look at his role, the role that he has been given by IBC at the polling center. Then you start arguing kama hiyo ni comedy, ama mimi ndio mtu wa comedy, ama wewe ndio mtu wa comedy. So kuna ile kule comedian anasemaga achana nayo. I need you to find out the role of an agent in a polling center. And I have a solution, although not so many people would agree to my solution, but it is the only thing that can work and fix the election system in Kenya. You see, the fourth estate, the media, these media houses are in competition.
No, before you move on, Zalendo, just get back there. Give us the role of an agent, please.
I have given you an homework. Go and look for the role of an agent, because
no, I don't need homework. Just to many people who are listening. You know, you are addressing.
I have told you.
Hold on, Zalendo.
You said one. You said I didn't know the role of an agent.
No, wait.
So you go find out.
No, wait. I want to guide you. You are addressing many people who are watching, not just Themba. All right. So when you're speaking, speak like someone who also wants to inform the many people who are watching that probably didn't understand. Probably I don't understand the role of an agent. It will be fair for you to get it out. Not, we have over 223 people watching, and they also want to hear your understanding. You're not just making a case for me as Themba, you're making a case for many people who are also listening. So just say, according to you, these are the roles of an agent. In the event that an agent sees that there's a numbers that are being changed, this is what an agent can do at that point, all right? If the agent sees that instead of the returning officer using form 34A book 1 is using form 34A book 2, this is what an agent can do and prevent it from happening at that point. So can you just educate? Yes, Makiadi.
Yeah, and on top of that, Mzalendo, I also want you to answer these questions. Why are you not blaming Mwaure and Wajakoya for losing, knowing very well they did not have agents also?
Thank you very much. Since you didn't want to answer the question, let me just answer it. The role of an agent in a polling center is to ensure that, in fact, it doesn't start in a polling center. It starts from where the ballot boxes are stored. You know where the ballot boxes are stored, and the movement from the ballot boxes to the tallying to the polling center, to ensure that the ballots are secured, they are not opened, they are the papers are not opened or tampered with at any given point. That is the work of an agent. It is not the work of the candidate. That is the work of the agent. So he goes to that polling center. He makes sure that if it is the MCA ballots, they are secure. If it is the presidential, if it is a senator, if he or she is representing the women rep, they are there to witness the RO, the presiding officers opening the ballots, and to make sure that there is fishy going on in that particular polling center. At close of business, the agent also ensures that everybody who is coming to vote into that polling center votes for the right person, not that they will be guided by the clerk to vote for the wrong person. There is somebody who is not learned, maybe a shosho, who doesn't know, maybe just using some kind of, a language that probably the agent might understand. The agents who are there, they will know that this shosho is actually implying that the person that he wants to vote for is ODM or Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. So they will be directed just wait, they will be directed that this is where to go. That is what happens in a polling center. The agents direct and they ensure that the clerks there do the right thing, because the clerks there can mark they can even mark the wrong ballot. So they make sure that this candidate, this particular person who is coming to vote has voted for the right person, and they know, because they are locals from that particular area, they know that this is our man and is coming to vote for us. So they ensure that everything has gone smooth. At close of business, at 6, close of business, kura zimesha pigwa, zimesha nini, that is where the wizi inaanza. They also ensure that there's no marking of ballots, that people who didn't cast votes are marked to a particular candidates. That is why they are there, to ensure that kazi yote imeisha na wamemaliza kazi yao. Candidate X, agent wake signs those forms, whether it's 34A or 37C, they sign them. Zinatumwa kwa Chebukati. So everything ends up at the polling center. That is what we are being told in court. Kila kitu inaisha hapo. There is nothing you're going to. Usiwache tu nimalize, because you don't want me to finish.
No, you want to run so fast. Ngoja.
Wacha tu nimalize, utarudi hapo.
No, you are running now, you are going to the court. You unaenda kusema
sijasiendi kwa court, sijaenda kwa court.
Hold on. Wewe unataka kuran, unasema ati walisema kwa court everything is there. Now I want to ask you a scenario. I want to give you a scenario. A scenario is Makiadi is running, is vying to be say an MP. He has his agent anaitwa Charles. Mr. is also vying. He wants to be an MP. Akona agent wake anaitwa James. Mimi pia nataka kuwa MP kwa the same seat. Niko na agent yangu anaitwa Tom. Now all these agents are at that polling center, your polling station, hapo kwa your stream, hapo kwa nini. Aya, voter anaitwa Atieno amekuja kuvote. Atieno ameingia hapo, najui kuvote. According to your explanation, huyu agent ndiye atakuja explainia Atieno ni wapi atavote. So which agent will be sent to Atieno? Is it James, Charles or Tom?
Unajua agent huyo Atieno akiingia ana since ajui anaenda kupigia ndani, atapiga atasema tu nataka kupigia Bemba.
Really?
Bemba. Nataka kupigia Bemba. I have seen it happening. As you are laughing like you've never seen shows doing that.
No. You see,
Watasema tu nataka kupigia Bemba.
Kumbe wewe, yani hata ule mtu anasema ati amesoma role ya agent. Wacha nikwambie, agent in a polling center is not supposed even to speak to any voter, is not supposed to even to talk to anybody, is not supposed to, ili yake role pale ni observation. Now the second question, umesema agent is there to make sure that hizo vitu hazijakuwa tampered with. Okay? Now, in the event ame notice ya kwamba ule RO badala ya kutumia 34A book 1 anatumia 34A book 2. What is the agent supposed to do at that time?
What agent akiona ati RO anatumia anatumia the wrong book. Ama unajaribu kusema nini? Ama unapatia a scenario where ile Kimskit has imekataa kufanya kazi. Yeah? Agent ame notice Kimskit haifanyi kazi, ama agent ame notice Kimskit is already loaded. You know, there were some scenarios where unasikia ati agent amesema
wacha mimi nakupa scenario.
I am giving you an example. It's just the same thing.
Mimi nakupa scenario yangu, niambie Hii ndio anomaly. Hii ndio anomaly. Agent amenotice kwa mfano, okay, wacha nipatie ile noma. There was tampering with the ballot, whatever, the ballot box. Kulikuwa na tampering. What is the agent supposed to do at that time?
Agent akiona kuna tampering na ballot paper, kuna mtu anaitwa Aro, ule yuko hapo, ule in charge of a constituency mahali hiyo kura inaenda kupigwa. He notifies the Aro. He doesn't call the MP.
Kazi ya Aro ni nini? Ngoja wewe relax.
Wewe sasa unataka kuniambia kazi ya returning officer.
Wewe unasema he notifies the Aro. Yeye ndio.
Kuna presiding officer. Si ndio? Hapo pale yuko. Yeah. Then kuna ule overall Aro, returning officer. Then kuna maclerks. Sasa wewe
Mzalendo, there's one statement you made here that I want to strongly disabuse. When you say that the agents go with the IBC officials to the storage areas where ballot boxes are being ballot papers and ballot materials are being stored. Hiyo ulisikia wapi? Sababu, I'll give you an example here. We have, for example, 50 candidates running for president. That's just a scenario. And we have 46,000 polling stations. So each presidential candidate has his own agents. So look at the numbers. We are looking at how many people. So who told you that the agents go to check whether the materials have been tampered with or not at the storage area? Because that is new to me.
I didn't say at the storage area. I mean, you don't put words into my mouth, so don't try to be relevant. I said kazi ya agent ni kuensure that hizo ballot zimefika safely. Mahali zitakuwa zinapigwa, they are not tampered with, ndio kazi yao. Hakuna wataanza kusema ati fungua hii tuone hii. They ensure that hizi ballot vile zimepakiwa hivi ziko sawa, kama ziko sawa, na kama presiding wamenotice kuna shida hapo, there is a presiding officer, they can tell them, hey, hii hapa kuna shida. Then ikizidi kuna returning officer, ikizidi tena kuna Chebukati.
Ngoja kidogo, wewe ndio kazi yako, understanding of the work of an agent is so I think misunderstood, and probably you don't understand it, or much of what you're saying is what you've heard people say. An agent role kwa polling station is observation role. Observation, purely observation. The work of the IBC is one that is supposed to run. If they notice anything, the only thing they do, and is what Black has told you down there, they only note. Because anything you do at that point, you can interfere with an election. That hiyo ni illegal. So what you do is you note, and then hizo zinakuja. That's why you come and have election petitions based on the reports that were released, part of it by agents. Other than that, you can't find agents holding someone ati anaenda kumwambia vote hapa. That is, in fact, the work of guiding the person, those people who don't know, is the IBC officials, not agents, not party agents. The party agent is not even supposed to come close to a voter, because that will be considered to be campaigning on the voting day. Yes, Julia.
Okay, I want to tell Mzalendo that in a free and fair election, it is expected that the IBC do the right thing. And it's not the duty of the agents to police the IBC officials. So in Kenya, in a Kenyan situation, we have our agents, but Mzalendo can agree with me, in the Western world, they don't have the agents, because the electoral commissions, the electoral bodies are expected to do the right thing. I want to compare this scenario with an exam, and I want to say that we can achieve this in Kenya, because Matiang'i achieved this in the exam sector. I want to ask Mzalendo, the Kenya National Examination Council is entrusted with the exams, with setting the exams, preparing, printing the exams, taking the exams to the centers, storing them. Now, have you ever seen any parent, maybe a representative of teachers, parents association, akienda kuangalia kama mtihani iko sawa? And the invigilators of those schools are teachers employed by NEC, Kenya National Examination Council. They don't even teach in that school. So nobody comes to see what those teachers are doing in the classrooms. The teachers of the particular respective schools don't come. The parents are never there. The principal cannot even go into those classrooms to see whether he or his students are being treated well, because NEC is entrusted to do the right thing. Now, when in Kenya, scripts, especially for secondary school examination, are graded by teachers. No parents, management, or board of management officers goes to those grading centers to see whether Julia is grading math accurately, because Julia, as one of the teachers grading, is expected to be objective. And I think for the past few years now, since Matiang'i brought the changes, we've not had much complaints. So I think that is where we should take Kenya when it comes to the electoral commission, our electoral processes. We cannot stand here to say, and we repeat the same propaganda and the same narrative, that Azimio did not have agents, did not have their tallying centers. That is why they lost. So I think next time we are going to have maybe armed agents to guard our votes. Is that the direction we want Kenyans? Is that the direction you want us to take? Or should we fight and make sure we have an electoral commission like the Kenya National Examination Council? We trust Kenya National Examination Council for exams of our children. They administer that exams, they grade them, and we trust that the grades the children get is the correct grade, and we are not questioning that. Do you think we can get there, Mzalendo?
Yeah, right. You're right, Julia. But you see, the stakes in politics and the stakes for KCSE and KCP are not that high. When you come to the presidency and KCSE, you realize that it's just a different ballgame. What I'm saying is that our leaders have been given the chance to change IBC. I don't know how many times IBC in Kenya has been changed, but after every election cycle, we are changing IBC. After every election cycle, we are changing IBC, meaning that even if we change this IBC, the next regime will probably complain, and then we change it again. So we will be doing the same thing over and over again. While there are solutions which are very, very simple, but since the government of the day or the opposition, they want to benefit from stealing elections in IBC, they don't want reforms in IBC. That is what is sickening in the Kenyan society. Do you want to tell me that Raila and Uhuru didn't know that IBC are going to do a bad job with all the NSIS and all the information they had? Do you want to tell me they didn't know? They knew all these things. But since they want to also to be beneficiaries of the same system, they let it go. But ikafanyika vibaya. It didn't go the way they had planned. That is why Themba is still in shock. Ilileta post-trauma bado uko nayo mpaka sahi. So what is happening in Kenya is that elections should either be called by two bodies, the Fourth Estate and IBC. Media can compete to get results in various polling centers in the country. Mzalendo, seated somewhere in his village, can look at the numbers, add by himself what is happening. IBC can now go to Bomans and say, KTN News had called elections in Nyeri and Ngunjiri Wambogo won. Yeah, Citizen will also confirm later that indeed Ngunjiri Wambogo won in Nyeri. KBC will also confirm the same later somewhere else with the same kind of figures, then IBC will also confirm. I mean, that is how elections in the modern world here in America is done. Fox News can call elections even before CNN, and in a Republican state, and that is a broadcasting house that represents the Republican Party. They can call elections in Georgia and say, you know, before even it ends, even before the counting is over, they will tell you that, you know, Georgia, it's gone for the Democrats. And the Republicans will be so annoyed that, you know, you are our media, and how can you just call this election? And it will stand. It will stand because they got it right. So media houses can also get it right. Stop nodding your head. If they can get it right, if they're facilitated and they get the money IBC is getting, they can be facilitated and they move all over, so that we don't have this issue of Chebukatis and the commissioners and all that. We give them a very, very small role where you just confirm with your clerks or your arrows if the results in Citizen are the same. I think that can work according to me.
Yes, Makedi.
I think Mzalendo, you need to read the constitution and understand what the role of the IBC is, first of all, before you give us ideas about media stations calling the election. Whether KTN or KBC is facilitated to call the election in Kakamega for Ndemba as the presidential candidate is not an issue, and it will never matter in Kenya as long as the constitution says the IBC is the body that has been mandated to carry out elections in the Republic of Kenya. Number one. Number two, the system in Kenya is very different from the election system in Kenya is very different from the election system in the US. In the US, your vote counts when you drop that ballot paper. When you take your ballot paper and put it into that machine, your vote counts. And so any media station can project that Mzalendo is going to be the governor of Virginia. Any media station, because your vote, once you mark your candidate there and you put that ballot paper in there, it counts. In Kenya, there are other stages that the ballot paper goes through. There are so many other stages that the ballot, even if you have an agent in that polling station and you get 20 votes, when it goes to Bomas up there, anybody can interfere with those numbers. Now, how do you go up there and prove that the 21 ballot or 20 ballots that were counted there are the same as the ones that were announced at the Bomas of Kenya? And that is where the big issue comes in our electoral system, because you have somebody who is carrying a physical copy, and then there's another copy that is being transmitted. Whether the two copies marry up to give the same figure or number of votes is something different altogether. I believe if you want to make this electoral system and the voting system in Kenya more credible, then perhaps we should be advocating a system whereby once you vote and you drop your vote there, then it counts exactly at that particular spot, so that we don't have people again opening ballot boxes to count votes. You know, the physical counting of ballot boxes or ballot papers is one issue that is really bringing a lot of trouble, not just in Kenya, but many African countries. If we can perfect, actually, there's no electoral system that is really perfect, but if we can try to perfect our system, whereby I know that once I do that, then nobody is going to interfere with the numbers moving forward, then I think we'll be heading in the right direction. Thank you, Dama.
I like Mzalendo. Mzalendo came here blazing as if he understands the work of an agent, and then only to speak and realize that even he doesn't know what agents do. And legally, there's nothing much, and actually, other than observing and making a report, there's nothing much an agent can do. Even if they saw it that things are not going the way they want, they can only make a report. And we are told, if an agent saw that the number that was being put is 21 and not 5. And that number goes to, finds itself in Bomas. And the 21 is announced. According to the Supreme Court verdict, that 21 stands. That is what was said. So you should not make noise. And this is now just moving forward, Mzalendo. This is the dilemma where the Supreme Court has put us. In 2027, if people choose to go and vote, I tell you, the drama you will be seeing at the polling station will be of enormous proportion. Because people will be saying that if these things live here the way they are living, there's nothing like going to the Supreme Court or something. These numbers are going to be announced. So those things will be sorted in the polling. Now that you're making noise and you're saying that, oh, everything is done at the polling station, the fights that you're going to see at the polling station. Previously, guys knew that the process matter, not just the numbers. So they were saying that they'll give a report, and then hopefully that report is going to find itself in the Supreme Court and the courts will scrutinize. But now, according to the ruling, things have changed. So it's not about me, Mzalendo. I mean, you have a right to opinion when you suggest, I don't know, I'm suffering, I don't know from what. That's a right to your opinion. But we are having a discourse. We're having a discourse in our processes, which is something that is going to go on for a very long, long time. You know, not just this election, but many elections to come. We'll still be having that kind of a discussion where we scrutinize our processes. We, as Makiadi is saying, we keep on perfecting them. We keep on looking at what we don't need to focus on candidates. We need to focus on the bodies we have entrusted with the role of running an election, and that is IEBC. So whatever it is that these other players are doing, if you have a body that has been entrusted, you see, like in the US, when the president tried to call the Atlanta, I think the Georgia governor, to do something, he refused. When you have systems that have been put in place, it doesn't matter the players. So the players can be Ruto, the players can be Raila. In this particular one, it's IEBC. Did IEBC do its job? Because constitutionally, it's the one that is supposed to deliver an election, not Ruto and not Raila. Raila has no, I mean, candidates, many candidates, like Makiadi is saying, could not afford agents. Wajakoya and Mwaure didn't afford agents in every place. So should someone lose because they cannot afford agents? That is already discriminatory in nature. If you say that every candidate must have an agent in every polling station, that's discrimination. We need to have the IEBC deliver a free and fair election with or without agents. And we don't want people to be given lectures about, oh, you should have had your agents coming. Can you imagine an RO coming with a paper, and then he has to make sure that that paper passes through every agent from every political party? They are supposed to give that to IEBC. IEBC verifies and then, of course, announces. So hii issue ingine, it's just politics, and it is to while time, you know, to find something. You know, they say when you want to kill a dog, you call it a bad name first. So you have to keep on, you know, making sure that you call it a bad name. Oh, you didn't have agents. Oh, you didn't do this. Oh, you didn't pay agents. Or instead of saying IEBC did not run a free and fair election, a credible election. On the issue of changing IEBC, it can be changed 100 times as long as eventually we get it right. We don't say that, oh, this time we have changed them last time, we are changing them this time. They will keep on changing until we get it right. That's how society societies are dynamic, and these bodies, we keep on changing them. How many times did the US conduct its election before it arrived at what it has right now? If you go into history, it was many, many times. Many, many times they tried every method. So you don't get tired just because you have changed the IEBC, I don't know, 3 times or 4 times, then you say, every time, which one? And we'll keep on them until we find a body that will get it right, whether in our lifetime or another lifetime. It has to keep on changing until we get it right. And societies keep on learning. They say necessity is the mother of invention. As we keep on having the challenges, we keep on saying, let's keep rebuilding our institutions. And that is what is going to happen. So even IBC right now, we think it is not, if it cannot deliver a simple election, it needs to be changed again until we get it right. That's how it's going to happen, you know. Yes, Miss, and Julia is gone, so I don't know.
Yeah, you let, but I'm sure she's listening somewhere. But I think you need to understand what Mzalendo is saying. Mzalendo has a point. His point is very simple. If you look at Election Act of 2011, there is a provision of agents and appointment of party agents. And that is not there in vain. That is there by design. However, you're right, constitutionally, if you look at the way the IEBC has framed the appointment of agents, it says that a political party may appoint one agent for its candidates at each polling station. So it is not making it mandatory that must. The word that has been used there is may. And that also brings us to, when you go to a beer store, especially here in North America, you find, or banks or financial institutions, for example, in Kenya, besides having bank tellers, managers, and all that subordinate staffs, you also find police there. The police, the bank, the staff, they are mandated to do their job. It is within their preserve to make sure that everything has been kept and provided for as it is required in its operations. But sometimes you find the police there. Their job, the police, are not there in vain. So that is what his argument is. And if by any chance you know that this region,
what's the role of the police in the bank?
To provide security.
To who?
And but the same security can be provided by the same bank managers and
no, sometimes.
What I'm
What are you
saying
drinking?
is,
What are you drinking lately?
No,
What's the police doing in a bank?
But don't you see police in the banks?
No, that's what I'm asking you. What are they doing there?
In Elections Act 20.
No. Get back to you. Unless you wanna withdraw that example.
I can withdraw that example.
Thank you.
But the provision of party agents is not there in vain. It's by design to try and prove, to try and substantiate the credibility that IBC is open and willing to make sure that there is a credible elections. But what my particularly
Now back to your question. If the police sees that you are coming to steal, they will nab you. If the agent sees that something is wrong, what are they supposed to do?
They are supposed to document.
What are they supposed to do?
Just like you said, after documenting, that report should be accompanied with.
That's all, isn't it?
Yes. Even here, when you see security guards, their work is to see and
what
report.
you mean?
Right? So at the end of the day, like you said in your words, Themba, you said that in election petitions, that report can be used as part of the evidence in arguing their case. So their role is not in vain.
In arguing the case, right?
Yes. So they cannot deter, but there is.
But
also,
they cannot hold the arrow and tell him that you are not going to write this.
They cannot do anything, anyways. But they can see and record. And this, if in case there is an election petition, their report can be used there as a witness from a credible, an assigned party agent who is there to, like, not like any other person from the blues, but someone who has been assigned by the party. So I think that is their role, that is primarily that is there. But for me, I was looking at what Julia was arguing. First of all, the constitutional petition of Constitution 28 of 2021, if you look at Article 99 of the Constitution, it is actually loosely talks about the qualifications, for example, of a member of parliament. It is not very explicit. And if I might quote, it says that satisfies any educational, moral, or ethical requirement prescribed by this Constitution or by an act of Parliament. And when you go to the Elections Act, 2011, 2016, 2014 and 2016, you will see what IEBC has stated. But when you look at the petition that was put forth in regards regarding the qualifications of a member of parliament and the Senate, it was ruled that it's not a requirement. So to vilify one Oscar Sudi for not having a degree as a qualification, I think it's being unfair. And I like the way Mr. Mzalendo asked Julia. The truth is, it was Oscar Sudi in 2014 and 2014, and 2017. These were the people who were at the forefront of Uhuru Ruto. Wakati tuliimba mafataro, Uhuru Ruto tano tena. These were the people who were fighting for Ruto. So we cannot say that when you are elected, and I was failing to understand what's the definition of being in the government by Julia. If you are a member of parliament, if you've been elected as a member of parliament in the government by a political party, overruling government, the government that is in power, and then you are saying that person was not in power or was not in government. So I was losing track there of what Julia was saying. And that's what I wanted Julia to tell us. So I also wanted to remind Julia that there is always something called symbiotic relationship that I've spoken about here again and again. Any government that you have supported will always, you can claim, or the government can reward you with an appointment. The problem that we should fight here is that our governments should adhere to Chapter 6 of the Constitution, at least make sure that people who have been found wanting their character and conduct during the time they were holding public offices, they should not be appointed to those offices. And I wondered why someone like Julia would not really understand that someone like, regardless of our problems, challenges and scandals, that she oversaw the implementation of services or the establishment of that was launched by the president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta then, that, for example, Huduma, which actually provides Kenyans government services that is very efficient. Also, during the Anne Waiguru, you remember the 30% rule of the government contracts that was introduced to go to the youth, the persons with the disability, and as well women. So did this person deliver on those issues? For me, I cannot rubbish her in entirety that she cannot deliver. The truth is, there were mistakes that were made during the tenure in office. There were scandals, just like Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was in office and there was scandals. But still, we do recognize and we do see the infrastructure that has been put in place, even though it was inflated. The prices were inflated. So for me, that is the credit that I was looking at. Despite the fact that they have challenges here and there, we cannot rubbish everything. Even any other, that's what I wanted to emphasize and make sure that Julia understands that it's no longer academic. You don't have to have a degree to qualify to run for a position or a member of parliament or a county assembly or the Senate. So this is not Oscar Sudi who said that. It is the people who went to parliament. And I think if I remember very well, the people who went to parliament, I think it was the first petitioner would have been Paul Macharia, and I don't remember the rest, but I remember Paul Macharia as the first petitioner who said it is not, or rather, it should not be the requirement of going to become a member of parliament. So that's what I wanted to say there. But at the same time, remember, whoever supported Ruto, people like Silvanos Osoro, people like, and we saw that, just like Orengo, Junet Mohammed, Babu na Mwamba, wakati walikuwa wanajiita jemedari, those days, they were rewarded with some positions in government when the elections was over. That's what I wanted to contribute this evening.
Okay, I mean, the debate can go on, and we have lots of views that we can share, but again, we have to come to an end. We meet again tomorrow so that we can continue to speak, as we always say here, that let's keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight. We want to keep talking. It is the nature of man to always interact together. Chinua Achebe says that we don't come together because we can't see the moon from our homes, but we are coming because we love the idea. I'm just paraphrasing the idea of coming to speak together. So let's not stop talking with each other, because we are Kenyans and Kenya is our business. We may hold different political views. We may have divergent appreciation of what's happening in Kenya, but we are still Kenyans, and we respect everyone, and we appreciate everybody. For now, I think we want to finish there. The time is far gone. We will probably acknowledge one or two people in the comment section. Piga blue kama unataka nikusalimie. Watu wa yellow mwende State House kwa maombi. Kuna kesha inakuja. Kuna kesha inakuja hii Friday. Sasa watu wa yellow mwende maombi huko kwenu. Sisi hapa ni tunataka kujaribu kuleta blue. Watu wa blue, piga blue tukusalimie. Makiadi, utatufungia na wimbo wa taifa. Tukishapata mablue kadhaa, wacha tupate blue kama 5 hivi. Naona Kipau Media, piga blue moja. Tupate blue kama 5 alafu tufunge. And see still 162 people wako hapo. Piga blue kama 5, tumepata moja, bado 4. Piga blue kama nataka tutaje jina lako, ama watu wa blue waliingiwa baridi, wamefungiwa na mise hapa. Kama wewe ni mtu wa blue, piga blue hapo chap chap tufunge. Haya, Anita Bobo, wapi Danny Darius, wapi Yufino Tieno, Father Danny Darius.
What happened to Adams?
Thank you so much. Sarah, asante sana. Lea Brudi, asante sana. Naona mmekuja kwa wingi. Kwa nafikiri mmenyamaza hapo kwa sababu mmetishwa na huyu jamaa wa yellow hapa, huyu mise anaenda maombi hivi karibuni. Na nisumbua. Piga blue na kofia, asante. Lance Trip, asante sana. Watu wa yellow, endeni maombi kwa State House. Tumefunga nini yenyu hapa. Haya, subscribe. Subscribe to Mutembei TV kama kawaida. Yeah, subscribe to Mutembei TV. Plus irrelevant until 2032. Geoffrey bana, wacha kuwa hivyo. Sisi wote tuko Kenya. Geoffrey Ruto, kuwa mzuri kidogo. Makiadi anapoendelea kutupatia wimbo wa taifa, tafadhali subscribe pia to Temba and Lulu Show. Tumefurahi sana kwa wale ambao umetusubscribia. Tunafurahi sana. Tafadhali endeleeni kusubscribe pale. Makiadi, tupe wimbo wa taifa.
Okay, wimbo wa taifa kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Asante Makiadi. Ati tuombe pesa ya fertilizer. Wanasema inapeanwa bure. Makiadi amesema hivyo. Sasa wale ambao wanaiuza, tafadhali usiuziwe mbolea.
Where's Adams? What happened to Adams?
Adams walipoana na nani? Walipoana na Eugene Adams akatuhepa. Sasa unajua kuna watu wako soko, ukishapatwa unahepa, unatoka kwa duka bana, ukae kwa soko for long.
Leo watu wajasema wanatuwatch kutoka wapi bana?
Oh, sawa. Sasa tuambie unatuangalia mkiwa wapi?
Perspective 2000 blue.
Piga blue. Tuambie unatuangalia ukiwa pande gani? Afrika Mashariki ya Kati. Najua Misa anatuangalia akiwa pale downstairs, karibu wanaomboleza Queen. Umeingia katika banka.
You know, part of our budget goes to the
Sofia Omar anatutazama akiwa Lamu.
Sofia Omar.
Good morning today, Temba and Lulu. Makiadi. I'm blessed. Leo umekuwa mzuri. Kuna wakati umekuja hapa na vitisho. Joy Obesa, East Coast, California. California. Obesa. Valhalla. Milwaukee. Inaitwa nini hiyo? Ni Milwaukee ama ni
Milwaukee. Anita Bobo, Milwaukee.
Actually, even those are not the spellings of Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. Una spell hivyo, alafu inaitwa vile inaitwa hiyo nyingine.
Iko namna hiyo nani?
Inaspeliwa hivyo alafu unahitaji vile.
Milwaukee. Yep.
Iko sawa.
Milwaukee.
Boston. Unajua Boston ndio kule Wakenya walijanjaruka wakaingia ndani. Unakumbuka Makiadi hivi majuzi? Kenya wa Boston ni wakali. Esther Kabiro, Wakenya wa Boston ni wale wase.
Walileta wizi.
Kenya wa Boston wachana nao. Ni 12B, ilikuwa 12B. Kenya boy.
12B ama 120.
Wow. Kuna mtu hapa anaitwa George Obado anasema kutazama kutoka Ngara, Nairobi.
Ngara, enda job bwana. Enda job. Toka kwa media, enda. Ngara market. Sijui kama bado iko. Ngara market bado iko. I'm blessed. Music 3 ili perform. Tutakula fertilizer. Watu ni wabaya, wanasema nini? Pastor Ng'ang'a wasema Ruto apewe muda. Haya. Berean, tutakula fertilizer, mkuli fertilizer. Ruto apewe muda. Mr. anasema mtu apewe muda. Mjua Mr. ndio roving ambassador wa Kenya kwanza pale Canada. Mise,
Mm.
wewe ndio roving ambassador wa Kenya Kwanza, unatengezea watu makaratasi ya kukuja Canada, si ndio? Mise,
Hao watu wanatutukana hapa, siku moja tutakutana mahali.
nyinyi watu kama uko Kenya, ongelesha Mise vizuri, anaweza kupatia visa ya kwenda Canada. Usione anaongea hapa ukasema huyu Mise ni mtu wa...
Aji mimi ndio nitakuwa appointed excellency of the Kenyan High Commission.
Lakini
wewe wezi kuwa bwana. Miguna akiwa
Mise tulisema, unajua wakati mwingine ukibishana na watu wa comments.
No, we should Makiadi, let me tell you something.
Unajua ngoja Mise, unajua ni mara ngapi tumetusiwa hapa mimi na Themba na wengine
No, Themba does a good job. He blocks them. He stops the bullshit.
No, tulisema mtu ana uhuru wa kujieleza. Unabishana na watu ambao huwajui bwana. Unatoka hapa kama umechafuka roho na ni mtu ambaye hata hujawahi ona Mise.
Wacha nikwambie, I deal with a lot of people. I do know that, but equally I try to stop nonsense when it crops. So ni vizuri ndio unasema we deal with we ignore them, but at the same time it's good to remind them that we need decorum and decency in our debates, because some of them, they should be paying us for giving us this giving them this free information. Sometimes we give them. So wawache kierere.
Sasa huyu Alice Elosin unajuaje kama ni mtu? Unajua hapa kuna watu wako na pseudos kama 20. Sasa unaweza kuta unafikiria ni watu wengi wameongea kumbe ni mtu mmoja.
But that's okay. But that's the culture we are saying. Si lazima tukanane ndio point.
Ukiona Mise saa zingine unaweza ona pattern hapo. Kuna wengine hapo, kuna mtu mmoja ako na pseudos kama 3-4. Sasa na comment na moja anajibu na ingine na anaifuatanisha na ingine. So unafikiri ni watu 20 tofauti wanaongea, kumbe ni mtu mmoja amekuwa akiongea.
But now ni cycles. That's why they are here. That's how they feed their ego, and they feed to feel good when they abuse, when they bully people.
Sijali. Hata nikwambie Mise, one time wale watu wanakupigia sifa huko chini, ndio hao tu watakugonga. So life inakuwa hivyo. Usifurahi ukisifiwa na usisikie vibaya ukigongwa. Inakuanga tu hivyo hapa.
Yeah, you cannot impress.
Mimi natakanga ule mtu mwenye ananisifu, mtu mwenye naheshimu kabisa ni ule mwenye ananilipia bill. That I will be very shaken.
Watakusifu leo ukinini, watakupiga makofi, kesho watakugonga.
Yeah, Mise the only person mwenye unaweza kuwa na nini, na unajua kama Black ni mtu umeona, na sometimes iko kwa comments huko tukisema kitu anatuingilia, but we differ on ideology, but he still comes here. We have no issue with that. I think sometimes when ukianza kusema unakasirishwa na mtu hapo, then I don't know how you will take it, because hawa ni watu ambao most of them you don't know, and probably they differ with your ideology, not just because you are Mise, but because they come from the other side, mahali ambapo haukubaliani nao. So most of them
don't even know you.
They don't even know you. Yeah, wengine wao they don't agree with your political your political ideology. So wacha mtu
ajiexpress. Honestly, I don't care.
They're only differing with what you are sharing at that time, not you.
Yeah, I honestly don't care, and probably most of them are miserable. So I see some of them saying, "Oh, it's a fake lawyer." Fake lawyer ndio inanilipa. So they're wasting their bundles saying
wewe unaita watu miserable. Sawa.
They are miserable. Anyone who purposes to come and abuse people and not bring constructive criticism is a miserable person.
But Mise, wait. Does it matter if you are a fake lawyer or not?
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter, because at the end
of the day, shouldn't bother you. That
is my bread and butter. So some of them say, "Oh, you will be deported." No, this is where we live. This is where we call home. You stay home there where you're miserable, complaining about your government. We are trying to help you to become better, to bring good governance as your voice of reason. You come here to abuse us.
Okay. Kunywa maji baridi mise.
No, I'm just
No,
telling you.
Mr. You have a point. You have a point.
Yeah, the truth is, mtu anakuambia, unajua, I listen to some people, wacha waoshe wa mama huko. Ndio, tunaosha na tunapata dollars. And those dollars, when you look at them, you translate them at the end of the year. Ndio unasikia remittance ya hao diaspora wanaosha wa mama ndio iko juu zaidi kuliko wewe ile yako ulitoa kwa chai na nini na kupita pale town. So sometimes we restrain ourselves not to say things that can be hurting, but in the same velocity you say things that are intended or geared to hurt us, we are capable of doing the same. Just know.
Okay. So Mr. amesema hata atukane harudi nyumbani. Na wewe
niko hapa ndio nyumbani.
Na serikali yako ndio imeingia uongozini. Hata nilikuwa nafikiria utarudi mtu wa kwanza.
Alice Elosine anasema Alice ni mtu. Unajua hata computer siku hizi ukianza kujaza form wanakupatianga kitu wanasema confirm you're a person. Sasa hata sisi hapa tutakuwa tunasema confirm you're a person. Confirm you're a person. Tukataka kujua.
At least sisi unaweza tuona sisi ni watu.
Naona Mise kuna jamaa anaitwa Ishmael Biegon anasema hawa ni washenzi wanakaa ngambo na wanaongea kuhusu mambo ya Kenya. So
anasahau kwamba kwanza sisi ni wa Kenya, pili sisi ndio tunao support ule uchumi wa Kenya.
Sasa wacha nikwambie kitu. Naona huyu anaitwa Ishmael amekuja. Huyu ni mtu ameamka tu na fujo zake tu, akakosa kitu ya kusema, akaona andike hiyo. Sasa huyu hata unafuatana na yeye nini sasa?
Unasikia kama mtu kama Jina anasema most people here, Mise, are not broke. Are not, what is that? There's something is gone. But again, at the end of the day, let us accommodate. We want to have a culture where we can disagree to agree. And when we disagree, it's not necessarily being abusive. Many times, Themba, we disagree. You tell me, don't unmute your mic. And I respect that. It's not like you're talking down to me or looking down.
Wacha nikuulize. You have only one or two people ambao wanakusemea hivyo. Over 250 people or 150 wanapenda vile vitu nasema. So why concentrate on the two?
Lakini unajua Themba, hivi ndio tulikuambia serikali yetu itashinda, ukalia nini. Sasa ona nani wako kwa serikali? Nani wataenda maombi State House?
Naona you're looking for affirmations. Unajua kwani you doubt ya kwamba mko serikali.
Na tupe muda tunajipanga. Ruto alikuwa anasema kila wakati.
Wanasema ati wanapiga picha.
You know, I'm wondering why you guys seem to be more disturbed by being in leadership than celebrating. Like you're coming on to try and Nitambweni. When you're a firstborn, do you need to keep telling the other people in your family that, do you know I'm a firstborn?
Especially when these little ones who keep asking you and poking you all the time, you have to wagonga kidogo wakumbuke wewe ndio firstborn.
Then if you must, they say that
mtupe time kufanya kazi.
Ngoja, being powerful is like being a lady. If you must talk about it, then you're not.
Yeah. Lakini Themba, tupe time. Unaanza kulalamika na
ukiwa powerful and you have to keep announcing that I'm in power, then you are not in power. Ukiwa kwa power, it will be known,
Hao watu hawakutupigia kura lakini ndio wako mstari wa mbele kusema hamjafanya hii, mbona hamjafanya? Ngoja sisi wenyewe tu wenye tulipiga tuulize, sisi ndio tulipromisiwa
Kwani
tukakubali.
mlikuwa mnapigia kura mpeleke kiti mashambani kwenu?
Mimi nasema hivi, Pemba ndiye anataka unga hata kushinda watu wa KK Alliance.
Ile kitu acha niwaambie ni hii, ndio mlienda mkawavote, lakini mkishaichumia ni yetu sisi wote. Sasa hiyo kitu kingine mnaweka tuachieni, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Sisi wote tunataka sasa muifanye vile tunataka. Sasa hiyo ndio
Pemba, you must be appointed in Ruto's government. I want to see you declining.
He can't. I had Julia saying
I don't in my Mzalendo, in the whole of my life, I've never eaten a politician's thing, and I wouldn't go for any political appointment.
That is not a politician thing, but that is a provision in the Kenyan constitution. Being appointed a minister is not a politician thing.
You can decline. Dr. Gupta declined.
And you're right, Themba, but our government is inclusive by the...
I do believe that being in a political appointed position is just but one component of creating solutions to a society. There are many other ways where we can create solutions to our society's problems. Being appointed to a political position, it does not necessarily, in essence, for those who understand politics and how it works, give a long-term solution to a society's issues. So I come from that perspective. Yes, it's good to participate in political systems and put pressure on the government of the day, but it is not the only way of creating long-term solutions to societal issues.
I like the way you say it's not the only way, but it is part of the ways that create.
Yeah, it's one of the ways, but it's not the only way. It's just a society being good is a net effect of many other ways.
But also, I was actually surprised to see Julia saying that Ruto was scavenging to get a photo, and that he was the only one who was smiling in the bus. Ruto is ever smiling. You know, hata mnamtafuta maneno huyu jamaa. Hata simuombe tu. Lakini, even these guys, when anybody, sahi...
why are you getting jittery if he's analyzed? I mean, who told Ruto to be there? Who told Ruto to be? You know, when you are a president, or in a political positions, you know, why aren't we discussing you?
Me, people are discussing me. I'm a very influential person. They are discussing me in the comment section.
You are just influencing your room. You are not influencing anywhere. Why are you influencing?
In Jerusalem. But what I was saying is, let us allow the president.
We are not going to allow any people.
He is the president of the Republic of
Kenya. No, forget.
He is not.
Once you put yourself in a political public platform, you expect public scrutiny. Tuacha stories za kusema tumwacheni.
Bado mnamcriticize, akikaa mnamcriticize.
Akiomba ana.
You know, one thing you should understand is that when you go for political office, people have every reason to criticize you. Whether it's the shape of your head, whether it's the way you walk, whether it's the way you dress like Gachagua, people will always find something to criticize you. If you don't want to be criticized, you can always be a private citizen where you are away from the limelight. But as long as you have some political influence and you hold an office somewhere, not just politically, but any office, you'll always find somebody to criticize you. And you better get used to it.
I totally agree. And that's why someone like Kiraitu Murungi, very educated, went to very good schools, but still he cannot pronounce certain words. Na tunamcheka. So kama Sudi anashindwa kupronounce majina fulani, tusimfanye akue kondoo nyeusi. Hata Kiraitu Murungi hawezi kupronounce basi vizuri, anasema mbasi. So tuache Oscar Sudi peke yake jaribu kufanyia wananchi.
Now, what do you mean kupronounce vizuri? Where's even you now you're bringing kasumba ya ukoloni? Where's the correct pronunciation done?
What is the spelling of Abbas?
No, where is the
There's
correct
no
pronunciation?
There's no M on it.
No, who said?
You read your vowels.
No, who said?
ABCs. You did.
The fact that the teacher taught you that, does it mean that is the only way it can be spelled?
Is it not what you are asking Sudi to have?
In other places, you have more vowels. Vowels are not only 4.
I said there's a silent B. Muachane na watu wa UDA. Na mliona hata State House flag ni yellow sasa. Ile maneno ya blue ati
hata mweke kesha huko. You know, hata mweke kesha ikuje State House. We have let you not do it, you know.
Themba, when are you selecting the majority leader? That's the next big thing in parliament. When is the date?
It's happening tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow.
No, today, Kenyan time.
Oh, Kenyan time. I told you, Themba, that's a done deal, and you're just.
Where did you tell me? I didn't hear.
Oh, not here. I think I told maybe Makiadi that is over.
So Themba, before let me tell you something.
Wacha tufunge show.
Hiyo ya mwisho nakwambia. Before the selection of
no, hataki siasa sasa hizi
the election of the speaker of the National Assembly.
No.
Okay.
Themba wanaacha tu. Si democracy bana.
Mwache, unajua yeye anajua ilienda wapi na nilikuwa
no, we saizi ni wakati wa umbea, wakati wa siasa umeisha.
Tuwatie UDA warantu hicho kidogo muende.
Kujeni kesho watu wa UDA mwanzishe show na mweke watu wenyu.
Wacha watu wa UDA, endeni mlale watu wa UDA warantu show kidogo.
Tunataka vote. Tunataka mtu wa UDA moderator moja hapa tunakaliwanga sana na hao watu wa Azimio.
Bwana, watu wa UDA kwa hiyo wanakaliwa. Me have noticed. Me I'm neither here or there, but on some issues, hey, they are so biased. wanakunyeshea wote. Attack.
Wote kutoka kwa comment.
No, mpaka wanamushana. Hey, kakuja bana, this guy is nini? Kama umeona, if you see Julia, you see Makiadi coming at the same time.
Mzalendo. We don't rehearse to appear here. What we do is mtu akipata nafasi anaingia, but sometimes unaweza kuwa umekaa huko nje unasikiza show, then you hear people talking things zenye hazikufurahishi and you jump, unashika hiyo link haraka uingie hapa ndio utoe hiyo upusi. Nasikia Mama Selina anasemanga hatutaki upusi hapa.
Kwanza huyu Mama Selina apende
but there's something I noticed today that ndio hata iliniingiza kwa show. I really want to come in today. There's a lady who came in, sijui anaitwa Rhoda Manani. She was just praying and heaping praises on Uhuru. That one was hiyo sasa sijui hiyo ni psychophancy ama hiyo ni gani? Afu mnajifanya Mungu sikia hiyo. Mbona Mungu ingia kwa sasa hiyo? Angalia Themba anacheka anataka kukufa. Na Makiadi mulisikia tu hiyo story.
Mzalendo.
Mbona Mungu mute? Mbona Mungu mute?
Mzalendo kwani hujaona Rhoda kwa hiyo?
Mzalendo, you should know people,
No, but you are complaining that Ruto ameleta evangelism na nini Mkristo bwana.
No, you should know people. Sisi ukikuja hapa kuomba hatuwezi kukataza kuomba. Hata sisi tunapenda maombi.
Mpaka she started speaking in tongues bwana. This is a show bwana.
But you should pray within your 3 minutes of submission. So ukipewa 3 minutes ya kusubmit, kama unataka kuimba, kuomba, unaachiwa unafanya your thing, alafu ikiisha hiyo masaa we move on to the next person. That is where
hautakuwa out of order.
No, you can pray if you want. That's your submission. Umekuja kuomba, it's okay. Hakuna mtu anakukataza si unaona hata nani anakujanga hapa na gitaa.
Uzalendo tuliona Rondo ukasema
wa mama alikuwa anaombea mali ya uhuru.
Actually niko na suti ya blue. Kesho nitaileta nivae wakati wa
Uzalendo.
Kweli watu wa blue wenyewe sasa mna agenda.
Lakini mzalendo wewe kwani ujui Roda? Wewe
No,
muangalie.
I had not seen her go that spiritual like today. You know, it was. I think she was even crying. I think she was even crying. She was begging Ruto not to go for Uhuru's property. I mean, it was personal. That thing was so personal.
She's always spiritual. You all have.
Yeah, but that was her submission. Bora tu asipitisha ile masaa amepewa, you allow her. Si unajua kuna wengine hapa nilisema hata wanakuja na gitaa, kuna mwingine hata ajui election ilifanyika na simtaji jina. Jandemba kuna mmoja hapa hata ajui election ilifanyika. Anakuaga tu hapa.
No, lakini by and large you guys are doing a great job. By and large, yani hata kama ni nini, there is some information that we get here that is very, very educative, and as so many people appreciate. Sometimes I look at the comment section and the viewership and how many people you have reached, then at least there's a target audience. Maybe by the end of the year mtakuwa mmefika 1 million. I can tell you, if the conversation continues like this, 1 million, don't give up. I mean, this is Kenya and Kenya ni yetu. Let us really struggle to inform our people. And our kina Uhuru, kina Ruto, they will exit the scene. Kidogo utaona Makiadi anatafuta kakiti mahali. I mean, it's all starts like this.
Tena unanitafutia kiti. Mimi sitaki kiti bwana. Mimi niko
sawa. Watu usemaga hivyo tu.
I'm okay here. Mahali niko mimi nimetosheka hapa kwa Mutembei TV.
Sisi tunapenda hii kiti ya Mutembei TV. Hapa ndio tutakuwa tu.
Hii ndio uhondo sasa.
Hapa tutatolewa na retirement tukienda chini 6 feet under.
Kudanganya. Ruto sahi asema
hiyo ni kudanganya tu, hiyo ni kudanganya. Hiyo ni to appease your base.
Mimi ndio naona anaenda kuwa MP 2027 hapa. Naona hii bidii yako nayo.
Hapana, mimi nilijaribu 2017 nikaanguka na nikakubali.
Ulisimama kiti gani Mise?
Usijali. enda kwa nini kwa IBC utaona there's a history huko.
You stood in Kenya? You ran in Kenya?
Yeah.
Let me
Mise wewe na vile unaongea hivi wewe najua huwezi pita kule.
I was actually number 2. Enda angalia.
Number 2 is a failure. The politics there's no number 2.
In fact, out of 21, number 2.
That is good for history, but you didn't win.
Maybe you should give me your name in the private chat.
You have my names.
No, it's just I have Miss LM. You should give me your name.
I sent you. Check your WhatsApp.
No, my WhatsApp is just the name that you have.
I remember sometimes you were running a back check on me, so you asked me all these questions.
I don't know.
Mise, in politics hakunanga number 2.
Umesema ukweli sana. In politics there's no number 2. That's why there's a BBI ilikuwa imeletwa hapo so that the losers can join government at one point.
Mzalendo, if you have if you run in an election and number 1 wins by 9,000 votes and you win with 8,999, you consider yourself a winner as well. But if there was a range of a difference of many votes, then you are a loser.
Temba, let me say, I want to congratulate you. You know, just making that step and ensuring that your name is in the ballot, that's an achievement. But again, kuna Themba anacheka hapa. again kuna kitu ile lazima ujue kuanguka winning an election and losing. There's somebody who can lose an election and do something better than even the winner who got that victory. Kuna watu walishinda kiti and they don't know what to do with their victory. True. Kuna ule alianguka they dusted their butt and they came back like Uhuru Kenyatta and won the presidency at one point. Na alianguka Gatundu na akakuwa president. So it's not the end of the road. Me say you are young, you can still come back and win that.
People don't lose elections. People win elections.
That is the language of a political scientist. So
yeah. People don't win elections; they lose elections. Like I was told, people don't rig elections. Somebody told me people don't steal elections; they rig elections. So what is the difference?
You know what, nikwambie, pesa, actually elections are very expensive. And when you sit down and reflect, if it's worth you spending family resources in an election, it makes you think otherwise. Because ukienda tu wanakuambia ni wewe tu, alafu unafika kwa debe unapata ni wewe tu peke yako. So you have to, at first there is that excitement, but out of experience you come and reflect whether you made a wise decision to go for that election.
You might have called them miserable. That's why you never voted.
You remember what Atwoli? You remember what Atwoli told? What Atwoli said? That was so comical. Atwoli said, everywhere we are going, we thought that we had the people.
Yes.
Then, but that is when I knew you guys had lost election. Tulikuwa tunaenda kila mahali tunadhani ni wewe tu, kumbe hata hatuna watu.
Wanakudanganya, wanakula pesa yako, and then ukishindwa wanakuambia tunajua next time mheshimiwa ukuje mapema, tuanze mapema. Kumbe wanataka kutega tena ulete pesa next
time. Mapema. Usijali, tumekuwa huko pia. We've been there.
Mzalendo pia ulisimama?
Mimi ni siasa za Kenya nimekuwa ndani. Hiyo ODM unaongea ndani, nilikuwa think tank ya baba ndani kabisa.
Kumbe we ni wale walipoteza kura wako na machungu, ndio maana.
Hapana, sisi ni wale tulikataa kujump, enda right, enda left, ingia kwa shimo, unaingia. Hiyo si tulikataa. We became stakeholders. Hiyo level of psychophancy ilisha at some point.
Yeah. And also you realize there's a lot of what you see from out here is not what is really in these political parties until you're very closely involved or exposed with them. So there's a lot of nonsense that goes.
When I tell you that you lost elections, I know, and I'm very bitter that this election Raila lost it and he was supposed to win it, and win it clean. If I had only done just a few things, look at the team that he had in 2007. Look at the people like Norman Magaya. You let people like that go out of your camp. How?
Sasa unaanza siasa tena. Tulisema siasa.
Ngoja tunyamaze. Acha tunyamaze.
Kitu ndemba tuende kulala ni saa 7
sasa. Acha tuende tukaonane kesho. Mungu awabariki. Thank you so much. God bless you. Wale wa Kenya endeni kazi, wale wengine mko kwingine endeni mlale, sisi tunaenda kulala. See you tomorrow.
Watafute bundles wasitusumbue.